The Five Nights at Freddy's franchise now has a total of 12 different games that create a deep and complex story, and within that story there are many mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. And throughout this channel I've made many videos on different ideas, characters, and even endings. But in this video I'm going to combine some of my best theories on the FNAF franchise, making one single long video. So put this video on in the background, sit back and enjoy 5 hours of Five Nights at Freddy's theories, starting by going over cut content from FNAF Security Breach and how it could possibly solve the lore. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for over 2 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex. And one of the biggest mysteries around not only this game, but the new era of the franchise is the original planned story and what it would have looked like. These new games are known for having an extensive history of unused and cut content that never made it to the final product, and FNAF Security Breach is no exception. This game is known for its cut content revolving around characters, villains, and even endings that would have changed this game's impact on the lore. So in this video, I'm going to go over the most important cut content from FNAF Security Breach that might actually be the key to solving some of the biggest mysteries from the lore. So make sure to like and subscribe, and let's uncover the mysteries of the cut content from Security Breach. Now when looking at all of the cut content from FNAF Security Breach, there's a lot to go over that includes unused minigames, characters, locations, collectibles, subtitles, assets, and mechanics. So in order to make things a lot easier and so we can actually attempt to solve the original lore, I'm only going to go over what I think was the most important and crucial cut content that can actually solve the mysteries of Security Breach. But I think it's important to understand how different Security Breach was originally supposed to be, and this is made clear with the original trailers and teasers released for this game, which I'll go over later in the video. Even Scott Cawthon himself has stated how his version of Security Breach was going to be much different. But by looking at some of the cut content, we might be able to put together the missing and original pieces of the story, starting with Burn Trap. I've already made a few videos on Burn Trap and what his original purpose was. Specifically, Scott Cawthon stated that he was never supposed to move, and that he was going to act like a decaying movie prop. But then in the final game, Burn Trap is moving and is trying to stop Glamrock Freddy and Gregory, and the cut content only expands on this idea and version of this character. In the files, Burn Trap was going to have a much bigger role with his boss fight. He has an unused data chase sequence as if he were meant to have a second fight stage after the monitor office fight. And we have this clip that gives us an insight to what the chase animation would have looked like. Now it's not really clear where this chase sequence was going to take place, or if Glamrock Freddy was also going to be a part of it as he was in the sinkhole with Gregory. I think it makes the most sense that the sequence would involve Gregory trying to escape the sinkhole and trying to reach the Pizzaplex once more. But Burn Trap would be on his tail, and maybe the Blob would also be an obstacle, as the Blob was something else attacking Gregory in the first segment of this boss fight. But Burn Trap was even going to have a death animation that would have supposedly played at the end of the chase sequence. It's not exactly clear what is happening or what caused his death, but I think either one or two things are happening. Either he is being consumed and burned by a fire like we saw in the new ending, or his body is completely shutting down. We can assume that Burn Trap was being kept alive by this charging station, as that's where he was being held, and this purple gas might be what gave him life. So when he's out of this charging station and is chasing Gregory, then it makes sense that his body and endo would shut down, which would cause his death as we see in this animation. But with the game's final release, all of the mentioned data assets end up unused, as setting Burn Trap on fire for the last time during the office fight will skip to the ending cutscene. Now I also want to look at the first teaser trailer that gave us voice lines of Burn Trap and a new scene that wasn't used in the final version of the game.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want, and if you fail me, then you will, both of you, burn!
Realize.
In the first voice line, we can assume it's Burn Trap or Glitch Trap speaking to Vanessa before she would become Vanny, and he's preparing her for what's to come. In the second voice line, we can assume this is actually Burn Trap because of the slightly different voice, and again, I think he's still talking to Vanessa. But when he refers to both of you, I think he's referring to Vanessa and Vanny as two separate entities. Or he could simply be talking to Gregory and Vanny, but either way, I don't think any of these voice lines really revealed to us what his purpose was. And in the last scene, Scott Cawthon made it clear that Burn Trap was not supposed to move at all, and in this clip we clearly see him moving. And although we never saw this clip in the final game, I still think this was created after Burn Trap's purpose was changed. This could just be an alternate scene to when he was revealed, and that's why we even see the purple smoke behind the arm, and again, imagine all of this was most likely planned after the change. But now that we've gone over all of the cut content for Burn Trap, how does this help to solve Security Breach? Well, all of this just shows us who the priorities were going to be in this game. Burn Trap was obviously going to be the main villain and was going to have a bigger role throughout the entire game and not just the ending. It looks like he was going to actually control Vanessa and was going to be in contact with either Gregory or Freddy, meaning he would have been the main focus of this game and maybe even in future projects like Ruin, or it could have been made clear if Burn Trap is really supposed to be the Mimic. If the ending was also supposed to be completely different, there's a possibility that the Burn Trap ending could have been canon instead of the Princess Quest ending, where Gregory and Glamrock Freddy could have escaped somehow and we would have followed these events in Ruin. I also just think that there would have been more explanation to how this character was alive and to why he was even created. And it also looks like we would have gotten a further explanation to the Glitch Trap virus, which has played a large role in this new era of the franchise. Not only will these explanations finally connect Burn Trap to Vanny, but it would also smoothly connect Security Breach to FNAF AR and Ruin. So a simple extended boss fight could have solved a small but mysterious part of the lore. So moving on, now let's look at the Mimic's lair from Ruin and how it would have been a better explanation to the Mimic and who he truly is. The original version of the room in which the Mimic is being held in is drastically different to the version we saw in the final game. It features the original 3 main animatronics performing on stage, which would have presumably been placeholders, and a table with a piece of cake on top of it. This layer is clearly reminiscent of the Pizza Party minigame from FNAF Up Wanted, which is a free roam level set across a maze of the main Five Nights at Freddy's pizzeria locations, where the player must find the pizza party without taking too long and being jump scared. Once the minigame is completed, the player will find themselves in a room filled with animatronics, balloons, and presents. Glitch Trap then appears from the curtain and tells the player to follow him. If the player moves in his direction, the player will suddenly be put on a stage holding a microphone, which means that the player is now Freddy Fazbear. Hand Unit announces the arrival of Freddy but ends up glitching out. The room then lights up, revealing Glitch Trap dancing around the room while music plays in the background. Now this ending is supposed to be Glitch Trap reenacting the missing children incident, with the main player being the main victim. Glitch Trap is copying William Afton and his actions by stuffing someone into an animatronic, and we can even say he's mimicking them. So much that it's theorized that Glitch Trap is actually the virtual version of the Mimic who is mimicking William Afton. As in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that the original Mimic chip used to create the Endo was used when creating a VR game, which would supposedly create Glitch Trap. But in the community, it's been heavily debated that Glitch Trap is actually the virtual reincarnation of William Afton and isn't related to the Mimic at all, as he would then come back into the physical world as Burn Trap. But like I mentioned, the Pizza Party minigame where Glitch Trap is the main focus in is the setting and location right outside of the Mimic's lair, and this is no coincidence. I think this is directly confirming that Glitch Trap is and has always been the Mimic. Why else have a one-for-one replica of this room where the Mimic is found if it's not to tell us something? Now, how it would have played out or the context of this room even existing isn't really clear. How would Cassie react to it? Would the setting itself have a role in the chase sequence? Would Glitch Trap or a reference to him be present? Well, we can't really answer these questions yet or why it was even removed. It could be possible that it was cut because it would tell us who the Mimic was too simply, and that it would be too on the nose. But the point still stands. Not only does this tell us who the Mimic is, but it also solves one of the biggest debates with this character. This simple layer tells us that the Mimic is and has always been Glitch Trap. But moving on, let's look at unused levels and what they tell us about the original story and mechanics. Starting with the boiler room and with the events of the side quest, originally a frozen variant of the Glamrock Endo was located in the game files. Although some body parts were found in-game, the complete model goes unused except for parts of it found inside of a box in the first security office. There is also an unused side quest related to this Endo that I believe might have connected to FNAF's sister location and its animatronics. When looking at the dialogue between Glamrock Freddy and Gregory, it looks like Gregory was going to venture down to a cut boiler room where he would have found the Faz camera, instead of finding it in Monty Golf like we saw in the final version.
That Endo's frozen solid. It's holding some sort of camera?
But most importantly, from these voice lines we learned Freddy warned Gregory not to go down to the boiler for some reason.
Perhaps if you adjusted the heat in the boiler room, you could melt it. The boiler room is down in the utilidors. I will mark it on your map. However, I do not recommend you go there.
Now this could simply be because the boiler room would obviously be dangerous, but what if this line instead connects to the events of FNAF Help Wanted? In Help Wanted, there is a boiler room where the player has to complete objectives while also watching out for Ennard, who is one of the main antagonists in this game mode. And this mode ends with the player burning the boiler room and Ennard, so what if we also find this exact game mode in Security Breach and in this cut level? We've already seen an exact replica of the Build a Mango room from Help Wanted, so what if we also found a replica or a room similar to the boiler room from Help Wanted? Now I don't think we would actually find Ennard himself, as that game mode did take place in Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental, and Ennard would have been long gone by now. But similar to Michael Afton's room that we find in the Pizzaplex where it's a 1-for-1 recreation, I do think we could have found a small reference to Ennard, like his bow tie or mask. Something that didn't come from the original animatronic, but something that still referenced this character and that time period, just like Michael's room. So although I do believe this room would have a small connection to Sister Location, this level was ultimately cut for unknown reasons. And moving on, I want to focus on an entirely different game mode that was cut from Security Breach and Ruin. Originally, there was going to be a survival mode, where you would try to survive as long as possible while running away from the animatronics and completing different objectives, like finding prize boxes. But in Security Breach, it's been assumed that this game mode wouldn't have lore importance, but in Ruin, I believe that this game mode was going to be very important and that it could have solved a small part of this game. When looking at this new game mode that was updated for Ruin, we see that one of the objectives would have been to rescue spirits. Now this is a huge reveal for this game mode, as spirits in the FNAF franchise obviously play a huge role in possession of the animatronics, and the spirits alone are a big mystery within the community. So I think they would have played a large role in this game, but how? Up to this point, most of the spirits have been put to rest, so what spirits remain that would need to be rescued? Well, it makes sense that they're the spirits of the missing children that we learn about in Security Breach. Throughout this game and in one of the endings, we learn that multiple children are missing in the Pizzaplex, and we know this was the doing of Vanessa under the orders of Glitchtrap. If these children were murdered by Vanessa, these spirits would be somewhere in the Pizzaplex and might even possess certain animatronics. So I believe it was these spirits that would need to be rescued and freed by Cassie in this survival game mode. But how she would rescue them and if they did have lore importance isn't clear. But again, because spirits have always had such a large role throughout the entirety of the FNAF franchise, I still believe they would have been crucial to this game mode. Maybe they would even reveal to us if the Glamrock animatronics or other animatronics in the Pizzaplex were possessed by spirits, or if other characters like the Blob or Burntrap were also possessed. But moving on, I now want to look at a cut design for one of the franchise's most mysterious characters, and a character I've already made a video on, Mexis. Mexis is an AI designed to keep the Mimic contained and serves as the secondary antagonist to Ruin. The program takes on the form of a shadowy rabbit with disembodied arms and a ghostly tail, and electricity connects the joints to their arms. Previously, I theorized that Mexis was actually created in 1979 by an employee of a factory, who would then have their mind transferred into this machine and would don the design of Mexis, which is a blue rabbit. You can watch the full video here to have a better understanding of the full context, but now I believe this cut design proves this idea even further. Here Mexis would have looked a lot more like a human, as they would have had arms, legs, fingers, a rib cage, and even teeth. He also appears to have something in the center of his chest that is glowing. Now it's not clear what this is supposed to represent or mean, but maybe it could have something to do with Mexis being a human and having their mind transferred into the security system. And it's not clear why this design choice was cut from Ruin. It could have been because it's a lot more terrifying compared to the original design, because it's even more different than other designs in the franchise, or maybe because it would have made it too obvious that Mexis is actually supposed to be a person. But finally, to end off this video, I'm going to look back to Burntrap and the possibility of William Afton himself being planned since the very beginning. Like I mentioned, it's been heavily debated if William Afton was planned to return since the beginning, and if the Mimic was only planned after the release of Security Breach. I've already gone over voice lines of Burntrap, but I also want to go over unused laughters and sounds from Burntrap that might also prove William Afton himself was going to have a major role. When listening to both the voice lines and laughter, we clearly see how they evolve from sounding human to more like a monster and an animatronic. And this evolution is also what we see with the William in past games throughout the franchise, where he starts as a human but then he becomes an animatronic and monster known as Springtrap.
She can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips. She can take song requests. She can even dispense ice cream. I always come back. Bittersweet, but fitting. What a deceptive calling.
I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously.
So does this mean that originally William Afton himself or a version of him was going to physically be in Security Breach and would have played a major role? Well, I think it does, and specifically it looks like William Afton would have started as a human, and throughout the events of Security Breach he would have transformed into a version of the animatronic we all know of, Burntrap, who we already had so much cut content revolving around this character. Now obviously William Afton wouldn't be alive by this point, so instead I think it's a version of him who had his mind transferred into an Endo which would become Burntrap. So in his human form, he would simply be an Endo with human flesh on it, and again he would transform into Burntrap, and his voice or laugh would transform with him. So based on these voice lines and laughter, it does look like William was planned to return since the beginning and would continue to be the main antagonist like he was in many past FNAF games. So also based on this information, were William and the Mimic planned to be the antagonists of the franchise, or was it only supposed to be William and the Mimic was added later? This is something we can't still answer, but after these voice lines it's hard to deny that William himself was planned to come back once more. But for a quick disclaimer, I want to go over the idea of even using cut content to solve the FNAF lore. It's been argued that cut content shouldn't be used when theorizing because they were cut for a reason. It could have been because they didn't fit with the story anymore, because they changed their mind on certain characters or endings. And although I believe this as well, I also believe that it's okay to use cut content only as supporting evidence to things that we already. For example, we already know Burntrap is related to William Afton and the Mimic is related to Glitchtrap, but the cut content only helps to prove these ideas and aren't used as the core evidence when theorizing. So if you disagree with using cut content for evidence, that is completely fine, so make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. And with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on the cut content from FNAF Security Breach and how it potentially solves the lore. So what do you guys think? Does this content help to solve the lore? So let me know if I should make a second part to this video, as there's a lot more unused content that I didn't discuss in this video that can be used to solve the FNAF lore. Now let's attempt to solve FNAF Help Wanted 2. Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 has been released for over a year now, but many mysteries still lie within the destroyed pizzeria. Throughout this channel, I've attempted to solve different characters, endings, and mysteries from this game while also theorizing about the newest update that released teasing the newest FNAF game, Secret of the Mimic. So in this video, I'm going to combine every single video on FNAF Help Wanted 2 to attempt to solve this game and everything you need to know about it. So let's go over both the sad and secret ending, Michael Afton's role in this game, the update teasing Jackie and Secret of the Mimic, and finally the top 10 Easter eggs from the entire game. So let's attempt to solve Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 by first going over the sad ending. Before we can even begin to go over the ending, let's first go over how the player would even get there. The gameplay style is very similar to the first Help Wanted game in the sense that the player is inside of a pizzeria with the monitor in front of them. This monitor has 6 base game modes in the form of computer folders, and in each folder there are mini games where prizes can be earned once you beat them. But when beating all of the available mini games inside of the base game modes, the player will be awarded with a Faz Wrench, the same one used by Cassie in FNAF Ruin to open doors and solve puzzles. Here it serves the same purpose in opening a locked door in the corner of the pizzeria. After opening the door, you'll find a Princess Quest arcade machine and the same signal jammer we've seen in FNAF Ruin. When disabling the signal jammer, you'll have the option to take off the Vanny mask, again just like in FNAF Ruin. Taking the mask off, it's revealed that the player is actually in the FNAF 6 pizzeria under the Pizzaplex, the same one we saw in Security Breach where the sinkhole led to Burntrap, and here the sinkhole is even behind the monitor, and it's obvious this is the exact same location. Taking off the Vanny mask also unlocks harder versions of certain mini games that were once unavailable. Again, beating these will award the player with prizes, and when beating all of them, you essentially beat the game and unlock the real ending. In the ending, you are awarded with a present. When opening the present, you unlock a collectible figure, but before you can even collect it, a charging station appears in front of you. The charging station then opens before Glitchtrap's hand peers out, grabbing the door. Then out of nowhere, 5 night marionette bots appear in front of you and jump scare you. You are then presented with a small cutscene in the perspective of a staff bot. It's the exact same moment from Ruin when Cassie first finds the Vanny mask from the perspective of a staff bot. The credits then roll, ending Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. Again, this ending is very confusing and it raises more questions than answering them. But finally, let's start to attempt to solve this ending and what it means. Now at the surface, it may just seem that this is Glitchtrap escaping into the real world, but we've seen that exact same scenario in the first game. In that game, Glitchtrap escapes the virtual reality world by implementing his virus into Vanny, which influences her actions in Security Breach. I also think it's important to note that Glitchtrap is not a reincarnation of William Afton, but it's instead the Mimic trying to become William Afton and copy his actions. But the point still stands that in the first game, Glitchtrap escapes into the real world, meaning that's not what's happening in this ending. It's almost the opposite. A very important detail in this ending is right before the charging station appears, the Vanny mask is taken off, meaning that the ending takes place in the real world. But how is this possible if we see Glitchtrap even though we know for certain that he was never a physical entity? Well, I think that this is a hallucination or a vision of the Mimic being released into a physical form. This would make sense as the charging station rapidly appears in front of you when your screen glitches, and because it wasn't there before, it leads me to believe that again it's just a vision of the Mimic. Something similar actually happens in many minigames where your screen will glitch revealing an image of Glitchtrap, which is why I think this is happening in the ending. Now, why did the game developers choose to use Glitchtrap instead of the Mimic? Well, there can be various reasons, but none of them impact the point that I believe this is a vision of the Mimic. But this raises yet another question. Why does beating all the minigames without the Vanny mask reveal all the staff bots? Well, I think that the Mimic is actually using the player to gather resources the same way he used Vanessa. I strongly believe this because in most of the minigames without the Vanny mask, there are various artifacts and items from Ruin pointing to the fact that these two games are connected. More specifically, we really see this in the Salon Roxy repair minigame. Like I mentioned before, any events without the Vanny mask mean they're happening in the real world, which means that these few minigames are also happening within the real world. So in this Roxy minigame, the player must fix Roxy's destroyed face from the end of Security Breach where they ultimately fail. They instead end up using this mask, which we also see in Ruin. This would explain why Roxy has a different design from the end of Security Breach, as it was actually the player from Help Wanted altering her design. But most importantly, in the corner of her desk we see this Roxy walkie-talkie, the same one that Cassie uses in Ruin, so it may be possible that the player gave this to Cassie so she and the Mimic can communicate, which would eventually lead to his release. But how these two people know each other is a question I'll get back to later in the video. So what if an electrician was sent to the Pizzaplex to gather what was left of this disaster? But under the pizzeria they find the FNAF 6 location where they are ultimately influenced by the Mimic to gather resources to help him escape. That's why the pizzeria has slight differences in details and designs, but I also don't think that the player didn't notice they were being influenced. Many of you might remember MatPat's most recent theory where he discusses tally marks around the pizzeria and how he believes someone left them there as a message. Now what if that someone is the player from Help Wanted 2? What if they're leaving a message for someone warning them of the Mimic? This might also explain the circus baby plushies as they are actually in one of the minigames. But moving back to the ending, I do think that the player did end up bringing the Mimic enough resources, which is why he sent the staff bots to take them out. But this just leaves us one final question to wrap up this theory. Who do we play as? Well, this is actually a popular theory that I strongly believe in, and it's that we play as Cassie's father. Let's look at the evidence. In the very beginning of Ruin, Cassie says this when getting a Faz wrench.
A Faz wrench? It's just like my dad's.
She's very clearly pointing to the fact that her father was an electrician for Fazbear's Entertainment, and because she's talking about him in past tense, it's suggesting that he is no longer with her. This would make sense if he'd gone missing in the pizzeria during the events of Help Wanted 2. But why is this important and why does it matter? Well, in the very last cutscene we are the staff bot, and I think it's more than just the perspective of it. I think that the player or Cassie's father was actually uploaded to the staff bot system, meaning that this isn't just a staff bot giving Cassie the Vanny mask, but instead it's a father giving his daughter a mask that ultimately helps her in her journey. Even the way that Cassie looks at the staff bot is worth mentioning. She almost looks at it in a comforting and trusting way. And when you get the statue award for this moment, the staff bot also looks like it is comforting her, just like the way I think a father would. Now, some might argue that Cassie's father's mind being uploaded into a staff bot seems far-stretched, but in the current world of FNAF, this would make sense. We've already seen the opposite where the Mimic's virus uploads itself into Vanessa's mind, so why can't the opposite happen? So the FNAF Help Wanted 2 ending is Cassie's father gathering resources for the Mimic, and when he ultimately does, he is taken out by staff bots, and his mind is uploaded into a staff bot system where he meets his daughter one last time and gives her the Vanny mask. Now let's look at the secret ending that answers the character of Vanessa and Vanny. First, let's go over how you can even unlock the secret ending. Throughout the game, you can unlock secret plushies of the different main animatronics. In Bonkabon, you can unlock a Bonnie plush by plugging in the wires to the machine in reverse order. In the Pizza Theater minigame, you unlock the Chica plush by throwing a lemon Chica bar, Chica Chug Blendy, Chica Chug soda, and a Chica chowder into the trash can. In Fizzy Fizz Night, you unlock the Golden Freddy plush by mixing the can of soda, protein, acid, caffeine, and sugar all while in lockdown. In the Sister Location minigame, you unlock the puppet plush by entering the code 1983 into this locked drawer. In Foxy's log view minigame, you unlock the Foxy plush by first shooting all cardboard cutouts of Helpy. You then need to shoot 3 sun symbols in all the secret areas, and finally you need to shoot the sun symbol found on this cake. In Phaser Blast, you unlock the last plush by first shooting all of the rockets. You then need to shoot the balloon animatronics that appear in both vents, and finally you need to complete Night 5 Phaser Blast by defeating Springtrap. This will not only unlock the Freddy plush, but it will also give you a glitch purple coin. After unlocking all 6 plushies, you then can use the purple coin in the Princess Quest arcade machine. Then after clearing out a couple of levels, you find yourself in the game and the princess even appears in front of you. After using her sword on yourself, you then have the option of picking up that same sword, and if you do so, you are transported into the actual game itself. Then after clearing even more levels, you find 6 gravestones with the plushies next to them. You can light these gravestones, and if doing so in a specific order, a secret staircase opens. There you will find that this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a body mask with the message, "This looks familiar." Then after reaching the end of the area, you find the king and you trade him the Vanny mask for a glitch trap plushie. Finally, you go up the FNAF sister location elevator before you find yourself in a claw machine with Vanny outside of it. You hand Moon the glitch trap plush and he gives it to Vanny. We then see Vanny pick up glitch trap himself before crushing him and defeating him. The credits then roll, and this is the secret ending for FNAF Help Wanted 2. Now there are a lot of things to note that happen before we see the ending, and obviously in the actual ending itself. So I'm going to try and answer why Glitch Trap gives us these plushies, why there are gravestones with those plushies, why we ride in the sister location elevator, and finally what it means that Vanny crushed Glitch Trap. Starting with the plushies and why Glitch Trap gives them to us, first I think that the plushies are memories and not the actual souls of those children, since we already know their souls were freed in the happy ending of FNAF 3 when the crying child finally got his birthday party. So I think it makes more sense that these plushies are memories, or they represent the acceptance of what happened, but I'll get back to this in a moment. For now I want to focus on why Glitch Trap is the one to hand us these memories. Well, since we know that Glitch Trap is actually the Mimic and not a reincarnation of William Afton, this means that the Mimic is handing us these memories. But again, why? Well, if we can assume that the Mimic is trying to impersonate William Afton, then I think he's giving us these memories as he's trying to say or prove that he was responsible for the murders of the 5 children. He's giving us the plushies of the main animatronics so the player can relive those memories, but this time the Mimic was responsible for their deaths. But moving back to the plushies and looking at their gravestones, here's what I think this all means. I think by the player lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered, he is giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. After lighting all of the gravestones in the correct order, a secret staircase will open, and there, this chest is available to be opened. And when opening it, inside is a body mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's father in this game. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the body mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning that the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night. So again, when the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can come into terms with his own past, which is the body mask he wore on that fateful night. Not only do I think he's giving life to theirs and his memories, but I also think that this represents him finally moving on, as in the next segment of the ending, we see Cassie's father trade the Vanny mask for the final piece of code of Glitch Trap. Now the main objective story-wise of Help Wanted 2 was Cassie's father returning to the pizzeria to finish the final Princess Quest arcade machine. In Security Breach, we did see Vanessa be freed from Glitch Trap's control when Gregory beat all of the Princess Quest arcade machines, but in Ruin and Help Wanted 2, we learned that one final machine still existed, meaning that a small part of Vanessa was still being controlled by Glitch Trap. But again, Cassie's dad ventured down to the abandoned pizzeria to beat the final machine, and when he's successful in the secret ending, his final task is to get past the king, and he does so by trading Vanny's mask. And I think the main reason he even gave up the Vanny mask was because he was finally able to move on from his past like I mentioned, so he no longer needed the Vanny mask. But moving on to the elevator, why is it the one from sister location? We even saw the same elevator in the first teaser trailer, and it's obvious there's some importance to it. Well, because we see Vanny right after this moment, I think we can assume that this elevator is representing the player traveling to the consciousness or mind of Vanessa. But this still doesn't answer why they used the sister location elevator. Well, ever since since the release of FNAF Security Breach, fans have theorized that Vanessa is the spiritual reincarnation of Elizabeth Afton. They have similar designs as they both have blonde hair and green eyes, and in one of the endings we even see Vanessa with an ice cream cone, and fans believe this is a parallel to Elizabeth's death as she was lured by an ice cream cone. And because we know Elizabeth possessed the circus baby animatronic, we can assume that she rode in the elevator numerous times, or that she was at least familiar with it. So if Vanessa is the parallel character of Elizabeth, then the elevator is still transporting the player to her mind, but it's the same one as the sister location elevator to show that these two characters can be considered the same. And finally, what does it mean that Vanny crushes Glitch Trap? Well, I think this one's more obvious, as this is Vanessa freeing herself from the last piece of code of Glitch Trap with the help of Cassie's dad. So that means that she is now fully freed from the Mimic's control. Now I'm sure you've seen the popular theory from MatPat that the normal and secret ending are both actually canon, and that they both happen within the timeline. Well, I have to disagree, and here's why. Never in the franchise has more than one ending been canon. For example, in FNAF 3 there's only one canon ending. It would be impossible for the good and bad ending to both be canon, since they both contradict each other, and I think this applies to all FNAF games that have more than one ending. And in Help Wanted 2, it would also be impossible for both endings to happen no matter what order they took place. If Cassie's dad was trapped by the Mimic and had his mind transferred into a staff bot like we saw in the normal ending, then it would have been impossible for him to beat the final Princess Quest arcade machine. If he beat the arcade machine first, then it would have also been impossible to be trapped by the Mimic, since that required the Vanny mask, but we saw him trade it in the secret ending, meaning he would no longer have it. So again, no matter what order these endings would take place, they both can't take place as the canon ending. So where does this leave us with the secret ending? Well, I think that the secret ending is actually a good ending, as we see Cassie's dad move on from his past, and we see Vanessa be freed from the Mimic's control, which would make the canon ending the bad ending, as we saw Cassie's dad be trapped by the Mimic, and we saw his mind transfer into a staff bot permanently. So with all that said, the secret ending of Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2 was about coming to terms with the past and moving on from it, as we saw Cassie's father accept what happened to the victims of William Afton, and we saw him come to terms with his own past, which was unintentionally killing the crying child when he was young. We saw him move on from his own past when he found the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. By moving on, he was also able to help Vanessa, as we saw her be freed from the Mimic's control by defeating the last piece of his code, which all led to this being the good ending. Moving on, let's look at Michael Afton's role in this game and why he's still alive in the franchise. But first, I think it's important to note when this game takes place in the timeline, as it's not what many people would expect. With the release of the newer FNAF games, the order in which they take place in the timeline is the same order as the games are released. FNAF Help Wanted started this new era, with FNAF AR being released shortly after. Then Security Breach and Ruin would follow, continuing this story. And again, most recently, Help Wanted 2 was released, meaning it should be the next game in the timeline, but we know this isn't correct. We instead know that Help Wanted 2 takes place after Security Breach and before Ruin, and we have plenty of evidence that proves this. For example, in the Roxy Salon repair minigame, the player must fix Roxy's ruined face from the end of Security Breach, where they ultimately fail. They instead end up using this mask, which we also see in Ruin. This would explain why Roxy has a different design from the end of Security Breach, as it was actually the player from Help Wanted 2 altering her design. Moving on, in the bad ending, you are awarded with a present after beating enough minigames. When opening the present, you unlock the last collectible figure in the collection, but before you can even unlock it, a charging station appears in front of you. The charging station then opens before Glitch Trap's hand peers out, grabbing the door. Then out of nowhere, 5 nightmare staff bots appear in front of you and jump scare you. You are then presented with a small cutscene in the perspective of a staff bot. In this scene, you see Cassie and you give her the Vanny mask. It's the exact same moment from Ruin when Cassie first finds the Vanny mask from the perspective of a staff bot. This bad ending is directly telling us that the events of Help Wanted 2 take place before the opening sequence of Ruin. So now that we know this game must take place before Ruin, now let's quickly answer who we play as, since this will directly tie into how Michael is still alive. Being that we play as Cassie's father in Help Wanted 2. In Ruin, we learn that Cassie's father used to own a Faz Ranch, insinuating that he worked for Fazbear as a technician. And in Help Wanted 2, we see the main player unlock a Faz Ranch that is used to unlock this door, again hinting that we play as Cassie's dad. But most importantly, we learn that his favorite animatronic was Bonnie, which has led many people, including myself, to believe that Cassie's father is also this boy from the FNAF 4 ending. And the secret ending directly confirms this. In the secret ending, you are transported into the actual Princess Quest game itself after unlocking a coin to play it. Then, after beating some levels, you find 6 gravestones with different plushies next to them. You can light these gravestones, and if doing so in a specific order, a secret staircase opens. There you will find that this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." This this Bonnie mask is the exact same one he wore on that fateful night when him and Michael accidentally killed the crying child. And again, the secret ending and mask confirm that Cassie's dad is the same boy from the FNAF 4 ending. So I also want to point out how we find this exact same mask as one of the AR collectibles that Cassie collects in Ruin. And what mask can Cassie also collect that's also an AR collectible? That's right, this Foxy mask. The same Foxy mask that Michael also wore on that fateful night, and it's this Foxy mask that proves Michael Lafton is still alive in Help Wanted 2. And these two masks are the only masks that can be collected. An important detail to note, you can't collect a Freddy or Chica mask, and this is done for a reason. But how can Cassie even collect these masks? Well, this is where a theory comes in that I haven't seen the community talk about enough, being that the Vanny network is actually a hive mind, meaning whatever is seen and used by one person wearing the Vanny mask, any other person can also see those things and collect those things that are also in the Vanny network. For example, because Cassie's father was also in the Vanny network, when he found the Bonnie mask, other people in the network like Cassie were also able to find it, as again, everything would be shared among the Vanny users. But how did the Foxy mask that belonged to Michael end up on this network? Well, I think the answer is simple. The reason the mask even exists is because Michael Lafton is also inside the Vanny network, and he was also in the Princess Quest minigame at one point. When looking at what the Bonnie mask and chess mean, it all has to do with accepting the past, giving memories life, and moving on. I think by Cassie's father lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered, he's giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. That's why he can even find this Bonnie mask. It's a memory from his past, a very traumatic one, and one that he needs to move on from. And really, I think whoever makes it this far in the Princess Quest arcade machine and makes it all the way to this chest is able to discover something from a traumatic memory. And it's possible that some of these collectibles in Ruin were memories that different users in the Vanny network found in the Princess Quest game. And if we apply the same logic to the Foxy mask, that means that Michael Lafton is in the Vanny network and again was inside the Princess Quest arcade game, meaning he also made it all the way to this chest where he would find the Foxy mask. It makes the most sense that Michael's traumatic memory that unlocks something is his Foxy mask. He accidentally killed his younger brother by throwing him into the mouth of Fredbear, and it would make sense that this memory is something he would need to move on from and get past. But in order to even get to this point, Michael must have had to travel down to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria using a Vanny mask of his own. And because he used to be a manager at this pizzeria, we can only imagine it made it that easier for him. But this brings up an even more important question. Why wasn't Michael able to go all the way and trade the Vanny mask for the Glitch Trap plush, which Vanny then destroyed, setting herself free? Why wasn't Michael able to get this Glitch Trap plush? Well, I think that Michael Lafton simply wasn't able to move on. In the secret ending, we see Cassie's father being able to trade the Vanny mask, but I think this was only possible after he accepted his past and was able to move on from it. But if someone like Michael wasn't able to move on, then he would never be able to trade the Vanny mask. And it makes sense that he wouldn't be able to move on. This was the traumatic moment that started everything for him, and because he is still alive and trying to defeat Glitch Trap, who is possibly his father, then of course he isn't moving on. He's living in the exact same cycle he lived in years ago, where his entire purpose was to defeat his own father. But either way, we know Michael was in the abandoned Pizzaplex since Cassie unlocks this AR Foxy mask, which was Michael's memory the chest displayed for him. So I also think that after Michael failed to free Vanny, he returned to Gregory and Vanessa above, where he had a small role in Ruin, and you can watch that video where I explain Michael's role in Ruin. And after the events of Security Breach, where we saw the Pizzaplex be destroyed by an earthquake, it would also make sense that Michael would return with a Vanny mask to possibly retrieve something from his room or something else from the Pizzaplex. So because we play as Cassie's father in Help Wanted 2, and because he finds the same Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night, we know this chest represents the idea of moving on and accepting the past. That's why it displays something from a traumatic memory, and we can assume whoever reaches this chest will see a personalized memory. But we also find this Bonnie mask in FNAF Ruin alongside a Foxy mask, and because it's theorized that this Vanny network is a hive mind, whoever found these masks means anyone else in the network can also find these masks. And we know Michael must have been the one to find the Foxy mask. It's the same one he wore on that fateful night, and it makes the most sense that this is his memory the chest would display for him. And overall, the fact that we can only find these two masks in FNAF Ruin prove that we play as Cassie's father, and they prove that Michael Lafton is still alive in FNAF Help Wanted 2. But of course, this is all just a theory. Now let's look at the update that helped solve Jackie in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and how it also helped to solve FNAF Help Wanted 2. But now, how does the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update help to solve this character? Well, it's through details and hidden Easter eggs that the update included. So for a quick recap, this update included new looks at Jackie, new looks at a new location where Secret of the Mimic will take take place, and it showed off a new ending solving one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. So how can we solve this update? Well, first, how do you even unlock this ending? Well, when you first load into the game, nothing seems different besides new voice lines from Mystic Hippo telling us that a gift awaits us in the distant past. But this update truly starts when you load into the Sister Location Night 4 minigame where you find a Jackie animatronic card. Now this is a huge reveal that gives us our first look to this new character. In the same level, there's a cabinet that can be opened, and here you will find a keypad where you can enter a code. And if you enter the date 1979, which was revealed to us in the Secret of the Mimic teaser, you will be handed the Tiger Rock plushie from the Tales from the Pizzaplex epilogues. This plushie also unlocks the Mimic in the animatronic gallery where he wears the lion costume from the secret ending in Ruin. Then you have to shoot the Mimic with the Phaser Blaster, and this will open a door to your side, and this is what truly starts this update. Here you will be in a room that is identical to the room where the teaser took place, and just like the teaser, you have the option of opening Jackie's box that also has voice lines from Jackie herself.
Time to play!
Once the table appears in front of you, you will find a blank canvas, but it's actually where you'll need to start unlocking puzzle pieces to make out an image. So when going back to the base game, you must find different puzzle pieces in different minigames with and without the Vanny mask. There are also puzzle pieces in the pizzeria itself, and you'll need to unlock a total of 12 different pieces. Once you unlock all the pieces, you will find that the puzzle while wearing a Vanny mask reveals a funhouse or circus type of building with what appears to be a factory right behind it. And without the Vanny mask, the puzzle will reveal a blue van. But again, after collecting them all, the funhouse building will actually appear right in front of you, with signs advertising gifts and masks. When taking a closer look in front of the building, there's a code that reads 4625, but when taking the Vanny mask off, you will now find the blue van in front of you with the doors open, revealing the Mexis machine inside. And when taking a closer look at Mexis, there's another small keypad, and when inputting the code from the funhouse, Mexis will appear and the ending will finally play. So in this ending, we see Mexis reveal himself before the blue van drives off. Now this might have seemed short, but this actually tells us everything we need to know about this character in one ending. But finally, to end off this update, if you go back to the animatronic gallery, you'll now find an official model for the Mimic who will be known as Jackie. This design looks amazing, and she is much larger in scale compared to the player, showing how terrifying she really is. Based on this model alone, she looks perfect, so we can only imagine what she will look like in the actual game. So now that we've gone over the update, let's attempt to solve everything we know about this content update, starting with this Tiger Rock plushie. This Tiger Rock plushie just confirmed that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are directly canon to the games. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by Edwin, who had a son named David, and Edwin actually created the Mimic for his son David. David owned a white tiger plushie in the books, and later on the Mimic would even get a white tiger plushie of his own, and now we find this exact tiger plushie in Help Wanted 2. Meaning the story where David has the white tiger plushie is canon to the games, which also means that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are also directly canon, finally ending a big debate. But moving on, I believe that these puzzle pieces that you need to collect represent memories. Memories when put together unlock something from the past, which is the reveal of this factory and of Mexis. So it was just a unique way of showing that these events are from the past. But when looking at this building, I think it's clear that this will be the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place. It's something we haven't seen before in the franchise, but when comparing it to these cameras from inside the factory and from the description of the factory that was given from this demo, it's clear that these two are the same, and that this is our first look at the Secret of the Mimic location. Based on the puzzle as well, it looks like it's a combination of a carnival funhouse and factory, where we will have to explore both sides throughout the events of the game. And overall, it looks like an interesting and fun experience where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place. But what about this van that was carrying Mexis? Well, at first I thought this van was from the FNAF Security Breach ending, and that is showing us how Gregory and Vanessa delivered Mexis to the Pizzaplex. But when comparing the vans, they are clearly not the same, so I don't think this is Gregory delivering Mexis. Because of how fast the van was driving, my other thought was to think back to the books, where in one of the epilogues we learn of David's death, where he was killed by a speeding car. So now that we know the books are canon, what if this van was the vehicle that killed David, also meaning that Mexis was responsible for his death? Although I think this is possible, I instead think something else is happening, which is that Mexis is being delivered to this factory. Why have this van and factory in the same room and in the same puzzle? It makes a lot more sense that Mexis was being delivered to this factory, since it takes place at such an early point in the timeline. I think this is our first look at Mexis being delivered, which also gives us a date he was created, which is 1979. Because this date was given to us in the teaser and it was the date used to unlock the Tiger Rock plush, we can assume that that's when the game will take place and that's when this factory was open. Meaning there's a big possibility Mexis was created the same year and was also delivered around the same time. Now let's take a closer look into the factory where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place and how it's always been connected to FNAF's Security Breach. In one of my last videos, I went over how the Pizzaplex from Security Breach is directly connected into the location where FNAF's newest project is going to take place, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. And I'm going to expand further on this idea in theory that will also prove why the Mimic, who will also be known as Jackie, has been planned since the beginning and since FNAF's Security Breach. And now with the release of the FNAF Op 1 and 2 update, I believe this update only proved this theory even further. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to answer how Jackie solved FNAF's Security Breach. I also want to give credit to this user on Twitter as they used a lot of their own ideas for parts of this theory, so make sure to check them out in the description below, and all credit belongs to them. So how do simple bricks found in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex connect to Jackie and to Secret of the Mimic? Well, first it's important to understand where this newest game is going to take place. In this game's demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, and we even have this image of different cameras inside of the factory. The factory is described to be made of wooden planks, red bricks, and is described as very old and withered. If this description sounds familiar, that's because it's very similar to the location Cassie explores in Ruin that is under the sinkhole. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. So the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. It was also revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory, just like in Ruin when Cassie went deeper into the location in the sinkhole. So the way both locations work, where they have multiple layers and floors, are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
But the connection doesn't stop there, as we find interesting clues and evidence below the Pizzaplex in the sinkhole. When going into the Freddy head, we find new rubble of red bricks that we haven't seen before anywhere in the Pizzaplex or in the franchise. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza place that is in the sinkhole. But when comparing the rubble to the pizzeria, they're very different, and it's clear they're not the same, and that they came from two very different locations. And even when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF warehouse, FNAF 6 location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. So what if these bricks actually came from a location that we haven't seen before in the franchise, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? When looking back to the cameras of the factory and to how it was described in the demo, we see that the factory was made of wooden planks and these red bricks, the same red bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin and in the sinkhole. Meaning the FNAF 6 pizzeria was built over the factory and the Pizzaplex was built over that pizzeria. So not only is there a connection to the Security Breach DLC so far, but there's even a bigger connection with the base game and with the same rubble. When looking into the sewers, we find an immense amount of red bricks and debris that wouldn't just randomly appear in the Pizzaplex. Although the Pizzaplex did go through many renovations, this doesn't include demolitions, where this many bricks would be thrown away into the trash area, and especially not enough to span the full length of the sewer systems. Again, we find the same red bricks from Ruin that can't come from any location we've seen before in the franchise. And the evidence doesn't stop there. It's also worth pointing out how strange it is to have a parking garage in the sewers. This just shouldn't be possible. But what if the parking garage was a part of this factory at one point and the Pizzaplex was built completely over it? Adding on to this, there's also a lot of rubble and debris in the area near Roxy's Raceway that feels very out of place. And we can assume it wouldn't come from the Pizzaplex or even from the FNAF 6 pizzeria that was still intact for the most part. It still looks like the Pizzaplex was built over this rubble and debris, which we can now assume is the factory from Secret of the Mimic. But when looking at one of the strongest pieces of evidence, let's look at the Build a Mango room found in the Pizzaplex from the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Here we find a room that looks like it was taken right from a factory, and it's obvious how old and withered this room really is. And what's most notable about this room are the same red bricks surrounding this area that we've been talking about this whole video. It could even be possible that this room is the exact same room we can find in the factory, and that it's one of the only rooms that stay preserved. But finally, what I think is the biggest piece of evidence, let's look at these TVs. When looking back at the sewer area with with all of the red bricks, we also find broken TVs scattered around throughout the same area. But these are actually vintage TVs that were created in the 70s, and when do we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place? That's right, 1979. So I think it's obvious that these TVs came from that time period and from the factory where the game will take place. How else would these TVs end up here and end up in the same area with the red bricks? So when looking at all the evidence of the red bricks in Ruin and in Security Breach, I already think it's safe to say that this factory is under the Cinco and under the Pizzaplex. But like I mentioned, the FNAF Hop 1 and 2 update just proved this idea even further. After completing the update, this building will actually appear right in front of you, and it confirms where Secret of the Mimic will take place, which is this factory. You may have noticed that I've been using this image of the factory that actually came from the update, and it gives us our first official look to this new location. But when looking back to the factory itself, we see these red and gray planks, and I believe that they are the same planks or same style of planks that we see in Ruin. They would have lost their color by this point, which is why they're now simple brown wooden planks. But we also see that the factory has a red roof, and although these aren't red bricks, I still think it's the same as these rubble and debris that we can find in Security Breach. And just by comparing this factory to everything we have found, I think it's even safer to now say that these two are the same and that the factory is once again under the sinkhole. This means that Jackie or the Mimic has been stuck in the factory since 1979 and never left. And because we find these red bricks in Security Breach, I believe this proves that Stewart Studios has been planning the Mimic and his role in Secret of the Mimic since the start. By giving us a tease to where the game would take place, this proves that the Mimic had been planned since the very beginning and since Security Breach's production. So how does Jackie solve FNAF Security Breach? Well, she solves it because the location in game where she is going to be the focus in is the same location that we find under the Pizzaplex, meaning she was planned since the very beginning, and a big purpose of Security Breach was to tease this game and this character. Moving on, let's look at a secret company that was hidden in plain sight in the update. But a big mystery from this update and from the franchise as a whole is a new company that we haven't heard of before, but one that has supposedly been here since the very beginning. Like I mentioned, in the new update, a new location was revealed, and it's assumed that this location is where FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place. When looking at the building itself and with the puzzle that first revealed the building, we see that this appears to be a funhouse or circus type of building that is selling gifts and masks. And behind this building, we see what appears to be a large factory, which matches the description of the demo that fans were able to play and of the cameras that are inside of the building and factory. And on this puzzle and on the building itself, we find a name and logo for a company that we haven't heard of before, MCM. We see the name at the top of the puzzle and we see the logo at the very top of the building. We also find the exact same logo on Mystic Hippo's fortune telling machine and a new button added just for the update. And most recently, we find the same logo again in a Christmas card created by Stewart Studios, and the logo is on Jackie's music box. So I think it's obvious that this funhouse, this puzzle, Mystic Hippo, and Jackie all come from the same place and company. But what is this new company? What else have they been responsible for creating in the franchise, and what role will this company have in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? Well, to first answer what this company is, we need to look at a new FNAF project that is also releasing soon, 5 Laps at Freddy's. This is going to be a new FNAF racing game centered around the franchise, but we can start to use it to solve lore of the core game starting with this billboard. The billboard is simply advertising Marie.co and its products, but if that name sounds familiar, that's because it actually comes from the books and from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by a man named Edwin Murray, and it's clear that Marie.co is his company we see in 5 Laps at Freddy's. And I also believe it's the same company we see in the Help 1 and 2 update. Looking back at the name, I think it's safe to assume that the MC stand for Marie.co, meaning not only does the funhouse and factory belong to Edwin from the books, but this also means that he's responsible for the creation of Jackie, her music box, and of the Mystic Hippo animatronic. Now the other M could really stand for anything, like maintenance or management, meaning the full company name would be Marie.co Management, which does sound well and would work perfectly. So what does this company make? Well, we can assume that they make toys and products for carnivals. We see the building advertising masks which can't count as toys, and of course the puzzle itself comes from this company. And in the cameras for the factory we find this carousel. We also know that Fall Fest will be closely connected to this game and factory, as we saw this poster being advertised in Help 1 and 2. We know Fall Fest is a type of carnival, as we saw a version of Fall Fest in the Dreadbill DLC. So it would make sense that the company and Edwin would make the products for the carnival where Fall Fest would take place. So now that we know they would make toys and carnival products, where else can we find them in the FNAF franchise? Because this company has supposedly been here since the very beginning, and more specifically since 1979, as that's when Secret of the Mimic will take place, we should be able to find this company or products of this company throughout different time periods of this franchise without interrupting already existing lore. So we first find a similar carousel to the one from the factory in the FNAF 2 pizzeria and in this room. But who do we also find here? Well, it's Balloon Boy. Because Balloon Boy so different from the other animatronics? What if he came from this location and company? Which would explain his design and further add to the idea that the company was responsible for making toys and carnival products. When looking at the FNAF 2 pizzeria, we also find toys like these paper pals. It's already been heavily theorized that this paper pal is supposed to represent Jackie, and with the update, it just makes more sense now. When looking at our mod on Help Wanted 2, we see that the lower half that connects to the box is blue, just like the blue legs the paper pal has. And it would also make sense that the paper pal came from this company, as it's merchandise advertising their center animatronic, Jackie. There are also these drawings of a clown in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night that might be of Jackie and her design and might have come from MCM like the other pieces of merchandise. It's also possible that early versions of Sun and Moon originate from this company as well, as they are very similar to the Mimic in design, and there was supposedly a mural of Sun in the demo for Secret of the Mimic. So it's possible we'll also get an origin to this character and why they're related to the Mimic. And in Help Wanted 2, I believe that all carnival games like the Carousel and Carny minigame take place in Fall Fest. It's clear that they take place in a carnival, and it makes sense that these rides and attractions would also come from this factory. And in Secret of the Mimic, we could even see these attractions being created like the carousel we find in one of their rooms. We also know that these animal mascot suits from Ruin also come from this factory, as they were spotted in the Secret of the Mimic demo. So we can assume that these mascots also had a role in Fall Fest and in the entertainment for it. But because we find these products in different pizzerias, that means that Fazbear's Entertainment and MCM have to be connected in some way, and we find that way on the building itself. Here we find a mural that contains hints to Fredbear and Bonnie. We also find symbols for Sun and Moon, which does confirm that they're from this time period and from this factory. So it does look like MCM is connected to Fazbear's Entertainment. It could either be that MCM is a branch of Fazbear's or that it was the company that came before it. Below we also find this old wagon that could be related to Fredbear's first appearance. In Security Breach you could find this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show, which is theorized to be the first form of entertainment created by William Afton. And this was a traveling show that would have used this wagon to travel around, so maybe MCM is related to the singing show or closely related to Fredbear. But if the two companies are related, that also means that William Afton and Henry Emily also had a part with MCM and Edwin. It could have been a new partnership that we haven't heard of before, or it could have been that William and Henry bought the company from Edwin, and this is actually something that happens in the books. In the novels, Fazbear's Entertainment buys a building from Edwin, and maybe this building is the same one we see here and under the MCM company name, connecting the two companies and three founders. So now that we know MCM stands for Murray.co Management, that it's owned by Edwin from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, that the company provided toys and carnival attractions, that we find these products in different FNAF pizzerias like in FNAF 2 and FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, that it's connected to Fazbear's Entertainment through these different animatronics, and possibly through one of the early shows in the franchise, what role will this company have in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? Well, I think it's going to be what happened to the company, and more specifically, the downfall. Why haven't we directly seen the company anywhere else in the franchise? What happened in the events of Secret of the Mimic to hide this company and their center animatronic, Jackie? I also think we'll get confirmation if Edwin actually owned this company, what MCM stands for, and what animatronics they were responsible for creating. I still strongly believe that Sun and Moon and Fredbear will actually appear in this game, and maybe even possibly with major roles. But no matter what happens in Secret of the Mimic, I think it's clear that MCM will be a main focus in it, and that we'll explore Secret Company and its origin. But with that, this is everything we know about the Secret Company in Help Wanted 2, MCM. Now for a quick disclaimer and for clarification, when I discuss where the company was in different time periods of the franchise like in FNAF 2, by no means am I saying that MCM or even Jackie were planned since the very beginning. With theories like this, we are attempting to fit new lore into the already established story without interrupting any existing lore, while also tying up loose ends about characters and their origins. This is also just a theory and nothing is confirmed, so what do you guys think? What is MCM and where else can we find them in the franchise? Were they responsible for creating animatronics like Balloon Boy and Sun and Moon? And what will their role be in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? And finally, let's go over the top 10 Easter eggs from FNAF Help Wanted 2. Number 1, FNAF 6 Pizzeria. After unlocking the Faz Wrench, which then unlocks this secret door, you have the option of removing the Vanny mask. And after looking around, it may just seem like you're in some abandoned pizzeria, but when taking a closer look, this is actually the same pizzeria from FNAF Security Breach. We know it's the same one since we see the same sinkhole that led to Burn Trap, and hear the sinkholes behind the monitor, and we also even see the same power generators. But because this is the same pizzeria, that would also mean that this is Freddy Fazbear's pizza place, the same location from the ending of FNAF 6. This is where Henry burns the remaining animatronics, and it's interesting how we now have 2 FNAF games taking place in the same pizzeria, making for a unique Easter egg. Number 2, Roxy Walkie-Talkie. While playing the Salon Roxy Repair minigame without the Vanny mask, you have to use this Roxy Walkie-Talkie in the corner of your desk to calm her down. But some of you might have noticed it's actually the same one used by Cassie in FNAF Ruin, which is evidence that supports that Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin. Now how Cassie gets the walkie-talkie even though it was in Roxy's salon room is still a mystery, but some theories claim that the person we play as left it for her for some reason. But the point still stands that it's the same walkie-talkie we see in Ruin, which is a cool Easter egg connecting these 2 FNAF projects. Number 3, FNAF 4 Mask. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigame and going through a secret staircase, this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message "This looks familiar." Well, it's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's father in this game, and using evidence from Ruin, we know his favorite animatronic was Bonnie. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning that the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. It may be a stretch, but it's hard to find any other reason or purpose for this Easter egg. Number 4, Nightmare-on plushies. Around the pizzeria you'll find these Nightmare-on plushies behind objects, and at the surface it may just seem like a creepy Easter egg, but there's actually a lot more to these plushies. Not only were they also in Ruin, but they were also in Security Breach, meaning these plushies have now been in 3 different FNAF projects. But why? Well, this still remains a mystery as there isn't a clear objective as to why they're here. It could be as simple as something or someone watching us, or it could mean a lot more. It's obvious that the game developers are pointing some importance to Nightmare Puppet, but for now this still remains as an unsolved Easter egg. Number 5, Vanny. This Easter egg is actually a secret ending unlocked after beating the Princess Quest arcade minigame. After trading your Vanny mask, you will be given a glitch trap plush. Then, after riding the Sister Location elevator, you'll be taken to a claw machine where you give Moon the glitch trap plush. You then see a giant Vanny outside the machine where she holds glitch trap in her hands before crushing him, which then ends the game. Now this ending is still mainly a mystery, but it's most likely that this is Vanessa completely freeing herself from the glitch trap virus, which we know a small part of still remain in the Princess Quest arcade minigame from the end of Security Breach. But after completing the ending, you also get a Vanny statue tying Help Wanted 2 with yet another game being Security Breach. Number 6, Roxy's mask. This Easter egg also comes from the Salon Roxy Repair minigame, and it's also more evidence that this game takes place before the Ruin DLC. After beating the minigame, which consists of applying makeup and different animatronic parts trying to fix her face, Roxy then gets frustrated and tells you to give her this mask. The same mask we see her wearing in Ruin, again confirming this game would have to take place before the DLC. It also just explains why Roxy even had a different design choice from the end of Security Breach. Before the minigame ends, Roxy says this line.
It's fine. Now leave me alone. I need to think. Where could he be hiding?
She's clearly referring to finding Gregory, but it's most likely that he had already escaped with Vanessa in the Princess Quest ending. But again, all of this evidence points to the same thing, and it's an Easter egg that helps tie loose ends. Number 7, Candy Cadet. When you're now wearing the Vanny mask in the corner of the pizzeria, you'll find Candy Cadet from FNAF 6. He's in the same decayed form as he was in Ruin, and he also has cryptic stories to tell. Take a listen.
Candy, now I will tell you a story about a family that missed the most important opportunity in their lives. It was a limited time offer that included a family-style pizza with all their favorite toppings. It also came with a side of fries, mozzarella sticks, extra large soft drinks, and a toy surprise. It was only $49.99 while supplies lasted. They did not purchase the food and they all died. Now let me tell you a story about a young woman who, when she was little, was led into a dark forest by a witch and almost eaten.
Now, what these stories mean are debatable like any of his stories, but many believe that it's about Vanessa and Glitch Trap, especially the second story where it might be about Vanessa taking her revenge on the Glitch Trap virus and destroying it like we see in the secret ending. But again, these Easter eggs are still unsolved, and it may be that this Easter egg will never be solved. But what do you guys think? Number 8, Foxy Jump Scare. While playing the Pirate Foxy Log Ride minigame, there isn't actually anything you need to worry about. You are given a ball launcher and you need to shoot different targets in different locations, but again, nothing can kill you. But there is actually a way to get Pirate Foxy to jump scare you. At the beginning of the ride, if you repeatedly shoot Foxy, he will eventually jump scare you, forcing you to have to restart. This can actually happen in a lot of mini games where you shoot a seemingly innocent looking animatronic until they've had enough and jump scare you. This is one of those unexpected but fun Easter eggs. Number 9. Secret plushies. Throughout various mini games, you can unlock secret plushies that have the masks of different animatronics. You can unlock a Foxy plush in the log ride, a Bonnie plush in the Bonkabon minigame, a Golden Freddy and Chica plush in Fizzy Fizz Night game, and finally you can get a puppet plush in the Sister Location minigame. Like the Nightmarion plushies, the purpose of them still remain a mystery, but the fact that Glitch Trap hands you all of them must mean something. But for the time being, they still remain as just a creepy Easter egg. Number 10. Monty. Throughout the entire game, Monty doesn't actually make an appearance in any of the game modes, not even in the difficult minigames, unlike Ruin, Foxy, and Chica, who both have appeared in different minigames. Monty has always been a popular animatronic, so for him to be nowhere in this game was a surprise. But you can actually unlock a Monty statue, which can be viewed in the animatronic gallery, but for the time being, this is Monty's only appearance in the entire game. Now let's attempt to solve the character of the Mimic and the new game focusing around them, FNAF's Secret of the Mimics. More specifically, I've made a lot of videos on FNAF's latest villain and antagonist, the Mimic. The Mimic has been the point of discussion ever since he was revealed in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels and in Ruin. And with the announcement of an Origin game dedicated to the Mimic, FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, only more mysteries have emerged from this game, like what the gameplay will look like or how the Mimic will become this clown who is going to be known as Jackie. So in this video, I'm going to attempt to solve the Mimic as a character by going over the Mimic in Ruin, by solving Effie's burn trap, by breaking down the Secret of the Mimic teaser, by answering if Jackie is the puppet, and by solving everything we can predict about FNAF's Secret of the Mimic so far, by going over where Jackie was in past FNAF games, and by attempting to solve the FNAF help wanted to update that teased Jackie in Secret of the Mimic. So put this video on in the background, sit back and enjoy 2 hours of 5 Nights at Freddy's Mimic and Jackie theories, starting by looking at this character in Ruin and what his role was. Specifically, did the Mimic cut the elevator in this ending? For a quick recap, in the bad ending, it's revealed that Gregory was not stuck in the Pizzaplex and that it was instead the Mimic copying his voice to lure Cassie down to the sinkhole to set him free. But after Roxy rescues Cassie, the real Gregory contacts Cassie through the walkie-talkie and tells her to follow his instructions. After the Mimic defeats Roxy and begins to chase Cassie, Gregory gives her specific instructions on how to navigate her way through the caves and how to escape the Mimic. She is ultimately successful when she reaches the elevator, and there the real Gregory reaches out to her once more.
The Nexus security program was designed to keep it hidden, but you shut down the security, and now it's free. It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me, but we can't risk being followed. I'm sorry.
Gregory? No!
Now at the surface, it seems like Gregory was the one to cut the elevator, but shortly after the DLC was released, the community was quick to point out that this was instead the Mimic. Whenever the subtitles in Ruin stack on top of one another, it signifies that two different people are talking at the same time. And this is exactly what we see happen right before Gregory tells Cassie that they can't risk being followed.
It's not your fault. I know you did it for me, to save me.
This means that two different Gregorys were talking at the same time, and it's believed that the second Gregory was the Mimic pretending to be him once more. Also meaning it was the Mimic who cut the elevator, making Cassie fall. But again, I personally believe this is wrong, and I'll get back to the caption soon, but for now I want to focus on the game as a whole. Although the Mimic is communicating with Cassie throughout the entire game using Gregory's voice, he's only talking to her using pieces of Gregory's voice that already exist. For example, when the Mimic first introduced himself, he uses the exact same line and stutters that Gregory uses when he's first inside Freddy's room.
Gregory?
I'm Gregory.
Your guest profile is unknown to me. Who are you?
I'm Gregory.
Gregory.
And this is the same throughout most of the story. That's why it almost seems unnatural the way Gregory is speaking, since it's actually just different parts of sentences morphed together to create a new one. But when the real Gregory is talking, this isn't the case, and we actually hear new dialogue that wasn't in Security Breach.
Really, you.
I've been trying to reach you all night. I'm not at the pizza place. Something's trying to trick you.
It sounds natural when he talks, and I think it's obvious when the real Gregory is talking, and this includes right before the elevator is cut. This is all new dialogue that the mimic would not be able to recreate, and even the way Gregory talks feels real, which brings me to my next point, which is sympathy. Why would the mimic treat Cassie with sympathy and feel sorry for her? We hear Gregory tell Cassie how he knows that what she did was all for him and that he's sorry for her. Why would the mimic say this and apologize to her? Why would he even talk to her at all if Cassie already knows she was being tricked and knows who he is? There's no reason to manipulate her anymore to get what he wants. He could have easily just cut the elevator if he wanted to without needing to say anything to her. Which also brings me to my next point, which is that it isn't confirmed if the mimic can even control the elevator. Although it's believed that the mimic and Helpy are the same thing, it's never been confirmed, and it could be very possible that these are two separate entities. Game theorists made a few theories that there are actually two different mimics, one virtual mimic and one physical mimic. The physical mimic is in the sinkhole, while the virtual mimic is in a sense free and controls different parts of the pizzaplex like the elevators. If this is true, why would the virtual mimic cut the elevator and he would have no reason to trick Cassie once more? But finally, what about the captions? Well, I think this is a pretty simple answer. It's just simply interference with the connection. We see something very similar when Cassie uses the first elevator to go down to the sinkhole, where we hear the distorted music cut in and out. So it would make sense that Gregory's microphone would cut out as the elevator went higher, which is why we heard the microphone interference. So this wasn't two Gregorys talking at the same time, it was just interference with the microphone. And overall, Gregory's actions match his actions in Security Breach. He destroyed all of the animatronics willingly just so he could upgrade Freddy, and he does all of this against Freddy's wishes. He isn't necessarily trying to survive in these moments, and he's just destroying them. So is it really that hard to believe that he would betray Cassie to ensure the mimic doesn't escape? There's even more evidence that I haven't discussed that comes from the GGY story from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, but I'll save that for another video. So it just doesn't seem that out of character for him, and using all the evidence I discussed, I think we can prove that Gregory was the one who cut the elevator. So with all that said, because the last segment is entirely new dialogue, because it's not confirmed that the mimic can control the elevators, and because of Gregory's actions in Security Breach, I think it's safe to say that Gregory did betray Cassie in Five Nights at Freddy's ruin. Now in two of my last videos where I've gone over this ending, I came to the conclusion that the real Gregory was the one who cut the elevator on Cassie and was the one who betrayed her. But in those videos, I received a lot of comments disagreeing and bringing up great points that are in favor of the idea that the mimic was the one who cut the elevator and not Gregory. So let's go over these points and try to debunk them so we can continue to prove that Gregory did betray Cassie, starting with the elevator itself. Now originally, I stated that it's not confirmed if the mimic was able to cut the elevator from where he was, and that it makes the most sense that Gregory cut the elevator remotely, making Cassie fall. But at the same time, it's also not confirmed if Gregory is even able to cut the elevator remotely, so this point doesn't work for any side's favor. But the first point that I've seen a lot in the comments is that the mimic was right next to the battery box, so if he destroyed it or cut the elevator wires, he would have been able to cut the elevator. The battery box is what powered the elevator, and the mimic was right next to it when Cassie entered the elevator, so if he destroyed it, then maybe the elevator would fall. But why would the mimic wait so long to destroy it? Why would he go to the intercom and speak to Cassie and pretend to be Gregory before cutting the elevator? Why not just cut the elevator right away? So although I think it's a good point that the idea that Gregory cut the elevator isn't confirmed or proven, I also don't think it can be proven that the mimic cut the elevator right then and there, since so much time passed before the elevator was cut. And again, it would just seem pointless for the mimic to talk to Cassie for so long before cutting the elevator. So moving on to the next point, why would Gregory cut the elevator after helping Cassie get there? This is another great idea that brings up a great point. It would seem pointless for Gregory to help Cassie only to betray her in the last minute. Well, I think the answer to this is that leaving Cassie behind wasn't his decision. Right when the real Gregory first reaches out to Cassie, he mentions that one of his friends has the maps to the caves which will help her escape, but the name of this friend is cut off.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
Now it's most likely that this friend is Vanessa, as we even see her in the secret ending next to Gregory on the hillside, and it also makes sense that Vanessa would have the maps to the caves. So what if Vanessa was the one to actually make the decision to cut the elevator? That's why Gregory sounds hesitant in doing it, as it wasn't his choice. That's also why he originally tried to help her. Gregory wanted her to reach the elevator safely, but when she got there, Vanessa decided to tell Gregory to cut the elevator. And again, this wasn't until after she reached the elevator, and again, it wasn't fully Gregory's choice. choice. So although this point can go either way, I still think it can be debunked by introducing the idea that Vanessa made the decision to cut the elevator and not Gregory. But finally, when looking at the last point, which are the game files, in Ruin, when any subtitle is labeled with Grimmick, it means that the mimic is talking while pretending to be Gregory. And in the final segment of the ending, these subtitles are labeled as Grimmick, meaning it's actually the mimic talking and not Gregory. So this should technically confirm that it was the mimic who cut the elevator. Now really, the only way to debunk this is the fact that we can't always trust the game files. There have been many instances where things or names in the game files have changed, and I don't think we should base the final answer of such a complex mystery on just the game files, especially when looking at all the evidence in favor that Gregory was the one who actually cut the elevator. Which brings me to the next point in the video, which is more proof and context that Gregory was the one who cut the elevator, starting with the walkie-talkie. After the mimic was revealed, we learned that the only way he was able to communicate with Cassie was with this Glamrock Freddy walkie-talkie, and throughout Ruin, this is the only way he reaches out to her. He never goes on any intercoms or any other forms of communications where she could hear him or Gregory, and again, the mimic only talks to her with this walkie-talkie. And I think this is because this is the only way he can reach out to her, through this walkie-talkie. It's never shown or confirmed if the mimic can reach out to Cassie through intercoms like in the elevator, and again, we only ever learn of him using the walkie-talkie to mimic Gregory's voice. So how can the mimic reach out to her through the elevator's intercom if we don't even know this is possible, and he doesn't even have the walkie-talkie with him? He leaves the walkie-talkie in the room where he's revealed, so without this walkie-talkie, he wouldn't be able to talk to Cassie or anyone. Meaning he wasn't the one talking to Cassie in the elevator, and he wasn't the one who cut the elevator. But finally, moving on to the last point, which in my opinion is the most important, if Gregory did cut the elevator, it would create such a compelling and complex narrative moving forward. If the mimic did cut the elevator, that's just a villain doing a bad thing. It's no different than the things we've known he's done in the games and in the books. He's just doing bad things because he was programmed and influenced that way. So by having him cut the elevator, it almost feels predictable and simple. But again, if it was instead Gregory, this would create such a tear in the friendship of Cassie and Gregory, and it would be very interesting to see how this would play out if they ever were to meet again. Especially since we've already played as this character, someone who was believed to be the good guy and someone who is beloved by the community. So for him to all of a sudden betray someone, and not just someone but his friend, this would create such a compelling story moving forward with the next few games that would feature this moment. It would just be a lot more interesting to see this play out instead of the mimic cutting the elevator, and it would make the narrative that much better. So because it isn't confirmed if the mimic can cut the elevator from where he was, because it can be inferred that Vanessa was the one who made the decision to cut the elevator and not Gregory, because we shouldn't rely on just the game files, because the mimic doesn't have the walkie-talkie with him, and because it would make the most sense narratively, Gregory was still the one who cut the elevator, betraying Cassie. Moving on, let's continue to solve this character by looking at another debate that has divided the community with the release of FNAF Ruin. Is the mimic the same character as Burntrap from FNAF Security Breach? Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and its DLC, Ruin, introduced two new villains and antagonists that have caused a lot of debate within the community, Burntrap and the Mimic. Specifically, it's widely debated if these two villains are supposed to be the same character or if they're supposed to be two separate entities. Although at this point in the franchise, the consensus among the community is that they are the same character, but I believe this is wrong and I think they were always meant to be separate. But why? Well, Burntrap was featured as one of the antagonists in Security Breach and was even featured in his own ending. In this ending, Burntrap is revealed to be kept in a charging station in a pizzeria under the Pizzaplex, the same pizzeria from FNAF 6. He attempts to take control of Glamrock Freddy using monitors and attempts to capture Gregory for some unknown reason, but he was ultimately defeated when Gregory burnt him and the pizzeria down using burners that were in his room. But it's worth mentioning that the Burntrap ending isn't actually canon, meaning he was never burned in that pizzeria, but this still means that he was down in the sinkhole and inside the charging station at one point. Burntrap has a physical appearance that resembles both Springtrap and Scraptrap. His suit is olive and dark yellow in color with an exposed human jawbone with teeth. His endoskeleton resembles a combination of the Glamrock animatronics and a Springlock endoskeleton. His eyes are pitch black with purple glowing pupils. His right foot's endoskeleton is completely exposed while his left foot still has its costume covering. Mimic, on the other hand, was featured as the antagonist in the Ruin DLC and was also featured in all three endings. In Ruin, the Mimic lures Cassie down to the bottom of the sinkhole where he is trapped using a walkie-talkie while mimicking Gregory's voice. He is then freed by Cassie and begins to chase her before Roxy steps in attempting to stop him. She ultimately fails as the Mimic Mimic begins to chase Cassie throughout the caves of the sinkhole, but she is able to escape in an elevator before it is cut by Gregory to prevent the Mimic's escape, ending Ruin. The Mimic has a smaller squared-off head similar to older classic endoskeleton models with teeth similar to the daycare attendant's endoskeleton teeth. Its right hand also resembles the classic endoskeleton one with 4 fingers on it, while the left hand resembles the one Burntrap has. Both its legs are also different from one another. The left leg has some sort of wiring encasing it and looks similar to Withered Bonnie's leg, while the right one resembles Spring Bonnie's. So why do fans believe that these two characters are similar when their designs aren't that identical? Well, when looking at the evidence, there's actually a lot supporting this idea. So starting by comparing them side by side, there doesn't seem to be a single similarity at all, but when we start to look deeper, that's when the similarities are obvious. When looking at their legs, they both don't match. Both of their left feet have a different foot than the right one, and both of their left feet only have 3 toes. Both of their left arms have 5 fingers, and their necks are also slightly similar. And finally, they both have a similar pose where their left arm is raised but their wrist is flat. But in terms of differences, in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that the Mimic can shift its body to fit into different mascots and costumes, meaning the Mimic would be able to change its body in Security Breach, which is why he's shorter and wider as Burntrap. But the evidence doesn't stop with their designs. There's a lot more in Ruin and with the simple handprint. When looking at the video, how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate by Underscore, in this video he goes over how there's this new texture in the vent leading to Burntrap's room, as it depicts his right arm scratching the vent. I recommend watching the full video here to understand the full context, and it's also just an amazing theory. But looking back at the texture, it's also in the vent leading right to the Mimic's room, leading him and others to believe that both textures were left by Burntrap, who would also be the Mimic. The reason the second texture is even there is because Burntrap or the Mimic left it there when he was trapped by Vanessa and Gregory. Alongside the claw mark in the vent leading to Burntrap's office, we also see this purple glow effect in the vent, and I think this is Burntrap leaving behind a trail. And we also find the same purple glow effect in the Mimic's room. When brightening the cutscene where the Mimic is revealed, we actually find a very similar purple glow to the glow in the vent. And if this was Burntrap leaving behind a trail, then he also left it in this room, which also most likely means that Burntrap is actually the Mimic. The reason we find this purple glow here as well is because it came from the Mimic, who is also Burntrap. So far it looks like Burntrap is the exact same character as the Mimic, and there's even more evidence that comes from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels that supports this idea. In Tiger Rock, we learn that the Mimic climbed into a costume that was already being worn by a girl named Kelly. As a result, this killed her, and the Mimic's endoskeleton fused with the girl's flesh, which most likely left parts of her body on the endoskeleton. These events and description perfectly match Burntrap. The olive animatronic parts like the head and chest came from a costume, and the flesh on Burntrap comes from a girl that was fused to the Mimic's endoskeleton. This would perfectly explain how the Mimic became Burntrap and their drastically different designs. And finally, in the books, we also learn that the Mimic was originally burned and had bent metal rabbit ears, which also perfectly matches the description of Burntrap and further proves the idea that they're the same character. So when looking at the evidence from their designs, the environment storytelling from Ruin, and from the epilogues in the books, it's almost safe to say that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same. Or is it? I still believe that Burntrap is not the Mimic and that it's always been planned that way, and to prove this, let's debunk every single piece of evidence I've discussed, or at least let's try to. Starting with the epilogues, like I mentioned, the Mimic climbs into a costume being worn by a person, but we learned that the mascot too was actually a dog, which clearly doesn't match the description of Burntrap since he's based off a rabbit. And although the person's flesh did fuse with the Mimic, this still wouldn't create the design of Burntrap. Burntrap's entire head is made of flesh, which feels intentional, and the way the flesh wraps around his endoskeleton also feels intentional. It's hard to assume that Burntrap's design would be the result of a human being crushed into the Mimic, especially when Burntrap has teeth and a bone for a finger. So I think it's actually safe to assume that this epilogue is describing another incident with the Mimic that does not involve Burntrap. And now, most importantly, I want to focus on their designs, as the simple truth is, their designs are just too different to say that they are the same or that they ever became the same. Sure, they have some similarities like their arms and pose, but the core of their designs are almost polar opposites. Burntrap was very clearly made using a Glamrock endoskeleton, and the flesh was built onto him intentionally. The flesh wraps around his body in a specific way where it covers most of the endoskeleton. This wasn't an accident like it was portrayed in the books. Comparing this endoskeleton to the Mimic's, they are completely different. The Mimic's endo is much older and skinnier. It even looks to be made of many different parts, unlike Burntrap. Now I'm sure you may be thinking that the Mimic can change the structure of his body, so you could have changed it to look like Burntrap. But this really only applies to his size, as in the books he shrinks down to fit into a vent or expands himself to fit into a costume. But this doesn't mean he can magically change the core structure of his endo to become more modern, and he can't just add parts to himself as he wishes like the many extra parts Burntrap has. Although he can change his size, he can't change the fundamentals of his endo, like his face shape that are drastically different. And to further prove the idea that they're different, I want to expand on the point that Burntrap's design was intentional to keep William alive. When looking at Burntrap's model, and at something I haven't seen anyone else discuss before, Burntrap is being held together by metal screws and plates. His chest and back are being held together by 2 plates, he has 2 plates in his head connecting his mask to his skull, and he even has metal plates connecting his flesh to his leg. His costume was intentionally placed and made to fit around the endoskeleton and flesh, presumably to protect him and to make him stronger. Which is not what happens in the epilogue when the Mimic wears that costume. Not to mention, we also learn Burntrap is being kept alive by this charging station, as we learn an immense amount of power was being sent to the sinkhole to again keep him alive. Also, when looking at the way they move and their behaviors, they are completely different. When Burntrap is free, he looks weak and fragile, almost as if Burntrap wasn't done being created. Even the way he walks is also very limp and weak, so again, I think without this charging station, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. But the Mimic, on the other hand, clearly doesn't need a charging station to stay alive. We can assume he was behind that concrete wall for some time now without a charging station, and again he appears fine. Even the way the Mimic walks is much different than Burntrap, as he's able to run while chasing Cassie throughout the caves. He also appears to be much stronger than Burntrap, and there's a clear difference between the two physically. And finally, when looking at Underscore's video and at this purple glow, it's also actually found in this cave and in other random parts of the caves, which is why I don't think it can be a real way of showing where Burntrap has been, especially since the purple glow in the vent is much stronger and different than the other purple glows in the caves and in this room where the Mimic was found. But I'll get back to this handprint soon. When trying to decide if they're the same character, my biggest issue is obviously the design. By saying that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same, we are essentially retconning Burntrap and his design just for the sake of saying he's the same as the Mimic. The way he looks, the way he acts, and the feature of his charging station would also be retconned to again say he is the Mimic. Their designs are far too different to be called the same, and there also just isn't a viable explanation to how the Mimic was Burntrap at one point. And in Ruin, we can't find the flesh and costume of Burntrap anywhere. Shouldn't it be in the room or anywhere else in the caves? Again, we are erasing a character and its design to say that he is the same as another separate character. But for a quick explanation, then who is Burntrap? Well, like I mentioned, his costume was screwed together using metal plates, but where did they get these parts for his costume to create Burntrap? Well, what if it came from Scraptrap? The two costumes look similar in color, texture, and the reason it's more withered than Burntrap is because of the FNAF 6 fire. We can assume that Scraptrap was severely burnt, which is why parts of his costume were taken to create Burntrap. They were just screwed together with metal plates. Scraptrap would have been down there in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex, and maybe the flesh from Burntrap is actually Willie Mafton's flesh from Scraptrap that was reused for a new body. And that's why they would even need the charging station to keep him alive. But you may be wondering, what about the claw mark in the vent and how can we debunk this? Well, the truth is that you really can't. This is clearly Burntrap's hand, meaning he also left the claw mark in the Mimic's vent. The only real way to explain it is that Burntrap left his claw mark here when wandering around the sinkhole after the events of Security Breach. That's why we might even find the purple glow in this room, as it was him trying to find a way out separate from the Mimic. But really, this is just a great piece of evidence and an amazing find by Underscore. But personally, I think there's more evidence and reasoning proving that Mimic and Burntrap are not the same. Now that we've looked at the Mimic in Ruin and in Security Breach, now we can start to look at his spin-off game, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. And we can start to solve everything we know about this game while also answering questions about the Mimic, who is going to be known as Jackie. But first, let's analyze the teaser trailer for Secret of the Mimic. Like I mentioned, we got our first teaser to the newest game in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, Secret of the Mimic. So let's go over every single detail and what my predictions are. But first, let's take a look at the teaser. Now obviously the most important thing to take away is that this game will give us an origin story to one of the most complex characters in all of FNAF, the Mimic. Although this looks like an entirely different animatronic, I still think it's the same animatronic from the end of Ruin. I think this is simply a costume or shell that the Mimic is wearing, and we know he has various costumes like this lion or elephant costume we saw in the Mimic's room. All of these costumes are related to a carnival, and this is exactly what we see with the teaser. The costume looks to be a clown or jester, which makes perfect sense as one of the earliest costumes the Mimic wears in the books was a jester costume. So although it is possible that there are many versions of the Mimic, I think it makes more sense that there's only one Mimic, as the one we saw in the teaser is the same Mimic from Ruin wearing a jester costume. Now I also want to note the importance of the box. Now immediately I thought of the FNAF 4 box, but I don't really think there would be any connection between the two. I instead think it's closer related to the Puppet's music box from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The Mimic here even looks slightly like the puppet, and maybe this design choice was on purpose. Maybe this game will somehow be able to connect the Mimic to the puppet, and it also feels like the music box will be crucial to the character of the Mimic. When looking at the very end of the teaser, when we see film reel flash on the screen, we actually see the exact year this game is going to take place, 1979. Now this is the earliest day any game has taken place before, as previously FNAF 4 was the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place in 1983. But this also means that Fazbear's Entertainment has also been around for much longer than many of us have realized, and it also confirms that the Mimic is one of the oldest animatronics that still exists in the franchise. And when looking at the description of the video, it just proves this even more. It reads, "To see the future, sometimes you need to understand the past." This makes sense when looking at how complicated the Mimic feels. Before we can move forward with the story, we need to understand who the Mimic is. So before I jump into my predictions and my theory for this game, I want to point out one major detail about the Mimic. Take a closer listen to his laugh. It might sound extremely familiar, and that's because it's almost the exact same laugh that Sun and Moon have. Moon and the Mimic have always been compared to each other, especially when looking at the fact that they have identical teeth. So maybe they're a lot similar than we've realized, and this leads me to my first prediction, being what animatronics will we also see. Depending on the scale of this game, I don't think the Mimic will be the only animatronic we'll have to face, so what if we also have to face an early version of Sun and Moon? That's why the Mimic and Moon are extremely similar, as they are the same kind of animatronic that came from the same place, but I'll get back to what this place is soon. I also think it makes the most sense that we would also see other animatronics related to a carnival, as like I mentioned, the Mimic's costumes are related to a carnival, and especially the jester costume we see him wearing in this teaser. So what if we saw new animatronics like a lion, an elephant, or different clown animatronics that would be terrifying to face? But finally, I think we could also see the earliest versions of the four main animatronics. Maybe at this point they would just be endoskeletons, and it would be a good way to connect this game to the earlier era of the franchise. But moving on to what I think is the most critical aspect of this game, where is it going to take place? Well, Ruin and Help 1 and 2 already solved this for us. In Ruin, we got many hints to a carnival and to the earlier era of FNAF. We saw this message in one of the out-of-bound areas, and now we know this would have set up this game. And in order to unlock the happy ending, you needed to use the Vanny mask on this Fredbear cutout, which is obviously from the earliest point in FNAF. And in Help 1 and 2, we were able to find this poster, Fall Fest 1970, and this is exactly where the game will take place. Secret of the Mimic will take place in a carnival called Fall Fest and in 1979. This makes sense when considering that we never learned of another pizzeria that took place around this time except for Fredbear's Family Diner, and this was because there's a whole separate branch of Fazbear's Entertainment called Fall Fest. This is where we see animatronics like Moon or Sun, and of course the Mimic. It's an entirely different branch of FNAF that we will finally be able to explore in this game. And the possibilities for the gameplay are endless. The carnival map would be massive, and it would create one of the most terrifying experiences in FNAF ever. But finally, moving on to my last prediction, who will we play as? Well, I could really only see three options, with the first being that we play as an entirely new character. Like in Ruin, when Cassie was introduced, this game would introduce an entirely new different character. But what I also think is possible and more likely is that we'll play as someone from the Afton family. It could either be that we play as William Afton or young Michael Afton, and this would just be another way of connecting this new branch of FNAF to the early era of FNAF, which is the Afton family. This would also be a perfect opportunity where we could learn more about the Afton family and what their motives are. But finally, I think it's also possible that we could play as the creator of the Mimic, which would also answer one of the biggest questions around this character. Not only would we learn who created the Mimic, but we would also learn why. It would also confirm if the Mimic is the same one from the books, as in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learn that the creator is Edwin. So if we played as Edwin, the game would confirm the books are directly canon, but if we play someone else like Henry, it would still answer a lot about the Mimic in the franchise. So using evidence from Ruin, we can assume that the Mimic from the teaser trailer is the same Mimic from the end of Ruin. We can also assume that he's wearing a mask or costume that would explain the different appearance appearance. We know the game will take place in 1979, and we can assume the game will take place in the Fall Fest Carnival, which would show old animatronics like Moon and would introduce new animatronics like a lion or elephant. And although it's not clear who we play as, it's still clear that the mimic has some correlation to the puppet, which seems important. Now that we've gone over the teaser, let's look at the possibility of Jackie being related to or being the exact same character as the puppet from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. So let's start to look at each of the similarities, starting with their designs. Right off the bat, their designs are very similar. They both have a white animatronic face shell and highlights of red on their cheeks. But they also have a lot more differences. The mimic has orange eyes while the puppet's eyes are hollowed out. The mimic also has a red nose, and overall the shape of their heads are pretty different, so I don't think we can confirm if they're the same character based on just their designs. But we might be able to confirm this when looking at the mimic's music box. In Ruin and in the novels, we never learn of the mimic having a music box, and in the entire franchise we never learned of another animatronic that had a music box except for the puppet. So obviously this is directly referencing the puppet and showing that the mimic and the puppet are somehow connected. Now physically the boxes are different, but when listening to the music they're almost identical, and it's clear this was on purpose. Again, the music is very similar, and I think this is on purpose. So is this similarity because they're the exact same character? Well, if this were the case, we first need to explain how the mimic from Ruin is physically supposed to be the puppet from FNAF 2. Now clearly there's a big difference physically, but this can still be explained perfectly. In the books, we learn how the mimic wore many different costumes like a lion or jester costume. We actually see some of these costumes in Ruin, like this elephant and the exact same lion costume we learned from the books. And if necessary, the mimic's body was designed to fit into any of these suits by compressing or expanding itself to fit into any suit needed. So what if the puppet is its own shell or costume that the mimic was able to compress its body into, which would explain how they're the same physically? And the slight differences like the red nose could simply be because this was an earlier version of the puppet, and the final version of the puppet is who we see in FNAF 2 and in the rest of the franchise. Now technically all of this explanation would answer and solve that the mimic and the puppet are the same character, except for one major detail from FNAF 6. In the very ending of FNAF 6, the puppet, who is now Lefty, gets burned down in the pizzeria alongside the other animatronics left. So if the puppet really is the mimic, that means he was also burned and destroyed in that fire, so we couldn't have seen him in FNAF Ruin. He could have somehow escaped this, but this would defeat the purpose of the ending where all animatronics were put to rest. So this means that the puppet and the mimic can't be the same character, but what about all the similarities? Well, I think that there are two different animatronics, but they were supposed to be the same thing and serve the same purpose. The mimic was the original puppet, but after an incident, the second puppet was created, who we see in FNAF 2 and in the rest of the series. That's why they're clearly different physically, but at the same time have many direct similarities. But now the question is, why was the second puppet created and who created the mimic? Well, in the books we learn that Edwin was the creator of the mimic, but this doesn't mean he's also the creator of the mimic in the games. So if we know the creator of the puppet is Henry Emily, then what if he's also the creator of the mimic? This has actually been a popular theory for a while now, and I feel that the new teaser finally confirmed it. Not only is it showing that the mimic was the first version of the puppet, but it's also showing that Henry created the first version of the puppet. But why would Henry need to create a second puppet? What went wrong with the first version, or what went wrong with the mimic? Well, we know Henry created the puppet to protect his daughter Charlie, so what if he knew the mimic wouldn't fulfill this purpose, and what if he was scared of it? In the books we know that the mimic became aggressive with each new negative action he learned. He would even begin to murder people and was fueled on rage. So what if this exact same scenario happened in the games? What if the mimic began to become aggressive and rageful as he would be mimicking what's around him? This would scare Henry as he would fear for Charlie's protection, which is why he would scrap the mimic and create the new puppet, which was successful. The mimic would be abandoned by Henry in the game, just like he was abandoned by Edwin in the books. And in Secret of the Mimic, I think this game will take place when Henry's beginning to notice that the mimic is becoming aggressive. Or will take place after the mimic has already been abandoned and how he's only become more aggressive and fueled on pure rage. Either way, I think we'll see how the mimic becomes one of the most feared animatronics from the entire franchise, and it all begins with Henry Emily. This origin game will also answer where the mimic has been this whole time, as there's about a 6-year time period from this game to Ruin, so maybe Henry was the one to hide him away originally. It will also answer if Ruin was his first appearance or if he's appeared in earlier games like FNAF Help Wanted or FNAF Security Breach. For example, in Security Breach, there are these wires throughout the pizzaplex that resemble the puppet and its colors. So what if these wires were actually virtually connected to the mimic who had a background role since Security Breach, and having the wires reference the puppet was just another way to connect the mimic to the puppet, again showing their similarities and showing that they were created by the same person. In Security Breach, Ruin, and in Help Wanted 2, we also find these nightmare puppet plushies throughout the pizzaplex. So what if these plushies also served the same purpose as the puppet themed wires? They were here to show that the mimic was always watching us. Even in the virtual world in the Princess Quest arcade game, the mimic was still watching us, and again these plushies are another way to connect the mimic to the puppet. Although this has been something that has been theorized for a while now, the Secret of the Mimic has finally confirmed this and confirmed that the mimic and the puppet are connected in so many ways. And when Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is actually released in 2025, I'm sure this will only prove this idea further. So although the mimic and the puppet have physical similarities and the music boxes are directly connected to each other, there are still two separate animatronics that were created for the same purpose. The mimic was the very first version of the puppet who was created by Henry Emily, but after he would become more aggressive and after Henry would fear for the safety of his daughter Charlie, Henry would scrap the animatronic and abandon him. So in Secret of the Mimic, we are going to learn more on why the mimic was abandoned and how he became FNAF's most infamous villain. And with that, the mimic from Secret of the Mimic and the puppet are not the same character. Moving on, let's start to answer and solve everything we know about FNAF Secret of the Mimic by first going over the demo as a whole. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, a demo for FNAF Secret of the Mimic was revealed in PAX West, and alongside this demo, we got our first look at the official gameplay for Secret of the Mimic. Now, although there isn't any footage of the gameplay since recording wasn't allowed, we still have a detailed description of what this game looked like thanks to the fans who had the chance to play the demo. So let's start to go over these gameplay details and theorize what the rest of the game could look like. But first, let's quickly look at our first look at the official design for the Mimic. Now immediately it's clear that the Mimic will be wearing a clown costume like we saw in the teaser trailer, and based on this photo it looks amazing. The face show looks very similar to Ennard's face show, and even the party hats are very similar. The Mimic will have accents of red highlights on his face, his bow tie and buttons, and on his hair. And he also has these long orange arms with white gloves. It's also worth pointing out that the Mimic doesn't have legs with this design, which matches his exact design in the books, as the Mimic's creator made him without legs. So it looks like this game will follow or will be very similar to the book's origin of the Mimic. And although this design feels very similar to some of the other animatronics we've seen throughout the franchise, it still feels unique and has already solidified itself as a terrifying design. But moving on to the actual gameplay, now let's go over every single detail revealed, starting with the levels. We first learned that the demo has two different levels, a level focused on the manager's office and a level focused on being chased. It's also first revealed that the gameplay is styled as a free roam VR game where you can play the game in VR but you're able to move freely using the joysticks. And the gameplay is compared to Hello Neighbor VR, but most importantly we learn that the demo takes place in a factory. Now this is not where many fans expected the game to take place, as originally fans including myself thought it would take place in a carnival. The same carnival we learned that Fall Fest took place, which was a carnival in the FNAF world that takes place in the early 1970s. But now we know this game will take place in a factory, and although this wasn't expected, the setting does sound interesting and a lot could be done with this simple factory, especially with the Mimic. Moving on, we learn that there isn't much connection to the other FNAF games, except for Fredbear Family Diner posters from Security Breach that are on the walls and a schematic for what appears to be a mascot version of Mr. Hippo. So it looks like FNAF Secret of the Mimic will explore the mediocre melodies and their origins, and it's also possible they might show up somewhere else in the game in the form of mascot animatronics. Looking at the level in the manager's office, it starts with the player exploring the manager's office in the toy factory. There you find a wall is broken, which leads to a secret room. There you find the music box from the teaser trailer and you begin to wind it up. Then you are finally introduced to the Mimic as he pops out of the music box, but it's not clear why the music box was in this room. Then you open another door in the manager's office which leads you to a hallway, which then leads you to a mail room featuring an NPC sorting the mail that is very similar to a staff bot from Security Breach. And because this game takes place in 1979, as we learned from the teaser trailer, it's interesting to think of Fazbear's Entertainment having such advanced technology in such an early state of the company and in time. But we don't get a specific description for what the staff bot looked like. Then we find a generator which is powering a door, and as the player is activating the generator to open it, the Mimic comes through the door and begins to cause chaos in the office. And it's pointed out how the animation for this segment is really good. With the door now open, you go inside the room to try and hide an event, but it falls through, and this is where the manager office level ends. Now, although this is a very quick level, we still learn a lot, as now we know this game will take place in a factory, we learn this game will be slightly connected to other games and characters, and we also learn small details about the Mimic and his music box, so it sounds like a great level that actually reveals a lot. But moving on to the chase level, it's assumed it takes place right after the office level, but in a deeper area of the facility. Here the Mimic begins to trail behind you until you reach an elevator. You activate the elevator and this begins the real chase. The chase is compared to chases from Poppy's Playtime, where the Mimic's arms are slamming into the walls from your left and right side. You then escape through a vent where you reach an area where you need to pull levers and complete small tasks. You are successful in escaping the Mimic until the Mimic climbs through a hole in the floor and finds you. You then escape into another vent while the music from the teaser trailer, which is a remix of the Puppet's music box, plays. The level then ends with the Mimic finding you in the vent and it falling through again. Now this also might seem like a quick level, but I think this was a great opportunity to showcase the Mimic and just how much of a threat he really is, especially since the Mimic is constantly able to find us. And we learn how the player will go deeper into the factory, which I think is another great idea. It's even possible that the factory will have different layers as the game goes on, similar to Ruin, and as the player reaches each level or floor, we'll learn more about the Mimic and where he comes from. And we finally learned a lot more about the gameplay, as it sounds like it's going to be a combination of Security Breach and Help Wanted, especially since we learned that the jump scares are just like those from Security Breach, while the gameplay and mechanics are similar to Help Wanted and its sequel. So it sounds like this game will take the best elements from those games to create a terrifying experience featuring one of the franchise's most infamous villains, the Mimic. Now overall, this demo just made me that much more excited for this game's release, especially since we also got our first look at the Mimic and how he's going to be a real threat to the player and the toy factory. We'll also finally learn more about this branch of Fazbear's Entertainment, one that isn't supposed to be a place for kids to have fun with the animatronics. It's a place that holds secrets while all being connected to the Mimic. But now that I've gone over the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic, I now want to go over new characters that might have been revealed through posters. At the demo, we saw different posters that also appear in the game, like these posters of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie that we originally saw in FNAF Security Breach. And we also saw many new posters that tease new animatronics that might appear in Secret of the Mimic. So let's go over these animatronics and what the role might be in this game, starting with this Be Yourself poster. Now immediately, this is an entirely different character that we haven't seen in the franchise yet, and it's not a standard animatronic that we've seen in the franchise either, it's instead a mascot. Mascots have already been a major part of this new area in the FNAF franchise, especially in Ruin, as we saw different mascots of different animals in the room the Mimic was in. The Mimic even wears the lion mascot in the secret ending, so it's no surprise mascot animatronics will have a role in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and our first look at these mascots is this bee. This is really our first time we've seen a bee character in the franchise before, so it will be interesting to see how this character plays out in the actual game. And moving on, we also got our first look at 3 more animatronics and mascots. In this poster, we see a mascot version of Mr. Hippo and 2 frog animatronics. I want to point out how the frogs are supposed to represent more of an animatronic feel, while the hippo is clearly supposed to be a mascot. And in the actual Secret of the Mimic demo, it was revealed that we saw schematics for this exact hippo mascot that connects it to this poster, meaning we might also see it in this game. We've never learned of any other animatronic related to Mr. Hippo or the mediocre melodies, so in this game we might learn if this mascot was the first version of Mr. Hippo or if it's a completely different animatronic. But before I go over each of these mascots' role in the actual game, let's finally go over one last poster that revealed an animatronic we might have already seen in the books. With this poster, we see a character with multiple arms and people have compared them to a spider or octopus, but in the books we have already gotten a look at a spider animatronic, which is actually just the Mimic. In the 7th epilogue, we learn that the Mimic morphs itself into an abomination of twisted metal, described as a mass of metal joints and wires that vaguely resembles a mutated spider. So what if because of this animatronic or mascot, that's why the Mimic was able to mutate itself into this spider, and again this new animatronics are teased to that. Which brings me to my next point, will these mascots be suits that the Mimic will wear throughout the game, or will they be functioning animatronics that the player will also have to watch out for? Well, I think it will be a mix of both. I think at the start of the game, these mascots will be actual animatronics that the player will have to run away from and defeat, just like Gregory had to run away and defeat animatronics in Security Breach. And each time the player defeats one of these mascots, the Mimic will use the remaining mascot as a suit that the player will then have to face again, just like the Mimic wore these mascot suits in Ruin. This way, not only will we learn more about these animatronics and their origins, but we'll also learn how they relate to the Mimic and how the Mimic became this infamous villain known from the novels and from Ruin. I also just quickly want to go over this poster of Fox Foxy and the possibility of him showing up in Secret of the Mimic. Now before this point, it was assumed that Foxy was created alongside the other 3 main animatronics and that they were all introduced in the same location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But this is the only poster of one of the main animatronics at this demo, insinuating that Foxy was created much earlier than many of us have thought. So what if we see the very first version of Foxy in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, where at this point he's just an endoskeleton, or he could even be less than that? Maybe in the factory where Secret of the Mimic takes place, we'll not only see schematics for Foxy like we did for the Hippo mascot, but we'll also see schematics for the 3 main animatronics, which will just be another way this game is connected to the rest of the franchise. So now that I've gone over the gameplay and possible animatronics for Secret of the Mimic, now let's go over who the main protagonist might be. Like I've mentioned many times in this video, a lot was revealed for FNAF Secret of the Mimic. But one thing that wasn't revealed, and something that is arguably the most important aspect of any FNAF game, is who the protagonist is going to be or who we are going to play as. But using hints from this demo and clues from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, I believe that we can answer who we will play as in FNAF Secret of the Mimic. And I believe we can do so by introducing 2 different ideas and theories, with the first one simply being that we are going to play as the Mimic's creator, Edwin. In the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that Edwin created the Mimic as a companion for his child, David, and he created the Mimic in a factory where he worked and where he lived in. So what if in the games this factory is the same factory as the one from the novel? So in the games, Edwin would also live in this factory, and it would be a perfect way to connect this game to the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the books, we also learn that Edwin created the Mimic without legs, which matches perfectly with the official design that was displayed in PAX West. This version of the Mimic also doesn't have legs, which feels like an important detail that yet again connects this game to Edwin. This would also make Edwin an official protagonist in the games, and he would no longer be a character that is just in the books. And all of this would make perfect sense except for one issue: when would this game take place in the Mimic's and Edwin's story? In the novels, we know that Edwin first created the Mimic, then he beat it and destroyed it after his child David was killed. His agony was then passed on to the Mimic animatronic and was the very thing that possessed him. After this event, Edwin abandoned the Mimic in the factory, and the rest of the Mimic story continued without Edwin, where he would use different mascots and suits to murder people, where he would then eventually end up in the Pizzaplex. But again, the important thing to note with both their stories is that they were separate. Edwin was only with the Mimic when he was just an endoskeleton, and we never learned of a time where the Mimic wore a clown costume like we see in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, while also being with Edwin in the same factory. So Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic would have to explain exactly when the Mimic and Edwin were in the factory at the same time after the Mimic became possessed and began to wear costumes, while also making sure that it doesn't interfere with any lore from the games or books, which seems like a lot for this game to do. So although it could be very possible that we play as Edwin in Secret of the Mimic, it isn't 100% confirmed. So moving on to the next theory, which is the most likely and the most possible: what if we play as an entirely different character? What if we simply play as someone new who works in the factory? When looking at every single FNAF game after FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, in each new game we play as a new character. FNAF Help Wanted, we either played as Vanessa or as ourselves. In FNAF Security Breach, we played as Gregory, and in the DLC Ruin, we played as Cassie. Then, in Help Wanted 2, it's theorized that we play as Cassie's dad. Again, we always play as someone new and different. So if Steelwood Studios were to continue this trend, that means we would also be playing as someone new and different, which would again be an employee for the factory. Although this answer doesn't seem as fulfilling as the other theories, the demo at PAX West might have actually been pointing to this answer. At the demo, we saw these posters that had to do with the workers of this factory. Specifically, we see this poster telling workers not to be late, and if they are, there will be some sort of punishment. We also see this poster telling employees to watch out for exposed wiring, and we also saw this poster telling employees to keep their distance from heavy machinery in the factory. Again, all of these posters are for the employees or workers and are hinting to how dangerous this factory really is, which also feels like they're pointing importance to the workers themselves, which might tell us that we're going to play as one. Each new character that has been introduced in the franchise has become beloved and celebrated by the community, especially Gregory and Cassie. So this new character could also be a fan favorite that the community would be interested in, and by introducing a new character, it creates an opportunity to tell a new story and to even possibly create more theories. Moving on, let's look at a mystery that has been debated a lot in the community so far, so let's attempt to solve if Jackie's actually supposed to be the same character as the Mimic. Jackie is confirmed to be the newest antagonist in the franchise and will be the main villain in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and it's assumed that Jackie is supposed to be the Mimic just in a much earlier point in the timeline, but there are two issues and points that fans bring up when arguing that Jackie and the Mimic are not the same character. So let's look at these points and try to debunk them to prove that they are actually the same character, with the first point being that their designs are drastically different. When comparing the endoskeleton from FNAF Ruin to Jackie, there's a clear difference, and it's hard to imagine that this endo is under the Jackie suit. And in the demo we learn that Jackie has extendable arms and she also doesn't have legs, which doesn't match the design from Ruin of the Mimic. But using the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we can prove that they're actually the same. In the books we learn that the Mimic was originally made without legs, and this description matches perfectly with Jackie. He doesn't get legs until later in the series, but because this game takes place so early on in the timeline, then it makes perfect sense that the Mimic wouldn't have legs. In the books we also learn that the Mimic is able to retract and extend any of his body parts to fit into different mascots and costumes, so he would be able to extend his arms into the Jackie costume to adjust to the longer arms and body. So although it would be hard to imagine, the Mimic's endo could easily be in this Jackie mascot. And in the demo we also learn that Jackie becomes slightly withered and destroyed as the game goes on, so what if by the end of it we do see the Mimic endoskeleton from Ruin, just not as old and destroyed? This would confirm that these two characters are supposed to be the same and would clear up any confusion. When also looking at this from a story standpoint, it would also just simply make sense that they're the same. This game is supposed to be centered around the Mimic and his origin story, so for it to not focus on the Mimic and for it to focus on Jackie, who is an entirely different character, almost feels random. It makes the most sense that they are the same and that this game will show how the Mimic went from being Jackie to this terrifying endoskeleton. But moving on to the second issue, we never learn of a clown costume in any of the novels that cover the Mimic and his origin. In the books we learn of many different mascots and costumes that the Mimic wore, like a jester or lion, but we never learn of a clown, which has led many fans to believe that they aren't the same character. But the clown not being mentioned anywhere in the books makes perfect sense. This game is supposed to be an entirely new story around the Mimic, so why would it have already been revealed in the books? The Mimic is a character that we still don't know everything about, so what if there was a time period where the Mimic wore a clown costume and was in this factory? It's also not 100% confirmed if the books are canon to the game, so it could also be possible that the games just use ideas and concept from the books, but they aren't necessarily identical. So similar ideas where the Mimic is in a factory and where he was made without legs are still in the games, but others like certain costumes are only in the books. Which is why we never learn of a clown costume in the books, as this is exclusive to the games only, which still means that Jackie and the Mimic are the same character. But moving on to the next mystery, what is this factory where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place? Where here's why I believe that this factory is the same location that is under the sinkhole in FNAF Ruin. Like I mentioned, we learn a lot about this game's new animatronics and mascots from this demo, and I think it's clear that it's these mascots that directly connect FNAF Secret of the Mimic to FNAF Ruin. In Ruin and in the room where the Mimic is revealed, we saw different mascots that we assumed the Mimic wore in different time periods throughout the franchise. We saw a lion, an elephant, and a bird. The Mimic even wears the lion mascot in the Scooper ending, where he was ultimately removed from this mascot by this scooping machine. It's clear that these mascots are decades old as they appear withered and destroyed, but this was our first time seeing these mascots in the entire history of the franchise, but now we know where they came from. Although recording wasn't allowed in the demo, we still have a detailed description of everything we saw in this demo, including new animatronics and mascots. Based on these descriptions of the demo, in the factory or warehouse where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place, mascot animatronics are scattered around like a dog mascot and this octopus animatronic that we see in this poster. We see a lot of new mascots that might have some role in this new game, but most importantly, it was revealed that we also saw the same mascots that we see in Ruin. Specifically, we see the same elephant mascot from the Mimic's room, just with a slightly different design, as at this point, the mascot is completely new compared to when we saw it in Ruin when it's decades old. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the other two mascots in this game as it progresses, and there's even a chance that the Mimic or Jackie dons these mascots at different periods in this game, or that she uses them in different ways. Again, it's clear that these mascots are how Secret of the Mimic and Ruin are directly connected, but now the question stands, how did these mascots end up from this factory to the sinkhole in FNAF Ruin? There are many solutions to this mystery, but I want to introduce an idea that is popular, but I haven't seen anyone else introduce this specific theory. We all know that the Pizzaplex was built on top of the FNAF 6 pizzeria, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, but in Ruin, we learn that this pizzeria was built on top of the caves and on another location. It's heavily theorized what this location is, as some believe it's the FNAF sister location bunker or even the FNAF 4 Afton family house. But what if this location is actually the factory or warehouse where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is going to take place? When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. But the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. The factory is described to be made from wooden planks, it's described as very old and withered, but most importantly, it was revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory. Just like Cassie went deeper into this location in the sinkhole, so the way both locations work where they have multiple layers and floors are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
We also have this picture of the cameras of the factory showing off different rooms and areas. When comparing these monitors to the location under the sinkhole, they have a very similar style, especially since they were both built using wooden planks that look identical. And this just further proves the idea that they're the same factory. Not only are the factories described to be the same, but this would also be a perfect explanation to how the mascots ended up in the Pizzaplex. These mascots were never taken from this factory to the Pizzaplex like many of us assumed, they never even left. The reason these mascots are still down in this factory under the Pizzaplex is because that's where they were first brought to, and again they never left. It would also be another great explanation to the scooping room. The scooper in Ruin has always been another big mystery, as some believe it's a new machine made for this location, or that it's the same scooper from FNAF's sister location. But if these two factories are the same, that means this machine isn't new, and it also isn't the same scooper from sister location. It would be an entirely different machine that was made just for this factory, and we can assume it would extract the endoskeleton from the mascot animatronics, and that's why there's so many empty mascot suits in this demo, as they were left behind by the scooper. Also, originally in Ruin, we learned from cut content that is in an out-of-bound area that this game was going to include a tease for a future project related to a carnival. Now we can assume that this carnival is going to reference FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, but what if it was going to tease something from the factory itself, like another mascot suit or something else, making it clear that this location is a factory. It was also revealed that in the demo we saw a hallway filled with Fredbear Family Diner posters, and they're the exact same posters as the one we find in Security Breach. So what if the reason we also find these posters in Security Breach is because they came from the location under the Pizzaplex? They aren't actually Easter eggs or references to Fredbear's Family Diner, but they're a reference to the factory where they came from and the factory that is in the sinkhole. In the demo we also learned that a room was filled with different cardboard cutouts of different animatronics, and what do we find in the caves or in this factory that also unlocks a secret ending? That's right, a Fredbear cardboard cutout. It has always been a mystery how this cardboard cutout made its way all the way down to this location, but what if this was because of the same reason as the mascots? The reason we find this cardboard cutout in the caves is because it never left, and like the posters, this is a direct reference to the factory and the idea that it's been right under the Pizzaplex the entire time. But most importantly, if this is true, that also means that the Mimic never left either, and this would actually make a lot of sense. Unlike in the books where the Mimic was shipped to the Pizzaplex, what if the Mimic has always been down in the sinkhole and down in this factory? Which is why the Mimic is doing everything in his power to escape the sinkhole, as he's been there since 1979, as that's when we know Secret of the Mimic is going to take place. Even in the canon ending, Gregory makes it clear that the Mimic has been down there for a very long time, insinuating that he wasn't shipped there in the games like we all thought.
And the sinkhole tricked you. I really don't know what it is, but it's been trapped down here a really long time.
He is directly confirming that the Mimic has been down there for a very long time, and we can assume it's because he never left. But if this is also true, that means that everything we see in Secret of the Mimic should also be down in the sinkhole, like the music box that seems to have a major role in this game, and the Jackie show that the Mimic will also wear in this game. Now this may seem like a stretch, and by no means is this a perfect theory, but when looking at all of the evidence from both games, I really do believe that the factory being under the Pizzaplex will be one of the big twists revealed in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. So with that said, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is connected to Ruin by these animal mascots that we can find in both projects. And more specifically, the reason we also find these mascots in Ruin is because the factory or warehouse where Secret of the Mimic is going to take place is the location that is under the FNAF 6 pizzeria. We know this because of the mascots, the Fredbear Family Diner posters found in Security Breach, and because of this Fredbear cardboard cutout in the caves that is also described to be found in Secret of the Mimic. And again, the reason we find these things down in the sinkhole is because they never left, and and this includes the Mimic or Jackie. Which means that Jackie has been stuck in this factory since 1979 when Secret of the Mimic took place, but remember, this is just a theory. But moving on to the next and final mystery, will the Afton family have some role in Secret of the Mimic? I've already gone over how we learned a lot from this demo and gameplay from Secret of the Mimic, but one thing we learn little to nothing about is who we are going to play as and who is going to be the protagonist. Like I mentioned, I've already made a video going over different theories on who we'll play as, but now I want to discuss one crucial theory I didn't discuss in the last video. What if in FNAF Secret of the Mimic we play as a member from the Afton family? We know Secret of the Mimic is going to take place in the year 1979, meaning it's now the earliest FNAF game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before FNAF 4. So it would make a lot of sense if the Afton family were to appear in this game, and again, what if we played as one of them? But because this game takes place in 1979, that means the only family members that we'd actually be able to play as are William and Michael Afton. We can assume that the crying child and Elizabeth Afton would be too young to actually be the protagonists of this game, and although Michael would be young, I still see the possibility of him being the main character. And with William Afton being the CEO of Fazbear's Entertainment, if this factory has any connection to the company, then of course William Afton will as well. So now let's start to look at the possibility of both these characters being the protagonists, starting with William. Although the FNAF franchise has been around for 10 years now, William Afton is still a character we know nothing about. We can make assumptions of where he was and what he's done in certain time periods throughout the series, but again, this is just assumption. So it could very easily be that there was a time period where William Afton was in this factory with the Mimic or Jackie and was attempting to complete some objective and task. This wouldn't interfere with any existing lore, and all it would do is expand William Afton's story. It would actually be very interesting to finally play as William, as we would finally learn more about his motives and who exactly he is. And it would be a perfect opportunity to connect Secret of the Mimic to the original games and characters in the franchise. If we do play as William Afton, there's also a chance that it would be revealed that William is connected to Jackie in some way. It could even be possible that in the games he was the one who created Jackie or the Mimic, unlike in the novels where it was revealed that Edwin Murray created the Mimic. Now, although it is very possible that we could play as William, my only issue with this idea or theory is why? Why would William Afton, who again is the CEO, be in this factory? Especially during this time when Fredbear's Family Diner is open, and we know this location is open as we see posters advertising this pizzeria in the demo. So wouldn't William Afton be too busy running that pizzeria while also wearing the Spring Bonnie suit and entertaining the children? So because of this, I think it makes even more sense that we would play as Michael Afton. It's already been theorized that we play as Michael Afton in every single core FNAF game, so if we also played as him in Secret of the Mimic, it would also continue the trend of Michael being the protagonist in all of these games leading to FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. Now, how Michael ends up in this factory could be because of any reason, but the main idea or theory is that Michael would be trying to escape this factory and trying to escape Jackie. We could learn more about Michael's character throughout this game, and it would be another great way of connecting this newest FNAF game to the earliest era of the franchise. Michael would only be slightly younger than when he was in FNAF 4, and it would still make a lot of sense that he would be the main character. Although it could also be very possible that Michael Afton could be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic, there are a few issues that come to mind, starting with his lore. Unlike William Afton, we do know a lot more about Michael Afton and his story. We know for a fact that he appears in FNAF 4 and was responsible for his younger brother's death when he threw him into the mouth of Fredbear. We also know he appears in FNAF's sister location as the main character when he goes down to the underground bunker to look for his sister Elizabeth. He is then scooped by this machine at the end of that game where he has his insides taken out and he literally becomes the purple guy. There's a lot more story that is assumed, but this is what we know for a fact, and most importantly, we know Mike kept a journal, and more specifically, he owns this survival logbook. In the beginning of the book, we see Mike's name written into it, and throughout the book, he leaves notes or drawings that we know were left by him. There's references to almost all core FNAF games, which is why it's believed that he is the main character in all of these games, but obviously something that isn't mentioned is Jackie. Jackie or the Mimic was created years after this book was even released, so it would have been impossible to add Jackie into this book. Which is why if Michael was the main character in Secret of the Mimic, it would almost feel like the games are creating new lore and story for him. It would be interfering with his existing lore, and they would need to explain how Mike was in this factory, how he survived Jackie, and how none of it affected him to the point where we don't see it mentioned anywhere else in the franchise. Because there is some lore and story surrounding Michael, it would be hard to add completely brand new lore to a story that is supposed to happen so early on in his life and in the FNAF timeline. Which brings me to the next big issue, which is that it might introduce too much lore lore and story. It can be argued that one of the biggest strengths of this franchise is the mystery behind it and its characters. This allows for theories to be made on these mysteries, but if one of these major mysteries like the character of Michael is all of a sudden solved in one game, then there wouldn't be a need for theories, which is taking a crucial part away from the franchise. And I don't think Studio Studios or Scott Cawthon would want to reveal too much about the Afton family, which is why I also don't think Michael Afton is going to be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic. Now, although I don't think Michael will be the protagonist in this game, I still do believe that the Afton family will have a role in this game in some form or another. It could be something as major as William Afton or Michael being a supporting character, or something smaller where the Afton family is mentioned multiple times, or something extremely small like a name drop or even a picture of the Afton family. But because this game is going to take place in 1979 and so early on in the timeline, it's hard to deny that the Afton family will have some role in this game even if it's small. So because it wouldn't make sense for William to be in this factory where Secret of the Mimic takes place since he is the CEO of the company and he would be too busy at Fredbear's Family Diner, William Afton will not be the protagonist to this game. Because it would be nearly impossible to add this much lore and story to Michael Afton's character, I don't believe that Mike will be the main protagonist either. But we can expect that the Afton family will have some role in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, but this is all just a theory. Moving on, let's look at where Jackie was in past FNAF games. Because Secret of the Mimic takes place so early on in the franchise, that means that the Mimic had to have been somewhere in the background of every single FNAF game, and I think I found the Mimic throughout different periods of the FNAF franchise. So in this video, I'm going to go over how I solved where the Mimic was in the FNAF franchise by finding him in the first 4 FNAF games, FNAF Sister Location, FNAF Pizzeria Simulator, and finally FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. So let's find the Mimic, who is also going to be known as Jackie. Now the whole idea behind this theory is the fact that because FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place in the year 1979, as we learned from the teaser trailer, that means it's the earliest game in the timeline, with it taking place 4 years before FNAF 4. And because it's the earliest game in the franchise, that means the Mimic has been around since the very beginning, which also means that we should be able to find the Mimic in different periods throughout the franchise. So let's go through every single FNAF game released in order from the first FNAF game all the way to FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, but let's actually start with FNAF 2. Now I'm sure you may be thinking, why didn't I start with the first FNAF game? Well, that's because the Mimic simply isn't in that one at all, which is why I'm skipping the first game, but I'll mention it at the very end of the video and why he wasn't in the first game. But I do think we can find him in every other single game, which is why I want to focus on them first. So where is the Mimic in FNAF 2? But for a quick disclaimer, everything in this video is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. Obviously, while these games were being created, they never had the intention of referencing the Mimic, as by these points he didn't even exist. But now that he has such a strong presence in the franchise, I think we should be able to find him in these games without disrupting the game's lore or story. I essentially want to fit the Mimic into the already existing lore while keeping one coherent story. And specifically, we should be able to find references to Jackie and her design, which is clearly based on a clown. We can assume that Jackie is supposed to be the same character as the Mimic, and she has already been confirmed to be the main antagonist in Secret of the Mimic. So starting with Five Nights at Freddy's 2, finding the Mimic in this game was the easiest as someone already found him. I'm sure by now many of you have seen Game Theory's video where he explains why this paper plate is actually a direct reference to the Mimic. Now I recommend watching the full video to understand this idea and theory, but for a quick recap of that video, it's believed that this paper plate is supposed to be a direct reference to the Mimic as it was based off of him. The paper pals consist of Freddy as it has his ears and bow tie, Bonnie as it has his ears and colors, but the third and last paper pal feels out of place as it doesn't resemble any of the other animatronics. They could have included any other paper pal based on an animatronic, like a paper pal for Foxy or Chica, but this paper pal specifically was added to the group even though it doesn't resemble any of the other animatronics. But again, what if it's supposed to resemble the Mimic and we just didn't know at the time until now? This also means that during this time period of Fazbear's Entertainment, the 3 main animatronics of the company consisted of Freddy, Bonnie, and of course the Mimic. In the video, they also point out how in FNAF World, one of the paper pal's abilities is to mimic the opponent's last attack. So what if this ability is a direct callback to the Mimic and his ability to mimic others? It's also worth pointing out how this paper pal is the only one of the group that can randomly move and appear in your office, which just adds more importance to this specific paper pal. Now this is a great theory that connects FNAF 2 to FNAF Secret of the Mimic and Ruin, but now that we got our first official look at the Mimic's full design, this design just confirms the idea even further. When looking at the Mimic and the paper pal's design, they both share the same red arms, the 3 red buttons, the blue legs which would have represented the Mimic's legs, and of course they both share a red nose. And when looking at both of their designs, it's clear that they have a strong similarity and connection, and it feels like this was done on purpose. Overall, FNAF 2 also has many hints and details related to a carnival like this carousel, and it's theorized that a carnival, and more specifically Fall Fall Fest 1970 will have a large role in Secret of the Mimic. So this game's close relation to a carnival can just be another way this game is connected to the Mimic and his future game. But again, the main way we find the Mimic in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is through this paper pal. But moving on to Five Nights at Freddy's 3, I believe that we find the Mimic in this game through one of the franchise's most mysterious characters, Shadow Freddy. Now I know that may seem like a stretch and like a random solution, but it would be a perfect way to connect the Mimic to the early era of the franchise and to this character. In Help Wanted, we learn how the Mimic, who is Glitch Up in this game, mimics Willie Mafton and his actions. He wears a version of the Spring Bonnie costume, and he even mimics the missing children incident in the canon ending when he stuffs the player into one of the animatronics. And in FNAF 3, Shadow Freddy also mimics Willie Mafton. In the minigames between each night, we see Shadow Freddy lure the 4 different animatronics into a room where Willie Mafton dismantles them. The same way Willie Mafton lured 5 children into a room and murdered them. Willie Mafton is using Shadow Freddy to mimic his actions, so what if Shadow Freddy was actually the Mimic, or at least somehow connected to him? But first, we need to understand the Shadow animatronics. Well, all of the main theories around Shadow animatronics revolve around one idea or one thing, which is Remnant. Remnant is mentioned a couple of times in FNAF's sister location, FNAF 6, FNAF AR, and of course in the books. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can bind souls to inanimate objects, so it's widely believed that these animatronics are made of pure Remnant. But if Shadow Freddy is pure Remnant, then how can he possibly be the Mimic if he is a physical animatronic? Well, what if Shadow Freddy is also a physical animatronic and not made of pure Remnant? I've already made a video going over the Shadow animatronics, and in that video I came to the conclusion that Shadow Freddy is a real and physical animatronic. And that's why he looks like he's actually there in all of these games, and that's why in FNAF 3 he seems so real to the point where the other animatronics follow him. They're not seeing some Remnant illusion, but they're seeing a real animatronic leading them somewhere. But if he is real, then how did William Afton control an empty suit? Well, what if he didn't? What if it was the Mimic under the Shadow Freddy costume? If the Mimic were to lure the animatronics on its own, we can assume it wouldn't work since the animatronics respond to other animatronic suits. But if the Mimic was wearing the Shadow Freddy suit, then they would follow him and they would respond to him, as he would no longer just be an endoskeleton. That's why Shadow Freddy and the Mimic both mimic Willie Mafton. They're not two separate characters that copy Willie Mafton, but they're the same character that learned to mimic William. This also means that William had control over the Mimic in this time period and that he made him wear the Shadow Freddy suit. Now, by no means is this theory perfect. It's actually the opposite, where there are a few loose ends to tie up. Like, how did the Mimic end up in Willie Mafton's control? Did Willie Mafton create the Mimic? Has the Mimic always been Shadow Freddy throughout the franchise, or only in this one time period? Although I don't have an answer to these questions yet, I still think this is a good start to a theory that the Mimic is Shadow Freddy. And if Shadow Freddy is a suit that the Mimic can wear, then what if we also see Shadow Freddy in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic? We already know it was revealed that there are a lot of empty mascots and suits in the factory where this game will take place, so what if Shadow Freddy is one of these mascots that would confirm this theory? Again, nothing is confirmed and this is just a theory. But when looking at Five Nights at Freddy's 4, finding the Mimic was much more complicated, especially since there isn't a direct reference to this character like a paper pal. When looking through the main gameplay, I couldn't find anything. When looking through the minigames where he plays the crying child, I still couldn't find anything. And even when looking through the secret minigames, nothing was a reference or even remotely connected to the Mimic. But that's when I considered a much simpler solution that connects to the mascots from Ruin and the mascots from FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. In the Secret of the Mimic demo, we learned that different animal mascots were found that were very similar to the mascot suits we see in the Mimic's room in Ruin and similar to the mascot suit he wears in the secret ending. But how do mascots from Ruin and Secret of the Mimic connect to Five Nights at Freddy's 4? Well, they're connected to the Springlock animatronics, and more specifically in FNAF 4, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie are where we find the Mimic. Now, although the mascots in the Springlock suits aren't exactly the same, I think that the mascots are a prototype or even an early version of the Springlocks. In the novels, we learn how the Mimic wore different mascots or costumes that had Springlocks, which is more proof that the mascots and Springlocks are somehow connected. And it's another way to connect the Mimic to the Springlock animatronics, which also connects him to Spring Bonnie and Fredbear. Now, I know this may seem like a stretch, but really this is the only way we can find the Mimic in FNAF 4. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, because Secret of the Mimic takes place in 1979, which takes place 4 years before FNAF 4, what we see in that game are prototypes and the earliest versions of any animatronics or machinery that we've seen later in the franchise. So the final versions of these animatronics and the ones that turned out successful are the ones we see in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, and again through Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. And in Secret of the Mimic, there's a chance we'll see early versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie or other direct references to these characters, which will just be another way the Mimic is connected to Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Moving on to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, I believe that the way we find Jackie or the Mimic in this game is through the main animatronics, and more specifically, I'm talking about Ennard and Circus Baby. Immediately when comparing Jackie to these two animatronics, they look very similar as they all have a white facial, accents of red throughout the body, a red nose, and it's clear they all share a clown theme. So what if these animatronics were inspired by the Mimic? Well, in Sister Location, we actually learn that Circus Baby was inspired and created for William Afton's daughter, Elizabeth Afton.
Daddy, you let the other children go see her. Why won't you let me go? Daddy, just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
Also, when comparing specific details and features from Circus Baby's design to Jackie's design, they're just too different and unique to really say that Circus Baby is supposed to be Jackie. So because of this, I don't really think she was inspired by Jackie, but I do think Ennard was, and more specifically, this mask is supposed to be a direct reference to Jackie's design and face shell. In one of the main offices in Sister Location, we find this clown mask which Ennard later uses as his own face, but what if this clown mask was inspired and a reference to Jackie? When comparing both masks, there's an immediate correlation, and it's hard to deny how similar they really look. They both have the exact same white face shell, a red nose, and they share almost identical party hats. Now this mask isn't as detailed as Jackie's actual face shell, but I think that's for a very specific reason, and that's because this mask is supposed to be merchandise inspired from the original design. The same way the other animatronics have merchandise based on their mask where they aren't as similar or detailed. This mask is supposed to share a strong resemblance to Jackie where it's clear that they are the same, but they also aren't supposed to be identical. So again, what if this mask serves the same purpose as the paper pal from FNAF 2? It's here to show how Jackie had such an influence on the rest of the animatronics and how she had such an influence on many other pizzerias and locations. Again, this Ennard mask is the same as any Freddy, Bonnie, or Foxy mask that we have seen throughout the franchise. This clown mask, just like these masks, is a piece of merchandise advertising these characters and animatronics. And again, this mask is specifically advertising Jackie. Also, the fact that this mask was used to create and finalize Ennard and its design just further adds importance to this mask, and it shows we should be paying close attention to it and where it came from. Moving on to FNAF 6 or Pizzeria Simulator, I think we can find Jackie in the form of random background animatronics and background drawings. Starting with the She's Found clown, it's our first direct reference to a clown in circus. It's an animatronic that can be bought in the catalog and added to the pizzeria. Now, although it is a clown, I don't think this is where we can find the Mimic. Comparing his design to the Mimic's design, they're just too different, and it feels like the fountain clown is supposed to have a broad design on purpose that isn't supposed to be connected to anything, which is why I think we instead find the Mimic in a drawing in the main office, this clown drawing. Now this might just seem like a random poster in the office that wouldn't have a connection to the Mimic, but I think it's so much more than that. I think this is where we find the Mimic in FNAF 6. When comparing both their designs, there's obviously a strong similarity. They both have a red nose with a red smile, and they both have red hair, but by no means are they exactly the same. But what really caught my attention are the fact that they both have yellow eyes, a prominent feature on both of them, and this would just be another way of connecting them. But originally, when the clown poster was added to the FNAF 6 office, of course the intention wasn't to connect it to the Mimic, as he wasn't introduced until years later with the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. All this is a way to explain the Mimic's presence in the franchise without changing or adding any lore, and this drawing is a perfect way to do it. It was actually confirmed that this was a random poster added for just this office, meaning it doesn't intertwine with any lore or story from the games, so it could be used for any interpretation and purpose. So what if we use this poster as a way of showing the Mimic's influence into the pizzeria? This is a drawing that exists in the real world of FNAF, meaning it was drawn by some child or person. So what if this someone knew of the Mimic's existence and of its existence when its appearance resembled the clown, which inspired them to make this drawing, which was then later hung up in the office? If we do come to this conclusion, it wouldn't interfere with any lore from the franchise, and it's a perfect way to connect the Mimic to this game and to the greater FNAF timeline. So again, I believe that this drawing is of the Mimic from The Secret of the Mimic. But I'm sure that before I even came to this conclusion, many of you have already pointed out the fact that this drawing is actually supposed to be a reference to Circus Baby. In the alleyway of the lefty segment, we can find this poster with the same clown. We also see a ventriloquist, his puppet, and a bear. Now this is clearly supposed to represent the Afton family. William Afton is the ventriloquist and the head of his family. The puppet is supposed to be Michael Afton as he copies William Afton's actions and even literally becomes the purple guy. The bear is supposed to represent the crying child as Fredbear was the animatronic that killed him. And Elizabeth Afton is supposed to be the clown as it resembles Circus Baby, who is also a clown, meaning the drawing in the office is supposed to be Circus Baby. Now this is a strong argument that could easily be 100% the case, and the only way I can dismiss it is the fact that in this drawing the clown is alone. I think it makes the most sense that it only represents Circus Baby when she's with her family, when she's with her father, her brothers, so why would this drawing of just her represent Circus Baby? Again, it could easily represent Circus Baby, but this drawing would be much more impactful and interesting if it represented the Mimic, a new character that has supposedly been here since the very beginning. It would just explain a lot, and again it gives this drawing so much purpose with it being a reference to the Mimic. So in Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, this drawing of a clown is actually supposed to represent and be a hint to the Mimic. Because of their similar designs, and especially because of their same yellow eyes, the Mimic has always been in FNAF 6 in the form of this clown drawing. And if this clown drawing does represent the Mimic, it wouldn't interfere with any past or new lore, but of course this is just a theory. Moving on to FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, I think we can find the Mimic in the form of random background drawings in the main office, just like FNAF 6. This might just seem like a random poster in the office that wouldn't have a connection to Jackie, but I think it's so much more than that. I think this is where we find the Mimic in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and it's also a perfect way to connect the Mimic to William Afton. Like the poster from FNAF 6, their designs are almost identical, and it's clear they share a strong similarity. So in Ultimate Custom Night, in the main office, we find this clown drawing, which is the exact same clown drawing as the one from FNAF 6. If we use the same reasoning from FNAF 6, what if this drawing is also supposed to be the Mimic, and this would actually make a lot of sense in the context of this game. In Ultimate Custom Night, William Afton is being tormented by 50 of his creations for eternity, and he's constantly being reminded of his creations and their failures. Now, although in the novels we learn that Edwin Murray created the Mimic, we still know that William Afton and the Mimic are connected in some way, as in Help Wanted and in Security Breach, the Mimic attempts to mimic William Afton and his actions. In the virtual world and in the VR game, the Mimic chooses to represent himself as William Afton and with his own Spring Bonnie costume that was labeled as Glitch Trap. He is obviously mimicking William Afton and even his design, which again directly connects them in some way. And because William and the Mimic are somehow connected, what if the Mimic's presence began to seep into William's purgatory, which is why we see this drawing. Not only is this drawing a reminder of Fazbear's Entertainment as the Mimic was created under this company, but it's also here to show William how the Mimic wants to become him. We also see the same Ennard mask from Sister Location that I also argued in another video was a reference to the Mimic, and the same reasoning can be used here. What if these two artifacts are supposed to be hinting at the Mimic in William's purgatory? Now I know this does seem far-stretched and a reach, but I think this is the best explanation and really the only way we could include the Mimic in Ultimate Custom Night without disturbing any existing lore. And because this game is heavily focused on William and his creations, it's hard to find a place for the Mimic, so instead of just saying he's not there, I think we can come to a reasonable conclusion that does make some sense. It can also be argued that because William Afton's being tortured by his creations, that this clown drawing would confirm that William had some part in the Mimic's creation. Like I mentioned, in the books we learn that Edwin Murray created the Mimic for his son, but it's not confirmed if the books are directly canon to the games and if the stories are exactly the same. So in the games, the creator of the Mimic could very easily be someone different, and again, what if it was William? And the way the franchise could explain how he was the creator since the very beginning is through small hints throughout different core games. By using existing content in the games that don't have any lore importance, they can squeeze the Mimic into the already established story while keeping one coherent and engaging story. So by using this clown drawing in William Afton's own purgatory, it would be a way to show William had a part with the Mimic's creation while using existing content. So in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, this drawing is the way we find the Mimic or Jackie in this game. It's a drawing in William Afton's purgatory, meaning it's a reminder of William Afton and his failed creations. And because his creations are torturing him, what if this drawing was also a way to torture him by reminding him he also had a part in the Mimic's creation that also ultimately failed? But finally, what about the first Five Nights at Freddy's game? Well, like I mentioned in the very beginning of the video, the Mimic simply isn't in this game. But what if story-wise that's for a very specific reason? When looking at the FNAF 1 pizzeria, it was created on a much smaller budget to almost separate itself from the bad name of the company. By this point timeline-wise, there was the Bite of 83 and Bite of 87, not to mention the missing children incident that greatly affected the company. So again, the smaller location was created as almost a reset, which is why we don't see mentions to anything else from the franchise as well. It wanted to be separate, and this included being separate from Jackie. Jackie is a part of the earliest point of the company, company, so of course the smart location wants to separate itself from this animatronic. And it would also explain why Jackie has no presence in this game. So again, the Mimic is not in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, which works perfectly with the story. But you may be thinking, will I discuss the newer games in this new era of the FNAF franchise? Well, I will in this video, but it's going to be much quicker as finding the Mimic is much easier. In the novels, we learn that the original Mimic 1 program, which was used to create the Mimic, was used when creating the VR game, which then presumably caused the Mimic to return as Glitchtrap in the virtual world. Because this game was fed so much data from the company and pizzerias, the Mimic would learn of Willie Mafton and his murders, which is why he would want to represent himself as William and with his own Spring Bonnie suit, Glitchtrap. So in order to find the Mimic in these newer FNAF games, we just need to find Glitchtrap, which again is easy. In FNAF Help Wanted, which is the game after FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, Glitchtrap is the main antagonist as he is trying to be freed. In FNAF AR and in the emails, we learn of a virus taking over systems and causing them to shut down, which we learn is Glitchtrap. In FNAF Security Breach, we find Glitchtrap through Vanny as he took over her mind to help him come back into the physical world. In FNAF Ruin, we get the Mimic's first appearance in an actual game as he tricks Cassie to go down to the sinkhole to set him free. And finally, in FNAF Help Wanted 2, we see the Mimic again as Glitchtrap in the ending, as we see his hand peer out of a charging station before disappearing. So it's pretty clear where the Mimic is with this new era of the FNAF franchise. But finding him in the earlier games is much harder as he was never planned to be put into those games, so we have to find clues and Easter eggs that would explain the Mimic's presence without interrupting any story or lore. Now let's look at Jackie and her design. Now immediately it's clear that Jackie will be wearing a clown costume like we saw in the teaser trailer, and based on the model in the Help Wanted 2 update, it looks amazing. The facial looks similar to Ennard's facial, and even the party hats are very similar. Jackie will have accents of red highlights on her face, bow tie, buttons, and in the hair. She also has these long orange arms with white gloves. It's also worth pointing out that Jackie doesn't have legs with this design, which matches her design perfectly in the books, as the Mimic's creator made her without legs. So it looks like the game will follow close to the book's origin story, and I'll go over why the books are not important to the games later in the video. But although this design feels similar to some of the other animatronics we've seen throughout the franchise, it still feels unique, and like I've mentioned, it already solidified itself as a terrifying design. Clowns have always been the face of horror, and FNAF is executing it perfectly in the form of Jackie. But now, how does the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update help to solve this character? Well, it's through details and hidden Easter eggs that the update included. So for a quick recap, this update included new looks at Jackie, new looks at a new location where Secret of the Mimic will take place, and it showed off a new ending solving one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. So how can we solve this update? Well, first, how do you even unlock this ending? Well, when you first load into the game, nothing seems different besides new voice lines from Mystic Hippo telling us that a gift awaits us in the distant past. But this update truly starts when you load into the Sister Location Night 4 minigame where you find a Jackie animatronic card. Now this is a huge reveal that gives us our first look to this new character. In the same level, there's a cabinet that can be opened, and here you will find a keypad where you can enter a code. And if you enter the date 1979, which was revealed to us in the Secret of the Mimic teaser, you will be handed the Tiger Rock plushie from the Tales from the Pizzaplex epilogues. This plushie also unlocks the Mimic in the animatronic gallery where he wears the lion costume from the secret ending in Ruin. Then you have to shoot the Mimic with the Phaser Blaster, and this will open a door to your side, and this is what truly starts this update. Here you will be in a room that is identical to the room where the teaser took place, and just like the teaser, you have the option of opening Jackie's box that also has voice lines from Jackie herself.
Time to play!
Once the table appears in front of you, you will find a blank canvas, but it's actually where you'll need to start unlocking puzzle pieces to make out an image. So when going back to the base game, you must find different puzzle pieces in different minigames with and without the Vanny mask. There are also puzzle pieces in the pizzeria itself, and you'll need to unlock a total of 12 different pieces. Once you unlock all the pieces, you will find that the puzzle while wearing a Vanny mask reveals a funhouse or circus type of building with what appears to be a factory right behind it. And without the Vanny mask, the puzzle will reveal a blue van. But again, after collecting them all, the funhouse building will actually appear right in front of you with signs advertising gifts and masks. When taking a closer look in front of the building, there's a code that reads 4625, but when taking the Vanny mask off, you will now find the blue van in front of you with the doors open, revealing the Mexis machine inside. And when taking a closer look at Mexis, there's another small keypad, and when inputting the code from the funhouse, Mexis will appear and the ending will finally play. So in this ending, we see Maxis reveal himself before the blue van drives off. Now this might have seemed short, but this actually tells us everything we need to know about this character in one ending. But finally, to end off this update, if you go back to the animatronic gallery, you'll now find an official model for the Mimic who will be known as Jackie. This design looks amazing, and she is much larger in scale compared to the player, showing how terrifying she really is. Based on this model alone, she looks perfect, so we can only imagine what she will look like in the actual game. So now that we've gone over the update, let's attempt to solve everything we know about this content update, starting with this Tiger Rock plushie. This Tiger Rock plushie just confirmed that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are directly canon to the games. In the Mimic epilogues, we learn that the Mimic was created by Edwin, who had a son named David, and Edwin actually created the Mimic for his son David. David owned a white tiger plushie in the books, and later on the Mimic would even get a white tiger plushie of his own, and now we find this exact tiger plushie in Help Wanted 2. Meaning the story where David has the white tiger plushie is canon to the games, which also means that the tales from the Pizzaplex novels are also directly canon, finally ending a big debate. But moving on, I believe that these puzzle pieces that you need to collect represent memories. Memories when put together unlock something from the past, which is the reveal of this factory and of Maxis. So it was just a unique way of showing that these events are from the past. But when looking at this building, I think it's clear that this will be the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place. It's something we haven't seen before in the franchise, but when comparing it to these cameras from inside the factory and from the description of the factory that was given from this demo, it's clear that these two are the same, and that this is our first look at the Secret of the Mimic location. Based on the puzzle as well, it looks like it's a combination of a carnival funhouse and factory, where we will have to explore both sides throughout the events of the game. And overall, it looks like an interesting and fun experience where FNAF's Secret of the Mimic will take place. But what about this van that was carrying Maxis? Well, at first I thought this van was from the FNAF Security Breach ending, and that is showing us how Gregory and Vanessa delivered Maxis to the Pizzaplex. But when comparing the vans, they are clearly not the same, so I don't think this is Gregory delivering Maxis. Because of how fast the van was driving, my other thought was to think back to the books, where in one of the epilogues we learn of David's death, where he was killed by a speeding car. So now that we know the books are canon, what if this van was the vehicle that killed David, also meaning that Maxis was responsible for his death? Although I think this is possible, I instead think something else is happening, which is that Maxis is being delivered to this factory. Why have this van and factory in the same room and in the same puzzle? It makes a lot more sense that Maxis was being delivered to this factory, since it takes place at such an early point in the timeline. I think this is our first look at Maxis being delivered, which also gives us a date he was created, which is 1979. Because this date was given to us in the teaser, and it was the date used to unlock the Tiger Rock plush, we can assume that that's when the game will take place, and that's when this factory was open. Meaning there's a big possibility Maxis was created the same year and was also delivered around the same time. So now that we've gone over the update and everything we know about it so far that includes Jackie, we can now answer the first debate around this character, which is if Jackie is really supposed to be the same animatronic and character as the Mimic. Up to this point, we know Jackie will be the center of focus in FNAF's Secret of the Mimic, and it's assumed that Jackie's supposed to be the Mimic just in a much earlier point in the timeline, but there are two issues and points that fans bring up when arguing that Jackie and the Mimic are not the same character. So let's look at these points and try to debunk them to prove that they are actually the same character. With the first point being that their designs are drastically different. When comparing the endoskeleton from FNAF Ruin to Jackie, there's a clear difference, and it's hard to imagine that this endo is under the Jackie suit. And in the demo, we learn that Jackie has extendable arms and she also doesn't have legs, which doesn't match the design from Ruin of the Mimic. But using the tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we can prove that they're actually the same. In the books, we learn that the Mimic was originally made without legs, and this description matches perfectly with Jackie. He doesn't get legs until later in the series, but because this game takes place so early on in the timeline, then it makes perfect sense that the Mimic wouldn't have legs. In the books, we also learn that the Mimic is able to retract and extend any of his body parts to fit into different mascots and costumes, so he would be able to extend his arms into the Jackie costume to adjust to the longer arms and body. So although it would be hard to imagine, the Mimic's endo could easily be in this Jackie mascot. We also know that Jackie is a large animatronic compared to the person in game, meaning that again the Mimic could easily fit into this costume and suit. Maybe one of the jump scares could even feature Jackie pulling back the faceplates to reveal the Mimic's endo from Ruin, similar to jump scares from FNAF's sister location. In the franchise, we haven't seen any other animatronic with faceplates besides the Funtime animatronics. This feels like an important detail that might have some role in this game and with the jump scares. It could also be possible that the Mimic wears many different costumes besides Jackie. In the demo, demo we learn that there are many different costume suits laying around, like the same elephant suit we saw in Ruin. So what if we see the mimic endoskeleton wear different costumes throughout the game, but he would mainly wear the Jackie suit? And most importantly, all of this would further prove the idea and theory that Jackie is the exact same character as the mimic, and that this fact would be established very early on in the game. And in the demo, we also learn that Jackie becomes slightly withered and destroyed as the game goes on. So what if by the end of it, we do see the mimic endoskeleton from Ruin, just not as old and destroyed? This would confirm that these two characters are supposed to be the same and would clear up any confusion. When also looking at this from a story standpoint, it would also just simply make sense that they're the same. This game is supposed to be centered around the mimic and his origin story, so for it to not focus on the mimic and for it to focus on Jackie, who is an entirely different character, almost feels random. It makes the most sense that they are the same and that this game will show how the mimic went from being Jackie to this terrifying endoskeleton. But moving on to the second issue, we never learn of a clown costume in any of the novels that cover the mimic and his origin. In the books, we learn of many different mascots and costumes that the mimic wore, like a jester or lion, but we never learn of a clown, which has led many fans to believe that they aren't the same character. But the clown not being mentioned anywhere in the books makes perfect sense. This game is supposed to be an entirely new story around the mimic, so why would it have already been revealed in the books? The mimic is a character that we still don't know everything about, so what if there was a time period where the mimic wore a clown costume and was in this factory? It's also not 100% confirmed if the books are canon to the game, so it could also be possible that the games just use ideas and concept from the books, but they aren't necessarily identical. So similar ideas where the mimic is in a factory and where he was made without legs are still in the games, but others like certain costumes are only in the books. Which is why we never learn of a clown costume in the books, as this is exclusive to the games only, which still means that Jackie and the mimic are the same character. This would create an entirely new story that we haven't learned of before. It gives us the opportunity to learn more about the mimic and more specifically about his motives. There's even a theory going around that Jackie or the mimic never originally had evil intentions, and that they only became evil after the events of Secret of the Mimic. Maybe Jackie is just tasked in watching over the factory, but when an employee is loose, which is the player, Jackie will go after them, which will result in her being destroyed and again becoming evil. But only time will tell until the trailer or game is released and we can officially learn if the mimic is the same character as Jackie. So the mimic and Jackie have to be the same character in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, because the mimic can easily fit into the Jackie costume and extend his limbs and arms to fit into the mascot. They're the same because the mimic doesn't have legs when he was built, which is the same as Jackie's design, as she doesn't have legs either. And finally, they're the same because we never learned of a clown costume in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, which creates a new story for the mimic as Jackie. So now that we know these two characters have to be the same, we can start to look at three of the biggest mysteries revolving around this game and around Jackie. With the first being the location where Secret of the Mimic will take place. Like I mentioned, we know this game will take place in a factory. But what if we've already seen this factory in the franchise before and in Security Breach? Well, Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for over 2 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex, like the sinkhole which is directly under it. In one of my last videos, I went over how the Pizzaplex from FNAF Security Breach is directly connected into the location where Secret of the Mimic will now take place, which is the factory. And I'm going to expand further on this idea and theory that will also prove why the Mimic, who will also be known as Jackie, has been planned since the beginning and since FNAF Security Breach. And now with the release of the FNAF Up 1 and 2 update, I believe this update only proved this theory even further. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to answer how Jackie solved FNAF Security Breach. I also want to give credit to this user on Twitter, as they used a lot of their own ideas for parts of this theory, so make sure to check them out in the description below, and all credit belongs to them. So how do simple bricks found in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex connect to Jackie and to Secret of the Mimic? Well, first it's important to understand where this newest game is going to take place. In this game's demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, and we even have this image of different cameras inside of the factory. The factory is described to be made of wooden planks, red bricks, and is described as very old and withered. If this description sounds familiar, that's because it's very similar to the location Cassie explores in Ruin that is under the sinkhole. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. So the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. It was also revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory, just like in Ruin when Cassie went deeper into the location in the sinkhole. So the way both locations work, where they have multiple layers and floors, are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
But the connection doesn't stop there, as we find interesting clues and evidence below the Pizzaplex in the sinkhole. When going into the Freddy head, we find new rubble of red bricks that we haven't seen before anywhere in the Pizzaplex or in the franchise. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from the Freddy Fazbear's pizza place that is in the sinkhole, but when comparing the rubble to the pizzeria, they're very different, and it's clear they're not the same, and that they came from two very different locations. And even when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF warehouse, FNAF 6 location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. So what if these bricks actually came from a location that we haven't seen before in the franchise, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? When looking back to the cameras of the factory and to how it was described in the demo, we see that the factory was made of wooden planks and these red bricks, the same red bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin and in the sinkhole. Meaning the FNAF 6 pizzeria was built over the factory and the Pizzaplex was built over that pizzeria. So not only is there a connection to the Security Breach DLC so far, but there's even a bigger connection with the base game and with the same rubble. When looking into the sewers, we find an immense amount of red bricks and debris that wouldn't just randomly appear in the Pizzaplex. Although the Pizzaplex did go through many renovations, this doesn't include demolitions, where this many bricks would be thrown away into the trash area, and especially not enough to span the full length of the sewer systems. Again, we find the same red bricks from Ruin that can't come from any location we've seen before in the franchise. And the evidence doesn't stop there. It's also worth pointing out how strange it is to have a parking garage in the sewers. This just shouldn't be possible, but what if the parking garage was a part of this factory at one point and the Pizzaplex was built completely over it? Adding on to this, there's also a lot of rubble and debris in the area near Roxy's Raceway that feels very out of place, and we can assume it wouldn't come from the Pizzaplex or even from the FNAF 6 pizzeria that was still intact for the most part. It still looks like the Pizzaplex was built over this rubble and debris, which we can now assume is the factory from Secret of the Mimic. But when looking at one of the strongest pieces of evidence, let's look at the Build a Mangle room found in the Pizzaplex from the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Here we find a room that looks like it was taken right from a factory, and it's obvious how old and withered this room really is. And what's most notable about this room are the same red bricks surrounding this area that we've been talking about this whole video. It could even be possible that this room is the exact same room we can find in the factory, and that it's one of the only rooms that stay preserved. But finally, what I think is the biggest piece of evidence, let's look at these TVs. When looking back at the sewer area with all of the red bricks, we also find broken TVs scattered around throughout the same area. But these are actually vintage TVs that were created in the 70s. And when do we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place? That's right, 1979. So I think it's obvious that these TVs came from that time period and from the factory where the game will take place. How else would these TVs end up here and end up in the same area with the red bricks? So when looking at all the evidence of the red bricks in Ruin and in Security Breach, I already think it's safe to say that this factory is under the sinkhole and under the Pizzaplex. But like I mentioned, the FNAF Up 1 and 2 update just proved this idea even further. After completing the update, this building will actually appear right in front of you, and it confirms where Secret of the Mimic will take place, which is this factory. You may have noticed that I've been using this image of the factory that actually came from the update, and it gives us our first official look to this new location. But when looking back to the factory itself, we see these red and gray planks, and I believe that they are the same planks or same style of planks that we see in Ruin. They would have lost their color by this point, which is why they're now simple brown wooden planks. But we also see that the factory has a red roof, and although these aren't red bricks, I still think it's the same as these rubble and debris that we can find in Security Breach. And just by comparing this factory to everything we have found, I think it's even safer to now say that these two are the same and that the factory is once again under the sinkhole. This means that Jackie or the Mimic has been stuck in the factory since 1979 and never left. And because we find these red bricks in Security Breach, I believe this proves that Sewer Studios has been planning the Mimic and his role in Secret of the Mimic since the start. By giving us a tease to where the game would take place, this proves that the Mimic had been planned since the very beginning and since Security Breach's production. So how does Jackie solve FNAF Security Breach? Well, she solves it because the location in game where she is going to be the focus in is the same location that we find under the Pizzaplex, meaning she was planned since the very beginning, and a big purpose of Security Breach was to tease this game and this character. But moving on, let's attempt to solve one of the biggest mysteries from this game that actually comes from the title. What is the secret of the Mimic? For the secret to be included in the actual title, it means that it must have a crucial role throughout the game into the origin of the Mimic. So what is the Mimic or Jackie's big secret? Well, I believe that I've solved this secret and how it will be explained throughout the gameplay. And to solve the secret, we need to look at the Mimic in FNAF Ruin. In Ruin, we learn that the Mimic had been trapped inside of the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex for a very long time. I've already made a video going over why I believe that the Mimic has been trapped here ever since the events of Secret of the Mimic, which takes place in 1979. Meaning that the Mimic has been trapped here for decades, but why? What could the Mimic have done to be trapped here for over 30 years? Well, it's his secret. His secret caused him to be trapped here for a very long time. And that secret is a tragedy. A tragedy that was so horrific, that took so many lives, and a tragedy that caused him to be trapped and forgotten forever. When looking at every single other FNAF game in the FNAF franchise, there is always a tragedy or incident that occurs before or during that game. In FNAF 1, it was Phone Guy's death. In FNAF 2, it was the bite of 87. In FNAF 3, it was the pizzeria being burnt down. In FNAF 4, it was the bite of 83. In Sister Location, it was Elizabeth's death and Michael being scooped. In Pizzeria Simulator, it was the location also being burnt down. In Security Breach, it was the earthquake that destroyed the Pizzaplex. And finally, in Ruin, it was Cassie being betrayed by Gregory. Again, all of these FNAF games have a tragedy that is crucial to that game, so we can assume that Secret of the Mimic will be no different, and that tragedy will be Jackie's secret. But what will that tragedy be? Well, it's the factory where the game is going to take place, and more specifically an empty one. From the demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, but throughout this demo we see that it is completely empty, besides older staff bots and the player themselves. But we can assume that the factory did have employees at one point. Even the Pizzaplex, which was the most modern location, had human employees before the staff bots took over. So of course the oldest location in the timeline would also have human employees, but what happened to them? Well, what if it was the Mimic? What if Jackie was the one who took all of them out and was responsible for making the factory completely empty? We also learned from this demo that there are plenty of empty mascot suits scattered around throughout the gameplay. Even in the menu screen, the player is completely surrounded by different animal mascot suits, but what if they were here as a result of this tragedy? What if Jackie stuffed the bodies of the dead employees into these mascots? That's why they're scattered around the factory, as that's where the employees were killed. And Jackie could also be leaving them around the factory as a warning and reminder to who we are going to play as. This would also act as a perfect parallel between the Mimic and William Afton. They're already heavily related and connected in the later FNAF games, as the Mimic copies William Afton and his actions. But what if he wasn't actually just mimicking William Afton? What if he had already done the same thing as him 6 years before William Afton murdered those children? That's why he wanted to represent himself as William, and more specifically as Spring Bonnie in the virtual world. William was just like him, as they both stuffed bodies into animatronics and mascots. So of course the Mimic would want to represent himself as someone similar to him, who is William Afton. He even dons his own Spring Bonnie suit called Glitch Trap, so by having Jackie stuff the body of the employees into different mascot suits, it's exactly what William Afton did when he stuffed the bodies of the murdered children into different animatronics. It's just another way of connecting two villains that are closely related. But you may be wondering why we haven't heard of this tragedy anywhere else in the franchise. Well, that's because it was hidden. It was kept a secret. We can assume that people like William Afton and Henry Emily were the only ones who knew of what happened in the factory and with Jackie. Maybe they were even the ones who sent the main player to this factory to try and stop Jackie and to try and stop her from escaping. So what is the Mimic's big secret? It's the tragedy that took place in this factory, where the Mimic murdered every single employee and stuffed their bodies into different animal mascot suits. A tragedy so horrific that Fazbear's Entertainment covered it up and decided to lock the Mimic in this massacre forever. And I believe that this massacre will be revealed slowly as the game goes on, and it's going to be the big reveal at the end of the game, where it's the reason why the Mimic was trapped for so long and why he wasn't anywhere else in the franchise. So again, the Mimic's big secret in Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic is a massacre where he murdered dozens of employees. And finally, let's attempt to answer another mystery that we can start to theorize about. Who will be the main protagonist in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? There isn't much evidence to go off of to theorize who we will play as, and even based on what we do know, we still can make a definitive decision. But I want to cover a possibility of who we will play as that makes the most sense narratively, and one that is the most interesting. Not only would this answer connect past FNAF games to new ones, but it would follow a family, 3 generations facing off against one threat, the Mimic, who will be known as Jackie. And the family will be known as what I've coined the Bonnie family. Cassie from Ruin, Cassie's dad from Help Wanted 2, 2, who is also Bonnie Bro from FNAF 4, and Cassie's grandfather from FNAF Secret of the Mimic, who is also Mexis. What if, in Secret of the Mimic, we play as Bonnie Bro's dad, who eventually becomes Mexis by the end of that game? Let me explain. In Ruin, we play as Cassie, who is a new character revealed to be Gregory's friend, and throughout this game we learn a lot about her dad throughout small clues. Like the fact that he worked as a technician for Fazbear's Entertainment when she revealed that her dad has a Faz wrench just like the one she found in Ruin. We also learn that her dad's favorite animatronic was Bonnie when she finds the Bonnie lunchbox, and this is a very important clue that plays a big role later in the series. We also find this note that we've assumed came from Cassie's dad, showing that he left her alone at one point to go somewhere, and this somewhere is revealed in FNAF Help Wanted 2, which takes place before Ruin. In this game, we follow a person who's completing objectives in the real and virtual world. It's believed that this person ventured down to the sinkhole and to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria to complete the final Princess Quest arcade machine to free Vanessa, and this person is none other than Cassie's dad. We know this because he also has a Faz wrench like Cassie described. Carney says he looks old enough to have kids, and in the bad ending, we see Cassie's dad's mind be transferred into a staff pot, the same staff pot from the beginning of Ruin. In the bad ending, we see the same moment from Ruin when Cassie finds the Vanny mask, but this time from the perspective of the staff bot, meaning Cassie's dad is now inside of this staff bot and he was the one who handed his daughter the Vanny mask. But in the good ending, we follow Cassie's dad attempting to finish the final Princess Quest arcade machine, and it's assumed he has an obsession with finishing them. In FNAF Security Breach, we find messages of an exit interview of an employee who's accusing the company of hiding something in these arcade machines. He talks about the glitches in these machines and how he has to save the princess. There's also this earlier maintenance log where he says he completed the first 2 machines. So we can assume these messages came from Cassie's dad, and it makes sense he'd want to complete the last machine as he's obsessed with finishing the last machine. While playing the final arcade machine, there's an Easter egg that also reveals Cassie's dad is someone familiar from FNAF 4. After completing some levels, you will find these gravestones with plushies next to them, and after lighting them in a specific way, a secret staircase will open, and there you will find a chest. And when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's also theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, who is Bonnie Bro, meaning the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that fateful night. And it's also why Cassie says that Bonnie is her dad's favorite animatronic. So now that we know Cassie was the protagonist in Ruin and that her dad was the protagonist in Help Wanted 2, how can Cassie's grandfather be the protagonist in Secret of the Mimic? Well, when we started with Ruin and Cassie, each game that releases after follows the past generation. Help Wanted 2 focuses on her father, and the next game would focus on her grandfather. Also, in FNAF 4, because Cassie's dad was Bonnie Bro, that means he was actually friends with Michael Afton, who was wearing the Foxy mask. So what if the reason they were even friends, and the reason they were always in the pizzeria together is because both their dads worked for the company? Michael's dad, William, was the CEO of the company, and Bonnie Bro's dad would have been a technician in a factory, the factory where Secret of the Mimic will take place. From the demo and from the teaser trailer for this game, we learn that this game will take place in the year 1979, which takes place 4 years before FNAF 4, and that it will take place in a factory. So again, what if Bonnie Bro's dad worked in this factory and also had to face the Mimic through the events of this game? This could also be the reason why Bonnie Bro even decided to work for the company when he was an adult and as a technician, as his dad also was a technician and also worked for the company. But why do I think that Bonnie Bro's dad is also Mexis from Ruin? Well, in one of my last videos, I went over why the protagonist for Secret of the Mimic will become Mexis by the end of this game. I came to the conclusion using evidence and reasoning proving the fact that this computer and machine is very old, so what if this machine also came from this factory in 1979? So because of this, I theorized that by the end of Secret of the Mimic, the player would transfer their mind into this machine, creating Mexis to ensure that the Mimic would remain trapped. The same way the player from Help Wanted 2 had their mind transferred into a staff pot. But now this theory would make even more sense, as it would be a direct parallel between a father and son. Bonnie Bro had his mind transferred into a staff pot just like his father had his mind transferred into the Mexis machine. And narratively, this would make the most sense as we would be following the same family attempting to stop the Mimic. Bonnie Bro's dad attempted to stop Jackie in 1979 and trapped her in this factory when he had his mind transferred into Mexis. Bonnie Bro attempted to stop him in Help Wanted 2 by completing the final Princess Quest minigame and by freeing Vanessa. And Cassie attempted to stop him in Ruin when she accidentally freed him. This would also mean that Cassie came into contact with her grandfather Mexis and that she also deactivated him at the end of Ruin. This also means that the entire family and all 3 generations were together once again in the Pizzaplex. Cassie was in the Pizzaplex before finding the sinkhole and when she ran into her dad, who was this staff bot, and his dad was in the Pizzaplex as Mexis setting up security nodes. Now I think this idea will be revealed slowly throughout Secret of the Mimic, similar to Ruin, where we learn that the player has a son whose favorite animatronic is Bonnie. Or we might even find the same Bonnie mask from FNAF 4 and Ruin, and it could even be possible that Bonnie Bro's dad was the one who gifted it to him, and that's why it's so cherished to Bonnie Bro. And really, Steerwolf Studios is actively introducing this new family that we will follow throughout these new couple of FNAF games, the Bonnie family. For years we followed the Afton family, and this was slowly revealed as more games were released, and the exact same thing is happening with this family. It's slowly being revealed that they are all connected, and it's clear that this is the family we're going to follow in this new era of the FNAF franchise. And finally, let's go over another possibility of what the secret will be in FNAF Secret of the Mimic that goes over a secret bite, the bite of 79. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic will be the latest installment to the FNAF franchise, and it's going to be centered around Ruin's latest antagonist, the Mimic. But in this game, the Mimic is going to don a new costume and mascot named Jackie, who is this clown that we see in the teaser and from the demo. And based on the description and details from this demo, it's clear that Jackie's going to be a real threat for the player and that she's going to be a memorable and terrifying villain for the FNAF franchise. But almost nothing is known about this game, and a lot of mysteries have come from what we do know so far, and one of the biggest mysteries comes from this game's title. What is the secret of the Mimic? For the secret to be included in the actual title, it means that it must have a crucial role throughout the game into the origin of the Mimic. So what is the Mimic or Jackie's big secret? Well, I already made a video going over what I believe the secret to be, but now I want to take a classic approach to this mystery that connects to other FNAF games and incidents. Specifically, I believe that this game has the possibility of introducing a new tragedy never heard of before, a tragedy that is reminiscent of two other incidents in the franchise. A bite between Jackie and an employee, the bite of 79. When looking at every single FNAF game in the timeline, only 2 games give us a confirmed date of when that game took place. Out of 12 core FNAF projects that have been released, only 2 give us a year that the game takes place, FNAF 2 and FNAF 4. We learn that FNAF 2 takes place in the year 1987 based on the date on the paycheck at the very end of the game, and we learn FNAF 4 takes place in the year 1983, based on an Easter egg on the TV displaying this date and from an Easter egg in sister location, where if you put the code 1983 on a keypad next to monitors, they will begin to display different rooms from the FNAF 4 house, again confirming the game takes place in 1983. But what do these 2 games have in common besides the year they take place being confirmed? Well, it's a tragedy, a tragic bite. In FNAF 2, the bite of 87 occurs where one of the animatronic bites a security guard, Jeremy Fitzgerald, causing him to lose his frontal lobe. Then in FNAF 4, the bite of 83 occurred between Fredbear and the Crying Child. The Crying Child was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother, but Fredbear's jaw clamped on his head, killing him. The trend that appears to be happening with the game that has a confirmed year tied with it will also have a bite tied with that game and year. So presumably when a game has a confirmed year, it will also have a bite that occurred that same year. But what if there was a third bite, the first actual bite in the franchise that was kept a secret, the bite of 79? With Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we once again have a confirmed year this game will take place. At the very end of the teaser trailer, a reel is flashed on the screen where we learn that the game will take place in the year 1979. For the first time since Five Nights at Freddy's 4, we have a confirmed date of when a game will take place. Now it can be argued that this is purely to make it clear when this game will take place in the timeline, since every game after FNAF Pizzeria Simulator has taken place in this new era of the franchise that is focused on new characters and ideas. So confirming the year this game will take place would only show that this new game is now going to take place at the very beginning of the timeline, unlike past Steelwool games, and will be the earliest game in the timeline. But what if this confirmation was so much more than that? What if this confirmation was to show that something will happen in this game, that a bite will happen, like the last 2 games that also had a confirmed year, the bite of 79? I think that this game would have been able to portray that this game takes place at the earliest point in the timeline without giving us a specific year, like with the description of the teaser trailer. To see the future, sometimes you need to understand the past. This makes it clear that the game will take place in the past without giving us a specific year. And even with the gameplay alone, they could have showed us how early this game takes place in the timeline. With the demo, we learn that the factory where this game is going to take place had posters referencing Fredbear's Family Diner. These posters being up and promoting this restaurant would show that this game takes place in the early 1980s or late 1970s. They also had this poster promoting a future restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, so again, just with these posters alone, we know this game will take place at the earliest point in the timeline. So again, for the exact year this game is going to take place to be confirmed must mean something more, and I believe it's a way of confirming a new bite. And this would also work perfectly with the title of this game. The bite was kept a secret from the public, and the bite of 79 is the Mimic's secret. But who caused the bite of 79, where did it happen, and most importantly, why? Well, I think it's obvious that the Mimic would have caused it, or more specifically, Jackie, Jackie. Jackie is the mascot suit the Mimic is going to wear in Secret of the Mimic. It wouldn't be that difficult for Jackie to bite someone, especially because she's a large animatronic compared to the player. Now we can assume that she bit an adult and more specifically an employee of the factory, just like the bite of 87. The bite of 87 occurred with an animatronic and an employee, so what if the same happened with the bite of 79? We can assume that kids wouldn't be allowed in this dangerous factory, which is why it makes the most sense that Jackie bit an adult who was again an employee of the factory. This could also be the reason the factory is completely empty. In the demo we learn that the factory is empty besides the player who we play as, so what if the factory was shut down because of the bite between Jackie and an employee? And the protagonist returns to the shut down and abandoned factory for some reason, where they encounter Jackie and where the rest of the game takes place, but there's also a chance that the bite victim will be the player themselves. Like the bite victim in 1983, the crying child, what if we actually play as the bite victim of the bite of 79? The game could end with the player failing to defeat Jackie, which will follow with a jump scare that is actually Jackie biting the player, causing the bite of 79. So now that we know the bite of 79 would occur with Jackie and an employee of the factory, now we can start to look at where it happened. Like I mentioned from this demo, we learned that the game is going to take place in a factory, so it's easy to say that the bite would take place in the factory where Jackie and her music box reside. But this is very different than the other two bites that occurred, as they both occurred in pizzerias that were actively open, but this actually just supports the idea that it would be able to be kept a secret. Because it's not a pizzeria that is open to the public, if an incident like a bite did occur, then of course no one else would be able to find out about it and it would be able to remain a secret, the Mimic secret. But finally, why did this bite even happen? Well, really this could be for any reason, but the main point to get across is that it's most likely that Jackie was provoked, which caused her to bite an employee. Maybe this reason will even be explored throughout the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic. This reason could even allow us to sympathize with Jackie, or will cause us to become even more terrified of this character. So because a confirmation for the year Secret of the Mimic is going to take place was given, which hasn't been done besides FNAF 2 and FNAF 4, we can predict and theorize that a bite will occur before or during this game, just like a bite occurred in FNAF 2 and FNAF 4. This bite would occur between Jackie and an employee of the factory, and after Jackie was provoked for some reason. This bite will be known as the bite of 79, and it's the secret of the Mimic that has been hidden up to this point in the franchise. The bite of 79 will be explored throughout this game and why it was hidden for so long. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on the bite of 79, and remember this video is just a theory. By no means am I saying that the bite of 79 is a 100% thing that exists or that will even happen. I just want to find a bigger reason for the year being confirmed. That not only solve the big secret of the Mimic, but it would also connect to other FNAF games and other bites in the franchise. Really, with this video, I just want to explore why an exact year was given for this game. It was something that seemed so odd to me and unlike the franchise, but it was something I saw almost no one talking about. Scott Cawthon and Stuart Studios aren't really known for giving years to the communities, and the years in which those games take place are actually one of the biggest mysteries that the community have attempted to solve. The only time Scott Cawthon really gave a confirmed year was in FNAF 4, which was to help point the community in the right direction. Especially with the release of FNAF Sister Location, Scott Cawthon confirmed that FNAF 4 took place in 1983, when the community was debating if this was the bite of 87 or 83. So by having the 1983 Easter egg in the office mode in Sister Location, it helped the community solve one of the biggest debates in the franchise. But for a year to be confirmed before a game has even been released must mean something more, and again, what if it's a way to show something will happen in this game? And it's a way to point us in the right direction just like Scott Cawthon did. So what do you guys think? What is the secret of the Mimic, and is it the bite of 79? Although FNAF Secret of the Mimic still doesn't have a release date, I think we can start to theorize about this game and we can even start to solve small parts of it. And I hope when the actual game comes out sometime next year that some of these points in these videos are somewhat right or even completely right. So if you don't agree with any of these theories, that's completely fine, and make sure to comment on your own theories and what you believe FNAF Secret of the Mimic will look like. And with the release of the FNAF Up 1 and 2 update, and more specifically with the inclusion of the Tiger Rock plushie, what do you guys think? Are the books now canon? This has been a major debate ever since the very first book was released years ago, but now with the inclusion of the Tiger Rock plushie that comes straight from the books, it feels like they are now canon. So do you guys think that the books are now canon? And if they're not, can a part of the book still be canon like the Mimic epilogues from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels? But it's important to know if the books are canon, it's a complete mystery where FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place since we have the origin of the Mimic in the epilogues. So if you do believe that the books are canon, where do you think that FNAF Secret of the Mimic will take place place in the already existing timeline that was established in the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. But no matter if the books are canon or not, I think it's important to realize and to know that the Mimic and Jackie is going to be the main focus in the next couple of FNAF projects. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on attempting to solve Jackie and the Mimic from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. So what do you guys think? Can we solve the Mimic in Ruin? Can we solve Jackie in FNAF Secret of the Mimic? And can we solve the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update? Now let's attempt to solve Golden Freddy in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Five Nights at Freddy's has just celebrated its 10th anniversary, but one animatronic stands out as the most complicated and confusing character from this series, Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy has had a large role in many FNAF games like Ultimate Custom Night and FNAF 2, but we don't actually know a lot about this character or their purpose. But at this point in the franchise, I think we can solve this character while also using them to solve some of the biggest mysteries in the franchise. So let's solve the character of Golden Freddy by answering how many souls possess this animatronic, their role in Midnight Motorist, how they're connected to the FNAF 4 box, and a possible way Golden Freddy still has a role with this new era of the FNAF franchise. So how many souls possess Golden Freddy? But first, let's go over every single Five Nights at Freddy's game that Golden Freddy has appeared in. Starting with the very first FNAF game, which was released back in 2014, Golden Freddy appeared as an Easter egg that would randomly appear throughout the game. Images of different animatronics with the message, "It's me," would flash rapidly on your screen before Golden Freddy would actually appear in your office. Then you would be jump scared by a still image of Golden Freddy and your game would crash as well. In the second FNAF game, Golden Freddy's appearance is essentially the same as the first one. He has a chance to randomly appear in your gameplay, and if he does, he will sit in your office until he jump scares you, and once more your game will crash. Again, only Golden Freddy's head attacks you, which is an important detail I'll mention again later in this video. We then see Golden Freddy again in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, and more specifically, we see Fredbear, who is one of the earliest animatronics ever created. We also get Nightmare Fredbear, which is just an illusion of Fredbear that tormented the crying child. Now, though these iterations don't count as Golden Freddy, they still tell us a lot about the souls possessing Golden Freddy, and I'll get back to these iterations soon. We then finally see him in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night as one of the 50 animatronics William has to face. It's the FNAF 2 version of this character, and that's the version that jump scares you. But if you set all other animatronics to a rating of 0 and only keep Golden Freddy at 1, and then buy a death coin in the shop and then use it on him, you'll receive a unique Fredbear jump scare. This time it's a full body jump scare unlike the previous 2 jump scares, and it's the Fredbear design with the purple hat and tie. Now on the surface, it may just seem like the one possessing Golden Freddy is the crying child, as in the FNAF 4 ending, we saw him be thrown into the mouth of Fredbear by his older brother Michael, which killed him, which makes him possess the animatronic and want to get revenge on Michael for killing him, and this is what we see in the first and second game. That's why we even see the message, "It's me," in these games, as it's the crying child reminding his older brother of what he did to him, meaning that it was also the crying child who was torturing William Afton in a purgatory, as he was the one who created the animatronic that killed him. And all of this would actually make a lot of sense, but too many games disprove this and prove that another soul is also possessing Golden Freddy, just at a different time. In the FNAF 2 minigame, Give Gifts, Give Life, we see the puppet giving life to the animatronics, and we see 4 souls paired up with the animatronics that their body was stuffed inside. This includes Golden Freddy, as right before the minigame ends, we see a 5th soul or dead body in the center of the room. This is then followed by a Golden Freddy jump scare insinuating that the soul belongs to Golden Freddy, and we know that the soul is not the crying child. We saw the crying child pass away after the bite of 83 in the hospital, and up to that point, no murders had even happened. It wasn't until after the crying child's death that William Afton went on a murder spree by killing Charlie and the 5 children, which included the one who would later possess Golden Freddy. And we know that this other soul is named Cassidy. We know this because her name was found in the survival logbook when it was first released. So now that we know for certain that 2 souls possess Golden Freddy throughout the franchise, now we can start to look at which soul was in control of Golden Freddy at different periods of the timeline. Starting with the first 2 FNAF games, it makes the most sense that Golden Freddy is the crying child. Like I mentioned, we know that Michael Afton is the main security guard in both these games, meaning that it's the crying child tormenting him as Golden Freddy. Cassidy and Michael have no connection, so she would have no reason to attack him, but the crying child does, and in the games we see him constantly reminding him of what he did. But the next time we see Golden Freddy isn't actually until FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and this is where I think we see Cassidy. The point of Ultimate Custom Night was to represent William Afton being tortured in a purgatory by Golden Freddy, and our proof of this are various voice lines from this soul.
Will never let you leave. Never let you rest.
Previously, I mentioned that it would make the most sense for this soul to be the crying child, as he would be getting revenge on his father for everything. But the Happiest Day minigame disproves all of this. In the FNAF 3 Happiest Day minigames, you play as the puppet as you go through a birthday party. You pass various kids with different animal masks until you reach the end, where you find a child with his birthday cake crying. Then the crying child is seen wearing a Golden Freddy mask, and that's when all of the children disappear and their masks fall on the ground. The 6 balloons then fly upwards, signifying the souls of the 6 children being freed and finally at peace. Now this minigame is clearly supposed to represent the events of the FNAF 4 ending. We see a birthday party with various children wearing animal masks, and at the face of it is the crying child. This makes sense as the crying child's happiest day was taken from him, but in this minigame he's finally able to have his birthday party. This also means that the crying child's soul is set free and is no longer in control of Golden Freddy, meaning that he couldn't be the one possessing Golden Freddy during Ultimate Custom Night, which also means that the soul possessing Golden Freddy during Ultimate Custom Night is instead Cassidy, and I think what solidifies this is Golden Freddy's different jump scares. In the first 2 games, he only attacks the player with his head, and because this is the crying child, I think this is a parallel to him being bitten on his head. He's attacking his older brother with what he lost on that fateful night, but Cassidy was stuffed inside the body of Golden Freddy, and what jump scare do we see in Ultimate Custom Night? A full body jump scare, which represents what happened to Cassidy. But finally, what proves all of this is Cassidy's role in the newest games. From FNAF Security Breach to FNAF Help 1 and 2, we are introduced to a new character and minigame called Princess Quest. You play as the princess as you try to free Vanessa from Glitchtrap's control, and that princess is actually named Cassidy in the game files. And if Willie Mafton really is Glitchtrap, that means that Cassidy is following Willie Mafton no matter where he goes, and this includes the virtual world. If Cassidy was torturing William in a purgatory, but he was somehow able to escape, then it would make sense for her to go after him and defeat him for good. So now that we have a good understanding of Golden Freddy, we can start to look at how this character also solves some of the biggest mysteries from the franchise, starting with Midnight Motorist. This minigame has been the point of discussion for years now, with the biggest argument being these footprints left behind outside of the broken window. And I believe that these footprints were left by the physical Golden Freddy animatronic, but why? Like I mentioned, there are a lot of mysteries that come from Midnight Motorist, and besides Willie Mafton being Orange Guy, the community seems to disagree with every point in mystery from this minigame, especially the footprints outside of the window that are arguably the most confusing and complicated aspect of Midnight Motorist. Right at the end of the minigame, we find these animatronic footprints outside of a broken window, and they're the only footprints throughout the entire minigame. So who do these footprints belong to, and why are they outside of this window at this given point in the timeline? Well, some of the biggest and most popular theories around these footprints are that they either belong to one of the Springlock animatronics, the Funtime animatronics, or that they were illusions that just William Mafton could see. Now, what I think is the most likely, and what I personally believe in, as I'm going to cover this theory in this video, is that the footprints belong to Fredbear or Golden Freddy. Again, this is a very popular theory that already exists, but my explanation and reasoning to why it's Golden Freddy is something I haven't seen before that answers part of Midnight Motorist. With that reasoning being the idea that the physical Golden Freddy animatronic left those footprints, that was actually the crying child trying to return home. The evidence for my reasoning comes from the survival logbook and from the Fazbear Fright novels. In the Citrate story, there's an animatronic that contains the spirit of 2 kids named Andrew and Jake. Andrew is a victim of Willie Mafton, who is a very vengeful spirit. Jake is revealed to not be killed by Willie Mafton, but was surrounded by a plushie that had a walkie-talkie inside of it. This directly mirrors what we see with Cassidy and the crying child. Cassidy, the more vengeful spirit, was killed by Willie Mafton, and the crying child is the one who wasn't killed by William but still died tragically. But they both possess one single animatronic. In the Stitch Wraith stories, we learn that they both possess different parts of the animatronic. Andrew possesses the body while Jake possesses the head. Because Jake possesses the head, he is in control of the animatronic's movement and he can see the outside world. While Andrew possesses the body, he can't see anything or move the animatronic. What's also made clear is that they both don't remember much from their past and that they can talk to each other from inside of the animatronic. This also directly mirrors the events of the survival logbook. Cassidy and the crying child both possess the same animatronic, Golden Freddy, and they talk to each other inside of the animatronic. For example, in the survival logbook, Cassidy asks the crying child, "What do you see?" And the crying child responds with, "I can't see." The crying child also has lines like, "I hear sounds and I'm scared." So again, by using the parallel in the books for evidence events in the games, we know that Cassidy controls the body but can't move the animatronic itself, while the crying child controls the head and can't control the animatronic's movements. So because the crying child can't control Golden Freddy, what if he controlled it to move to the Aftons and to his house, where he stood outside of this window leaving behind these footprints? Although Golden Freddy has had multiple appearances throughout the franchise, it's clear that they have all been illusions. That's why Golden Freddy can randomly appear in your office, and in FNAF 2 he even fades in and out, again supporting the idea that these appearances were just illusions. After the bite of 83, we know Golden Freddy was retired to the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza where the missing children incident took place, but after this it's a complete mystery where the physical Golden Freddy animatronic resided. So what if at one point it was at the Afton family house, again controlled by the crying child? And the conversation between the two spirits can be applied to Midnight Motorist. When the crying child says, "I can't see," this could be applied to how the minigame takes place at midnight. It would be pitch black by this point, which is why he simply shouldn't be able to see. And with the line, "I hear sounds," this could be referring to the heavy rain during Midnight Motorist. At the start of the minigame, the rain is very quiet and the loudest noise is the actual music for the minigame. But as you go deeper into the minigame, the rain drowns out the music, and by the end of it, it's the only thing you can hear. Which feels like an important decision that might connect to Golden Freddy and what he's hearing. And the crying child controlling Golden Freddy would also explain the rain being an issue in the spring locks. Whenever an animatronic is brought into the discussion when theorizing the footprints, the rain immediately raises a red flag, as we've seen in the franchise before how badly rain can affect an animatronic. Like in the puppet minigame, where we clearly see how the rain causes the puppet to malfunction. And we also know that water causes spring locks to malfunction, causing them to activate, so we know a person couldn't be in this animatronic in Midnight Motorist, as it would have malfunctioned or the spring locks would have activated. But if it was instead the crying child controlling the empty Golden Freddy animatronic, then it wouldn't malfunction nor would the spring locks activate. It would just be the crying child controlling Golden Freddy as he's trying to return home. Another line he leaves in the logbook is, "I'm scared," and when the crying child was scared, we know all he wanted to do was go home. In FNAF 4, the crying child was forced to stay at Fredbear's family diner for multiple nights, but he always tries to escape it by going home. So if the crying child was trapped inside of Golden Freddy and he was scared, then it makes perfect sense that all he would want to do was return home. And the Stitch Wraith continues to prove this theory in FNAF Into the Pit. In this game we follow Oswald, and like in FNAF 4, there are multiple areas and maps to explore like Oswald's house. While in Oswald's house, there's a chance that you can spot the Stitch Wraith outside of your window staring at you, the same way Golden Freddy would be outside of the window in the Afton family house. Because we've already established that the Stitch Wraith is a parallel to the character of Golden Freddy, then we can apply the same parallel to the Stitch Wraith role in Into the Pit, where he's right outside of the window just like Golden Freddy would be in Midnight Motorist. Now, by no means is this theory perfect. The lines from the survival logbook can be taken into any context and can be used for anything, especially with lines like "I'm scared," which can mean anything. And throughout the FNAF franchise, we've never seen an example of the crying child physically controlling Golden Freddy, and in general we don't know much about Golden Freddy in the ways controlled by Cassidy and the crying child. And if this was Golden Freddy, then why can't we find any other footprints, and why can't we find him anywhere else in the minigame? Again, it's not perfect, but the idea of the crying child having a role as Golden Freddy in not only Midnight Motorist, but in the franchise as a whole is something that I think is extremely overlooked by the community. So a great way to give the crying child a bigger role as Golden Freddy is through Midnight Motorist and him being the animatronic outside of the window that left these footprints. It should also be worth mentioning that the books in the FNAF franchise are still a mystery on their own. It's never been confirmed if the books are directly canon to the games or if they're just used to solve certain parts of the game and mysteries. In this theory and in most theories, the books are just used as a parallel to the games to solve small mysteries and questions. But what do you guys think? Are the FNAF Fazbear Fright books canon in any way, and should we be using them to solve lore from the games? Now, when looking at another big mystery from the franchise, how does Golden Freddy connect to the FNAF 4 box? And more specifically, how does Golden Freddy give us a direct answer to what's inside the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 box? First, I think it's important to understand the history of the box and the most popular theories behind it. These theories are all different in the sense of when they were created in the FNAF timeline, meaning when new lore is released, new theories can keep being made about the box. But what's inside the box is constantly changed because of what Scott Cawthon has said regarding the box, which has made answering the mystery that much more difficult. So first, here's the history. Five Nights at Freddy's 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015 and was another great installment to the FNAF franchise, but after beating Night 7, fans were met with this interesting ending. The ending was just a lockbox with this text above it. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now. This ending completely confused the fandom, with no one able to figure out what was inside or even understand the meaning of it. Although Scott Cawthon was going to open the box in the Halloween update, which included different animatronic designs and harder nights, but decided against it and instead released a statement on Steam. He decided not to open it because no one was able to figure out what was inside. For the first time in the franchise, no one was able to answer this mystery, and Scott Cawthon wanted to keep it that way. But from his statement, two things stuck out to fans, and now these two claims are the fundamentals for each theory. Scott claims that what's inside the box are the pieces put together, but would the community accept it that way? And like I already mentioned, he also claimed that what's inside the box has changed over the years as more FNAF lore has come out. And this first theory was widely popular right after FNAF 4's release. This theory is also regarded as the most popular theory, being that the box contains the body of the crying child, and honestly, it did make a lot of sense. In the ending of FNAF 4, when the crying child is presumably in the hospital, William and Michael Afton give their final words to him. And that's when William Afton tells the crying child, "I will put you back together." To me, I see this line relating to Five Nights at Freddy's sister location. We know that William Afton was experimenting with Remnant, and in one of the offices, there's even what appears to be a child's robot head. It's possible that William Afton was attempting to bring back the crying child using Remnant and robot parts. He's forgetting about his son until he finds out how to bring him back. He's putting his son back together by putting the pieces together. This theory works with every clue and statement Scott Cawthon has released, and I think it was the most logical theory at the time, which would have been right after the release of Sister Location. But now this theory feels outdated with all of the new lore revealed, so this next theory makes much more sense. This theory became popular after the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, and the theory is that the box belongs to Henry, not William, and that the box contains paragraph 4, or the plans for Henry to take down William Afton and Fazbear's Entertainment. This theory definitely revolves around the newest lore, and because of this, many fans might not be okay with the box not even belonging to William Afton, and Henry's plan directly relates to Scott Cawthon's statement that what's inside are simply the pieces put together. Henry's plan was to bring down Fazbear's Entertainment by piecing together the mystery of the missing children, the mystery of his daughter's murder, and of course the mystery of how the souls of the children possess the animatronics. He's putting the pieces together to finally defeat William Afton. In regards to the text from the actual ending, it matches perfectly with this theory as well. It's possible that after Henry's daughter was murdered, Henry chose to lock his plans in this box and forget about them until he was able to enact them. And personally, I think this theory was the most accurate considering all of the lore and story that had been revealed to us at that point. But again, the box still hasn't been opened, and like I previously mentioned, the box was going to be opened in the Halloween update. There's even a way where you can remove the locks by clicking on them, and Scott Cawthon went out of his way to add this feature, but nothing came out of this until FNAF World. Now this is where my theory comes in, and to me, FNAF World actually serves as the biggest piece of evidence. Like the Halloween update, the box was planned to be opened at one point throughout the story, and we even got this image from the game files of the box fully opened. Now it's not 100% confirmed how the player would even get to this point, but either way, Scott Cawthon once more changed his mind and nothing ever came from it. But I think we can assume when this segment would have shown up in the game. Throughout FNAF World, you have to complete certain tasks that are reminiscent of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigames that led to the happy ending. After completing those tasks, you are met with this ending. Now we can assume this is the same Golden Freddy plush from FNAF 4 who is talking to us, which also means that this is William Afton, but he is telling us that the pieces are in place for us and that we must find them. And it's widely believed that the pieces he's referring to are the mini-games and objectives from this game and from FNAF 3 which unlock the happy ending. So when these mini-games, objectives, and pieces were put together, we unlocked the happy ending, which is the souls of the children finally being freed. We saw the 4 main animatronics, the puppet, and Golden Freddy or the crying child all freed and put to rest, just like the last line from the ending suggests. And just like many other fans believe, I believe that the box contains the Happiest Day minigames or the happy ending. But what would be the physical representation of all of this? Well, it would have to be the empty heads of all of the main animatronics, as that's what we see in the happy ending. So does that mean the empty heads are inside the box? Well, not exactly. I actually think what's inside the box has just been answered in FNAF Help Wanted 2. When playing the Princess Quest arcade minigames and going through a secret staircase, this chest is available to be opened, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask mask with the message, "This looks familiar." It's been heavily theorized that we play as Cassie's dad in Help Wanted 2. It's also been theorized that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending, meaning the reason the mask is familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, possibly confirming that it is the same character. But how does this confirm what's inside the box? Well, I think it confirms what's in the box through parallels. The entire point of the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 was to come to terms with the past and accept what happened. We see the player collect 6 plushies of the original 6 victims in the form of their animatronics, and these plushies are actually the key to even unlocking the chest. When placing them onto gravestones and lighting those gravestones, you can open the chest. I think the gravestones and the plushies represent the player giving these memories life and, like I mentioned, coming to terms with the past. So when the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can finally come into terms with his own past, which is the Bonnie mask he wore on that fateful night. And this is a direct parallel to what we see happen in the Happiest Day minigames. The player gives life to memories or past events and comes to terms with the past. This all leads to the crying child coming to terms with his own past by finally having his birthday party and finally being freed, which again is what we see happen in FNAF World, and again this would have led to the box finally being opened. So if we can assume the secret ending from Help Wanted 2 is a parallel to the Happiest Day minigame, that means that the box would also contain the mask of an animatronic. And now the question is, who the animatronic is? Well, we know that it has to be an animatronic that we see in the happy ending and one that would be personal to William Afton. So with that said, the FNAF 4 box contains the mask of Golden Freddy. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, but I think this would actually make a lot of sense. Now I'm sure that you're thinking in the good ending we don't actually see the Golden Freddy mask, we only see it in the bad ending with its eyes still lit up, since in this ending the children's spirits were never freed. So what if the reason we don't see the Golden Freddy mask in the happy ending, which is the canon ending, is because the mask is still inside the box? And using the parallel that I just discussed, it would make a lot of sense for the box to contain something personal to William Afton while also being related to the happy ending, which would be one of the empty masks. But obviously a box and a chest aren't directly the same, but I still think they're right parallel of each other, especially because of the way the chest is unlocked and because of the text above it, as it can even be argued it relates to the text we see above the box. Now I'm sure that you're also thinking that it would be impossible for Golden Freddy's mask to be inside the box, as we see the mask on Golden Freddy in every single game he's in. And this would be a valid argument except for the fact that in each of these appearances, Golden Freddy isn't actually there, he's just an illusion. That's why he can just appear in your office simultaneously and cause your game to crash. But a minor detail to note that I think is important is that in every one of his jump scares we only see his head or mask appear on the screen, especially in FNAF 2 when the only thing that attacks you is his mask, which might be a small piece of evidence supporting this theory. So with all that said, using evidence from FNAF World, which tells us that the ending is supposed to be the same as FNAF 3's happy ending, which is where we would have seen the box unlocked, we can assume that the box would contain an animatronic mask like we see in the happy ending, and using evidence from FNAF Help Wanted 2 where we see a chest unlocked revealing a Bonnie mask, we can assume that the mask inside is Golden Freddy's, meaning that what's inside the FNAF 4 box is the head of Golden Freddy. Finally, what role could Golden Freddy possibly have in this new era of the FNAF franchise, and more specifically in the Pizzaplex and FNAF Security Breach? Well, I think there's a big chance that Golden Freddy is present through the form of Glamrock Freddy, and unlike many popular theories, what if Glamrock Freddy is possessed by the Crying Child's soul? First, here's why I don't think the Crying Child can be the same person as Gregory. Besides their similar designs that aren't close enough to make a definitive decision, their characters are nothing alike. In FNAF 4, the Crying Child was a kid who was terrified of the animatronics. In multiple minigames, we would see him try to do everything in his power to avoid the animatronics, but when he couldn't, he would break down and begin to cry, hence the name. Even when Michael and his friends threw him into the mouth of Fredbear, he was obviously crying, and again, he was always scared of these animatronics. But in Security Breach, Gregory feels like the opposite. We know he never once feels scared of the animatronics, as he is able to destroy all of the main animatronics and steal parts from them. And he even crawls inside of Freddy when he's shut off, so again, they're different in that sense, and their personalities never feel alike. If anything, I think the Crying Child's personality resembles closer to Glamrock Freddy, which would also make him Golden Freddy. But first, let's go over who exactly Golden Freddy is. Throughout the franchise, we know of two souls possessing the Golden Freddy animatronic. The first being the Crying Child when he was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear, killing him, and the second soul being Cassidy. Cassidy was stuffed inside the Fredbear animatronic by William Afton after his first murder spree. So throughout the franchise, both Cassidy and the Crying Child take control of Golden Freddy in different ways, but at one point both spirits are freed. In FNAF 3, after completing the happiest day minigame and unlocking the happy ending, we see the crying child's spirit be freed after having his birthday party. Now this can be debated, but in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, we do see Cassidy's spirit be freed after completing the Old Man Consequences Easter egg while she was torturing William Afton in a purgatory. We see the Golden Freddy animatronic twitch while the screen fades to black. Now it is debated if her spirit was freed in this moment, but I think it was. But we know for a fact that both spirits return in FNAF Security Breach. It's well known that Cassidy returns in the form of the princess in all of the Princess Quest minigames. In the game files, she's even labeled as Cassidy. We can assume that Cassidy returned to defeat the virtual version of William Afton, which is Glitch Trap. But if Cassidy is stopping the virtual version of William Afton, then who's stopping the physical version of him, which we know is Burn Trap? Well, this is where I think the crying child comes into play. Now I'm sure that you may be thinking that it would be impossible for the crying child to return since his spirit was freed back in FNAF 3, and this would be true except for one minor detail. In the same ending, we also see the puppet spirit be freed as their mask falls down alongside the other spirits. But we see the puppet in later parts of the timeline like in FNAF 6 in the form of Lefty, and there are some theories that we even see the puppet in Security Breach as we see Nightmare Puppet plushies throughout the Pizzaplex. So this proves that although souls can be freed from an animatronic, it is still possible that they could return in some way. So what if Golden Freddy or the crying child returns in FNAF Security Breach to stop the physical version of William Afton? Now that may seem far-stretched, but the evidence is right there in the form of parallels. The first being Glamrock Freddy's personality. At first I thought it resembled the personality of Michael Afton, and for the most part it does. But I strongly believe that Michael is still alive and living in the Pizzaplex like I discussed in this video. But Freddy's personality does still resemble that of the crying child's. Throughout the game, Freddy never wants to hurt anyone and does everything in his power to avoid conflict. When he first finds Gregory in his stomach, he points out the fact how they should avoid coming in contact with Vanessa, and throughout the game he almost seems scared of her and the idea of being caught by her. He also never wants to hurt any of the other animatronics, and he even disagrees with Gregory when he brings up the idea. So overall, his personality feels more timid and fearful, which resembles the crying child more than Michael. And when Freddy brings Gregory to the first aid station, he tells him this.
I feel you are broken.
Don't worry about it, I'm fine.
No, I feel that something is wrong. I am taking you to the first aid station.
This is a direct reference to what we know William told the crying child in the hospital. He tells him, "You are broken." It's a direct parallel to FNAF 4, but this time the crying child is saying it to Gregory. But moving on to another direct parallel we see is the fact that Freddy loses his head in the canon ending. Now obviously the crying child doesn't actually lose his head to Fredbear, but every other time the crying child is referenced, he is missing his head. Like above the sticky note room where we see the staff bots representing each member of the Afton family, and for the crying child the staff bot is missing their head. So again, I think Freddy missing his head is a parallel to the crying child. And in Ruin, we see yet again another parallel. The only time we encounter Glamrock Freddy in Ruin, he has a completely different design. Not only is he missing his head, but he has a hole in his chest making a mouth. And what other animatronic in the entire franchise has a similar design with their stomach being a mouth? That's right, Nightmare Fredbear, who is also Golden Freddy, who of course is the crying child. His stomach even opens up making a mouth, so again, I think this design choice is to tell us that Glamrock Freddy is the crying child. But in Security Breach, there's a small detail that I think many people misunderstood. When you first go down to the abandoned pizzeria, Freddy will say this when finding the blob.
My friends are here. They're so angry, confused. But I can protect you. I am not me.
Now there are many theories to what this line was referring to, but I think it was about the crying child referring to his friend's souls or agony that were now stuck inside of the blob. We know that the blob was created using parts of endoskeletons and parts from animatronics from the special delivery service. This is why we see characters like Chico or Bonnie even though their original versions have already been destroyed. The blob is also fueled by agony, which is a substance that is fueled by pure hatred and rage, so the agony inside the blob comes from the souls of the children who still have hatred for William Afton, who we already know came back in the form of Burn Trap. So when William came back, so did the souls of these children in the form of agony inside the blob. So I think that the crying child can feel the agony of his friends who were other animatronics, which is why he says they are angry and confused. And again, this is just more evidence that the crying child is Glamrock Freddy. So with all of that said, I think the crying child's soul came back and possessed Glamrock Freddy after the Pizzaplex had already been built and after William Afton had returned as Burn Trap. The crying child returns to stop his father and to protect Gregory unlike the way he was protected. He he has a chance to stop history from repeating itself by having someone else injured by these animatronics. And that's why he speaks to Gregory the same way William did, as he's now acting like a father figure for him. But eventually, Freddy loses his head in the same sense the crying child did, and in Ruin, Glamrock Freddy becomes the crying child's worst nightmare, which was Nightmare Fredbear. Now quickly I want to discuss yet another piece of evidence that further proves this theory. When looking at Golden Freddy's lines when he's near the blob, he also has to say this line, which is very similar to Golden Freddy's.
Confused, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Now this could easily be taken into any context, but I believe that it's a parallel to the infamous phrase, "It's me." It's clear that these two lines are very similar, and what if this was for a very specific reason? It's to show that Glamrock Freddy and the crying child are closely connected, and that there's even a chance that the crying child is now possessing Golden Freddy. With this new line, "I am not me," the crying child could also be recognizing how he's in a different animatronic that he's not familiar with, especially since he spent so much time in Golden Freddy. So again, this just further proves the idea in theory that the crying child is now possessing Glamrock Freddy in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. But with that, this is how I attempted to solve Golden Freddy in the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. Remember, nothing in this video is confirmed and everything is just a theory. Especially with the character as complex as Golden Freddy, it's hard to actually solve this character. So what do you guys think of Golden Freddy in the FNAF franchise? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. How many souls possess Golden Freddy? Does Golden Freddy have a role in the Midnight Motors minigame, and was he the one who left these footprints behind? How does Golden Freddy connect to this box, and what's inside the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 box? And finally, is Golden Freddy the same animatronic as Glamrock Freddy in FNAF Security Breach? So again, make sure to comment down below any theories on any of these topics. Finally, let's go over FNAF Security Breach and how we can solve the entirety of this game. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach has been released for over 2 years now, but many mysteries still lie within the Pizzaplex. And throughout this channel, I've made many videos on different characters, endings, and mysteries that have all come from this game, while also theorizing about how this game solves future projects like FNAF's Secret of the Mimic. So in this video, I'm going to combine every single video on FNAF Security Breach I've made on the channel to attempt to finally solve this game and everything you need to know about it. So in this video, I'm going to go over the endings and villains of this game, characters from past FNAF games that also have a role in the Pizzaplex, new characters in the franchise and who they really are, how Security Breach solves a FNAF game that hasn't even been released yet, a group of animatronics that connect to the Mimic and Willie Mafton, and finally, a single room that might solve Security Breach. So starting with how this game is connected to the past FNAF games, let's solve why Michael Lafton is still alive and had an active role in the Pizzaplex. So make sure to like and subscribe, and let's solve Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. First, let's go over Michael Lafton's appearances throughout the franchise. Following the timeline that's most believed in by the fandom, we first see Michael in FNAF 4 as the main character who is facing hallucinations of the nightmare animatronics. I know it's been believed that the crying child is actually the main character, but there's plenty of evidence supporting it's instead Michael. But moving on, we then see him in FNAF 2 as the security guard on night 7. Sometime later, we see him again as the main security guard in the first FNAF game. Then we see him in the underground bunker in FNAF's sister location where he is searching for his sister Elizabeth Afton. But at the end of that game, we see Michael be scooped by this machine, which results in Ennard using his body and controlling him, until Michael Lafton throws Ennard up. But instead of this killing him, he actually survives and becomes immortal, as we learn from his monologue.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not. I've been living in shadows.
We then see him in FNAF 3 once more as a security guard as he looks for his father, and at the end of that game he burns down the pizzeria but manages to escape. We finally see him one last time in FNAF 6, but this time as the manager of the pizzeria who's in charge of the way everything works. He lures the final 4 possessed animatronics left and burns down the pizzeria one last time, but this time he burns with it, and with this, Michael Lafton's story ended. But what if it didn't? What if Michael Lafton is still alive? What if he actually lives in the Pizzaplex? And what if he's actually in control of the Pizzaplex as a co-CEO? Now I know that may seem far-stretched, but I think this can be assumed using plenty of evidence. For starters, this room is found within the Pizzaplex, and it's a one-for-one replica of Michael's room from FNAF's sister location. Many fans have theorized that this is actually the exact same room, meaning that the Pizzaplex was built over the Afton family's house from FNAF 4. But I don't think this is the case, as that would mean the FNAF 4 house was built over the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which wouldn't make sense timeline wise, and there are no other items or things from this house. But why would the Pizzaplex make animatronic room from the Afton family's house if no one would ever see it or know about it? Well, the consensus is that it was for Michael. The TV even works and there's real popcorn, which to me would imply he's been there frequently or that he even lives there. In this room, there's also this cryptic message. When decoded, it reads a long message, but I want to focus on only the beginning. It reads, "Break and mend, I built the breath." Mend is defined as rebuilding and to restore. Building the breath is referring to giving something life. So to me, this is Michael telling us that he created the Pizzaplex as a whole and more specifically created the animatronics. He gave them life. There's more to this message that I'll get back to later in this video, but it's obvious that this room belongs to Michael. And moving on, let's look into two more pieces of evidence, starting with Rockstar Row from Security Breach. Now this is a small museum with different artifacts from the past FNAF games or pizzerias. We see things like animatronic parts, posters, drawings, and cardboard cutouts of different characters. These are supposed to be fun and nostalgic displays, but two displays specifically are very interesting. This display has two artifacts from FNAF 4. These are two toys from the Crying Child's room, except that this room isn't the Crying Child's, it's actually Michael's. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, we play as Michael in FNAF 4, meaning these toys are his. Who else in the entire franchise would want to display something from the Afton family house if the artifacts don't directly belong to them? I think this is Michael Afton displaying these toys as a form of nostalgia for him and as something to remember. But this next display are cardboard cutouts of Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, and Nightmare Balloon Boy. Now all three of these characters have only been seen by Michael. Ennard was inside of his body at one point, Shadow Bonnie was an illusion in the FNAF 2 pizzeria, and Nightmare Balloon Boy was a hallucination in FNAF 4. Again, Michael was the only one who knew about these animatronics, so how could they display them without his help? Now why he decided to display animatronics that haunted him and tortured him is a question that I can't really answer, but what I know for certain is that it would have been impossible without Michael. But looking at the last piece of evidence, it comes from FNAF AR and it's from a scrapped email. Now it can be debated if cut content is canon or not, but for the sake of the video, I'm going with it is canon as it's an important piece of evidence. In this cut content, we actually see an email going to the email address of M. Afton, which I think we can all agree is Michael Afton, meaning he had involvement with either the shipping company or someone else that worked at the pizzeria at one point. This also confirms that he's not only alive, but the fact that he was also involved with the creation of the Pizzaplex. But now that I've gone over the most compelling evidence in support that he's alive, I'm now going to go over how this would all make sense narratively. Michael's entire journey throughout the franchise was bringing down Fazbear's Entertainment and his father, Springtrap. He's successful as he burns down most new locations and burns down all remaining possessed animatronics, so why would he agree to open a new location that is much larger? While using parts of MatPat's theory, I think that Michael and his mother reunited after the FNAF 6 fire and agreed to open a new location the right way, a way where no one would be hurt and the pizzeria would genuinely be a place where kids could have fun. That's why Michael has his own room, decorated parts of the pizzeria, and why he was in contact with other employees. He's the co-CEO of this new Fazbear's Entertainment, and things were going perfectly until William Afton appears again in the form of Glitchtrap. We know he takes the mind of Vanessa and starts trying to come back into the real world. This whole incident was brought to the attention of the higher-ups, but it was shut down and they even continued to use this virus. So what if this was Miss Afton shutting it down as she knew it was her husband trying to come back and she encouraged the idea? We know the CEO, or Miss Afton, made Vanessa head of Security Breach even when being informed she was never qualified enough. And like MatPat's theory, her main goal was to bring back her family, and a way she did that was by making Burntrap. But obviously Michael would never be okay with this, so Miss Afton hid everything from him. But eventually when he found out, he would try to stop his father once more and bring down Fazbear's Entertainment once more. Remember that message I talked about earlier in the video? Well, the rest of the message are actually instructions on how to escape and defeat the animatronics. It reads dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. These are all things we see Gregory do throughout Security Breach, and Michael helps us a lot more in the background. Many people assume that Glamrock Freddy wasn't affected by the virus as he booted into safe mode before it happened, and that the reason he booted into safe mode was because he saw Gregory. But what if it was Michael who booted him into safe mode as he knew the virus wouldn't be able to affect him, and as a result, Glamrock Freddy helps Gregory throughout the entire game. Also, in the final boss fight where you defeat Burntrap, these buttons are conveniently there that allow you to burn down the pizzeria. But what if it was Michael who made these buttons in an attempt to stop his father, which again helped Gregory in defeating him? Michael helping Gregory defeat William Afton works for his character and makes sense narratively. So with that said, Michael Afton is still alive in Security Breach and co-founded the new Fazbear's Entertainment with his mother, Miss Afton. Things go well until Miss Afton attempts to bring back William Afton through the form of Burntrap. Michael doesn't agree with her or her action and attempts to stop them in the background of Security Breach's gameplay. And with the help of Gregory, they burn down the pizzeria and Burntrap once more, stopping Miss Afton. But this is just a theory. And with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this theory on why I think Michael Afton is still alive in Security Breach. Now, by no means is this theory perfect, since a lot of it is just assumption, especially since in FNAF 6 it's insinuated that Michael chose to stay and burn down with the pizzeria by this line.
And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be.
There's also no evidence of him even leaving, and the Afton family isn't hinted at all in FNAF Ruin or Help Wanted 2, which makes me think they're moving away from this family, especially since they've introduced new characters like Cassie and the Mimic. But I still think it's interesting to discuss the possibility that he is alive, since there are a lot of items in the Pizzaplex that relate to him. Moving on, let's solve the two most mysterious characters from this game that are also the villains, Burntrap and the Blob. Starting with Burntrap, who is he? And more specifically, is he the Mimic from Ruin and from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels? Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and its DLC, Ruin, introduced two new villains and antagonists that have caused a lot of debate within the community, Burntrap and the Mimic. Specifically, it's widely debated if these two villains are supposed to be the same character or if they're supposed to be two separate entities. Although at this point in the franchise, the consensus among the community is that they are the same character, but I believe this is wrong and I think they were always meant to be separate. But why? Well, Burntrap was featured as one of the antagonists in Security Breach and was even featured in his own ending. In this ending, Burntrap is revealed to be kept in a charging station in a pizzeria under the Pizzaplex, the same pizzeria from FNAF 6. He attempts to take control of Glamrock Freddy using monitors and attempts to capture Gregory for some unknown reason, but he was ultimately defeated when Gregory burnt him and the pizzeria down using burners that were in his room. But it's worth mentioning that the Burntrap ending isn't actually canon, meaning he was never burned in that pizzeria, but this still means that he was down in the sinkhole and inside the charging station at one point. Burntrap has a physical appearance that resembles both Springtrap and Scraptrap. His suit is olive and dark yellow in color with an exposed human jawbone with teeth. His endoskeleton resembles a combination of the Glamrock animatronics and a Springlock endoskeleton. His eyes are pitch black with purple glowing pupils. His right foot's endoskeleton is completely exposed while his left foot still has its costume covering. Mimic, on the other hand, was featured as the antagonist in the Ruin DLC and was also featured in all three endings. In Ruin, the Mimic lures Cassie down to the bottom of the sinkhole where he is trapped using a walkie-talkie while mimicking Gregory's voice. He is then freed by Cassie and begins to chase her before Roxy steps in attempting to stop him. She ultimately fails as the Mimic begins to chase Cassie throughout the caves of the sinkhole, but she is able to escape in an elevator before it is cut by Gregory to prevent the Mimic's escape, ending Ruin. The Mimic has a smaller squared-off head similar to older classic endoskeleton models with teeth similar to the daycare attendant's endoskeleton teeth. Its right hand also resembles the classic endoskeleton one with 4 fingers on it, while the left hand resembles the one Burntrap has. Both its legs are also different from one another. The left leg has some sort of wiring encasing it and looks similar to Withered Bonnie's leg, while the right one resembles Spring Bonnie's. So why do fans believe that these two characters are similar when their designs aren't that identical? Well, when looking at the evidence, there's actually a lot supporting this idea. So starting by comparing them side by side, there doesn't seem to be a single similarity at all, but when we start to look deeper, that's when the similarities are obvious. When looking at their legs, they both don't match. Both of their left feet have a different foot than the right one, and both of their left feet only have 3 toes. Both of their left arms have 5 fingers and their necks are also slightly similar. And finally, they both have a similar pose where their left arm is raised but their wrist is flat. But in terms of differences, in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn that the Mimic can shift its body to fit into different mascots and costumes, meaning the Mimic would be able to change its body in Security Breach, which is why he's shorter and wider as Burntrap. But the evidence doesn't stop with their designs. There's a lot more in Ruin and with the simple handprint. When looking at the video, how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate by Underscore, in this video he goes over how there's this new texture in the vent leading to Burntrap's room, as it depicts his right arm scratching the vent. I recommend watching the full video here to understand the full context, and it's also just an amazing theory. But looking back at the texture, it's also in the vent leading right to the Mimic's room, leading him and others to believe that both textures were left by Burntrap, who would also be the Mimic. The reason the second texture is even there is because Burntrap or the Mimic left it there when he was trapped by Vanessa and Gregory. Alongside the claw mark in the vent leading to Burntrap's office, we also see this purple glow effect in the vent, and I think this is Burntrap leaving behind a trail. And we also find the same purple glow effect in the Mimic's room. When brightening the cutscene where the Mimic is revealed, we actually find a very similar purple glow to the glow in the vent. And if this was Burntrap leaving behind a trail, then he also left it in this room, which also most likely means that Burntrap is actually the Mimic. The reason we find this purple glow here as well is because it came from the Mimic, who is also Burntrap. So far it looks like Burntrap is the exact same character as the Mimic, and there's even more evidence that comes from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels that supports this idea. In Tiger Rock, we learn that the Mimic climbed into a costume that was already being worn by a girl named Kelly. As a result, this killed her, and the Mimic's endoskeleton fused with the girl's flesh, which most likely left parts of her body on the endoskeleton. These events and description perfectly match Burntrap. The olive animatronic parts like the head and chest came from a costume, and the flesh on Burntrap comes from a girl that was fused to the Mimic's endoskeleton. This would perfectly explain how the Mimic became Burntrap and their drastically different designs. And finally, in the books, we also learn that the Mimic was originally burned and had bent metal rabbit ears, which also perfectly matches the description of Burntrap and further proves the idea that they're the same character. So when looking at the evidence from their designs, the environment storytelling from Ruin, and from the epilogues in the books, it's almost safe to say that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same. Or is it? I still believe that Burntrap is not the Mimic and that it's always been planned that way, and to prove this, let's debunk every single piece of evidence I've discussed, or at least let's try to. Starting with the epilogues, like I mentioned, the Mimic climbs into a costume being worn by a person, but we learn that the mascot too was actually a dog, which clearly doesn't match the description of Burntrap since he's based off a rabbit. And although the person's flesh did fuse with the Mimic, this still wouldn't create the design of Burntrap. Burntrap's entire head is made of flesh, which feels intentional, and the way the flesh wraps around his endoskeleton also feels intentional. It's hard to assume that Burntrap's design would be the result of a human being crushed into the Mimic, especially when Burntrap has teeth and a bone for a finger. So I think it's actually safe to assume that this epilogue is describing another incident with the Mimic that does not involve Burntrap. And now, most importantly, I want to focus on their designs, as the simple truth is, their designs are just too different to say that they are the same or that they ever became the same. Sure, they have some similarities like their arms and pose, but the core of their designs are almost polar opposites. Burntrap was very clearly made using a Glamrock endoskeleton, and the flesh was built onto him intentionally. The flesh wraps around his body in a specific way where it covers most of the endoskeleton. This wasn't an accident like it was portrayed in the books. Comparing this endoskeleton to the Mimic's, they are completely different. The Mimic's endo is much older and skinnier. It even looks to be made of many different parts, unlike Burntrap. Now I'm sure you may be thinking that the Mimic can change the structure of his body, so you could have changed it to look like Burntrap. But this really only applies to his size, as in the books he shrinks down to fit into a vent or expands himself to fit into a costume. But this doesn't mean he can magically change the core structure of his endo to become more modern, and he can't just add parts to himself as he wishes like the many extra parts Burntrap has. Although he can change his size, he can't change the fundamentals of his endo, like his face shape, that are drastically different. And to further prove the idea that they're different, I want to expand on the point that Burntrap's design was intentional to keep William alive. When looking at Burntrap's model, and at something I haven't seen anyone else discuss before, Burntrap is being held together by metal screws and plates. His chest and back are being held together by 2 plates, he has 2 plates in his head connecting his mask to his skull, and he even has metal plates connecting his flesh to his leg. His costume was intentionally placed and made to fit around the endoskeleton and flesh, presumably to protect him and to make him stronger. Which is not what happens in the epilogue when the Mimic wears that costume. Not to mention, we also learn Burntrap is being kept alive by this charging station, as we learn an immense amount of power was being sent to the sinkhole to again keep him alive. Also, when looking at the way they move and their behaviors, they are completely different. When Burntrap is free, he looks weak and fragile, almost as if Burntrap wasn't done being created. Even the way he walks is also very limp and weak, so again, I think without this charging station, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. But the Mimic, on the other hand, clearly doesn't need a charging station to stay alive. We can assume he was behind that concrete wall for some time now without a charging station, and again he appears fine. Even the way the Mimic walks is much different than Burntrap, as he's able to run while chasing Cassie throughout the caves. He also appears to be much stronger than Burntrap, and there's a clear difference between the two physically. And finally, when looking at Underscore's video and at this purple glow, it's also actually found in this cave and in other random parts of the caves, which is why I don't think it can be a real way of showing where Burntrap has been, especially since the purple glow in the vent is much stronger and different than the other purple glows in the caves and in this room where the Mimic was found. But I'll get back to this handprint soon. When trying to decide if they're the same character, my biggest issue is obviously the design. By saying that Burntrap and the Mimic are the same, we are essentially retconning Burntrap and his design just for the sake of saying he's the same as the Mimic. The way he looks, the way he acts, and the feature of his charging station would also be retconned to again say he is the Mimic. Their designs are far too different to be called the same, and there also just isn't a viable explanation to how the Mimic was Burntrap at one point. And in Ruin, we can't find the flesh and costume of Burntrap anywhere. Shouldn't it be in the room or anywhere else in the caves? Again, we are erasing a character and its design to say that he is the same as another separate character. But for a quick explanation, then who is Burntrap? Well, like I mentioned, his costume was screwed together using metal plates, but where did they get these parts for his costume to create Burntrap? Well, what if it came from Scraptrap? The two costumes look similar in color, texture, and the reason it's more withered than Burntrap is because of the FNAF 6 fire. We can assume that Scraptrap was severely burnt, which is why parts of his costume were taken to create Burntrap. They were just screwed together with metal plates. Scraptrap would have been down there in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex, and maybe the flesh from Burntrap is actually Willie Mafton's flesh from Scraptrap that was reused for a new body. And that's why they would even need the charging station to keep him alive. But you may be wondering, what about the claw mark in the vent and how can we debunk this? Well, the truth is that you really can't. This is clearly Burntrap's hand, meaning he also left the claw mark in the mimic's vent. The only real way to explain it is that Burntrap left his claw mark here when wandering around the sinkhole after the events of Security Breach. That's why we might even find the purple glow in this room, as it was him trying to find a way out separate from the mimic. But really, this is just a great piece of evidence and an amazing find by Underscore. But personally, I think there's more evidence and reasoning proving that Mimic and Burntrap are not the same. But this is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. We can all have our own opinion on this debate. If you choose to believe they're the same based on this claw mark and on the purple glow, that's great, as it is a good piece of evidence. Or if you believe the epilogues are about the Mimic becoming Burntrap, then that's also great. Just personally, I believe they're different based on their designs and the small details in Burntrap's design. So what do you guys think? Are Burntrap and the Mimic the same character? Now let's look at Burntrap's original purpose that was revealed by Scott Cawthon himself. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, in the Scott Cawthon interview we learn new details from the newer FNAF games, the movie, and even the books. And when covering FNAF Security Breach, Scott Cawthon had this to say about Burntrap and what his original plan was when discussing how he felt about the overall game.
But I think in this case it's okay. When it comes to Burntrap, originally Burntrap was never supposed to move. He was supposed to just be something you saw in the corners, or like if you were walking past machinery, you might be able to peek in between two things and see him in the corner or propped up against a wall, almost like a some kind of decaying movie prop, and you never fully understood what his purpose was. And he had a very specific purpose, and I'm not going to say what that purpose was, but realistically he never moved. Well, obviously that's not what we got in Security Breach. In Security Breach we got a capsule opening and purple smoke flowing out and him climbing out and coming to get you. And so it's just not quite the same thing. So
like he says in the small clip, it's obvious how different Burntrap was in Security Breach compared to his original idea, especially when considering that Burntrap was never supposed to move, which is almost hard to imagine. But what I think is the most important thing to take away from this clip is the fact that Burntrap wasn't supposed to move for a very specific purpose, but Scott Cawthon hides this purpose from us. So I want to solve what this original purpose was and if we're going to see Burntrap in a future FNAF project. In order to solve what his original purpose was, I think a perfect place to start is with the very first teaser trailer that gave us unused voice lines of Burntrap and a new scene that wasn't used in the final version of the game. So let's look at these cutscenes and see if they help us with answering what his purpose was.
When I first found you, you were nothing. You were small, pathetic. But now, you are more. Are you ready?
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will, both of you, burn!
In the first voice line, we can assume it's Burntrap or Glitchtrap speaking to Vanessa before she would become Vanny as he's preparing her for what's to come. In the second voice line, we can assume this is actually Burntrap because of the slightly different voice, and again, I think he's still talking to Vanessa. When he refers to both of you, I think he's referring to Vanessa and Vanny as two separate entities, or he could simply be talking to Gregory and Vanny, but either way, I don't think any of these voice lines reveal to us what his purpose was. And neither does the last scene. Scott Cawthon made it clear that Burntrap was not supposed to move at all, and in this clip we clearly see him moving. And although we never saw the scene in the final game, I still think this was created after Burntrap's purpose was changed. And this could just be an alternate scene to when he was revealed. That's why we even see the purple smoke behind his arm, and again, all of this was most likely planned after the change. So this just brings us right to the beginning. What was his original purpose? Well, I think it could be one of two ideas, with the first simply being that the reason Burntrap never moved was because he was actually a hallucination. Now, this was actually a popular theory when Security Breach was first released, and now it makes a lot more sense with Scott Cawthon's statement. The reason Burntrap would randomly appear throughout the Pizzaplex and wouldn't move is because he was simply a hallucination. And in the very first teaser trailer for Security Breach, in one of the shots, we might have actually seen this hallucination. In the very corner of this shot, we see what appears to be the outline of someone, and when brightening this image, we can see that this someone resembles Burntrap. We can see the outline of his face, and what if this was the very first tease of a hallucination of Burntrap before plans were changed? But if this was the case, what would be the purpose of Burntrap being a hallucination? Well, I think it could really only be for one reason, which is to show that Willie Mafton's presence is in the Pizzaplex. We know the last time we saw Willie Mafton was in Five Nights at Freddy's 6 when he was burned inside the pizzeria, and it's this pizzeria that is right under the Pizzaplex. So it could be possible that his soul is still inside the pizzeria, which would allow him to access the Pizzaplex, which would then cause the hallucination of Burntrap. But of course this can be debated, as it was assumed the last time we saw Willie Mafton's soul was in a purgatory in Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night. But maybe this would have been a way to set up Willie Mafton's return in another way before their plans changed with Burntrap. Or it could have been to prove another popular theory, being that Gregory was under Glitchtrap's control the entire time. Now, although this topic can be a video on its own, Burntrap would serve the purpose to prove this, as the only reason Gregory would be able to see Burntrap was to show he was under the virus's control. And this idea is more related to the novels and the GGY story, but I could still see this being one of the original plans. So what if Burntrap's original purpose as a hallucination was to show that Willie Mafton was still present in the Pizzaplex? But moving on to the next idea, what if his purpose is related to another character? Well, I think that his original purpose was the equivalent to what Vanny's purpose is in the final version. In Security Breach, Vanny would randomly appear throughout the game, and she would make your screen glitch while trying to capture you. Or she would just walk by you like we saw in this scene when we're in the charging station with Freddy. And I think Vanny's purpose is to tease a greater threat in the Pizzaplex and to tell the player that she's not alone. And this greater threat is of course Burntrap in the very end of the game. So although this can be debated, I think Vanny's purpose was to set up Burntrap. So I think Burntrap's original purpose was to set up a greater threat in the Pizzaplex, and based on what we know, he would actually act very similar to Vanny. Instead of chasing the player like Vanny would, Burntrap would just instead stand still and would creepily be standing in different areas of the Pizzaplex. This would honestly be much scarier than seeing Vanny chasing you around, as it would be chilling to just see him standing there. Maybe he would have also made your screen glitch or fill it with a purple light like the purple smoke from his charging station. But either way, he would have served the purpose of setting up the main villain and its ending. If Burntrap was only supposed to stand still in certain areas, then we can assume he wouldn't have gotten his own ending and he wouldn't have been the main villain of the game. The same way Vanny wasn't really the main villain of Security Breach. But if Burntrap was setting up a greater threat, now the question is, who would that greater threat be? Well, I think the answer is obvious, as it would be the Mimic. Scott Cawthon also talks about the Mimic in this interview, stating how he's one of his favorite antagonists from the franchise. So what if the Mimic was originally set up in Security Breach with Burntrap teasing his appearance? Meaning we would have gotten a Mimic ending instead of the Burntrap ending. And this way the Mimic would have had a more significant setup than how it felt when he was revealed in Ruin. But this would also mean that we would have seen Burntrap in other projects as well if we're following the same timeline of events that Vanny appeared in. We could have possibly seen Burntrap in FNAF Ruin or FNAF Help Wanted 2, as he would have had a greater role. But unfortunately we never saw this happen, as the last time Burntrap had a direct appearance was in FNAF Security Breach. So really, no matter what Burntrap's original purpose was, I think this would have set up more appearances like in Ruin or in Hope Wanted 2. But because his purpose was drastically changed, this never came to be, which also leads me to believe that Burntrap won't have a role moving forward with FNAF. Although Burntrap is one of my favorite characters in all of FNAF, I don't see how he could have a role in any of these newer games, especially when looking at the direction it's headed in. Looking at the interview once more, Scott Cawthon stated how he could see different characters returning in the franchise once more, like Vanny or the Mimic, but he never brought up Burntrap possibly returning, and he only mentioned Burntrap when discussing his name and original purpose. So this also leads me to believe that he will no longer be in the franchise, especially when considering that he didn't appear in Ruin or in Help Wanted 2, and it's almost impossible to expect him to appear in the next project. So with that said, Burntrap's original purpose was to set up Willie Mafton or the Mimic's return in some way, but his purpose was changed to be the main villain of Security Breach, which ultimately ended the possibility of him returning in new projects. And with all of that, this is everything we know about Burntrap's original purpose. Now let's look at the Blob and how it connects to other animatronics from the franchise. First, let's go over what the Blob is. In FNAF Security Breach, Gregory goes to the lowest point in the pizzeria, which was revealed to be the location from FNAF 6, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place. There, he finds a sinkhole that goes to an even lower level where he finds Burntrap, who gets released from his charging station and takes over control of Freddy. Then the Blob tries to stop Gregory, but then Gregory is able to burn Burntrap alongside the Blob, blob, and this is known as the burn trap ending. But what is this amalgamation of different animatronics? Well, it includes the FNAF 1 versions of Chica and Bonnie, it includes the puppet, Circus Baby, parts of Mangle, and at the head of it all is Funtime Freddy. Now, by no means are these the original animatronics from the past restaurants, especially since animatronics like the puppet were burned down in the FNAF 6 ending. So what is the blob and why is it alive when all these souls from the animatronics have been put to rest? Well, using evidence from the first Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learned that when workers were cleaning out the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location from FNAF 6 for the construction of the Pizzaplex, one of the workers programmed an endoskeleton to tear apart any animatronics left in the location. It would then throw all parts in a single pile until the endoskeleton started tearing apart the human workers. It then throws the humans into the pile of animatronic parts before one of the workers is able to escape and tells the other construction workers to seal off the location. And in Security Breach, this is exactly what we see, a mesh of animatronic parts all sealed off in a location. Now, many theories about the blob, and even in MatPat's theory, it's believed that agony is what fuels the blob. Agony is a substance that is fueled purely by hatred, sadness, anger, and the bad memories infused with one's soul. So the agony of all the construction workers meshed with the robotic parts of the animatronics created the blob. There's actually more examples of employees' bodies missing, like when multiple employees were murdered during a mandatory staff meeting, and we even see the site in Security Breach. It's believed that they were murdered by endoskeletons and that their bodies went missing, but what if their bodies were thrown into the already growing pile? There was also another incident where an excavation team found the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria, but they never made it out. Again, it's most likely that the bodies are now inside of the blob as it gains more agony. This could also be why Glamrock Freddy says this when he first finds the blob.
My friends are here. They're so angry, confused. But I can protect you.
His friends could be referring to the employees of the pizzeria, and it makes a lot of sense. The blob alone solves many mysteries from FNAF Security Breach, and his character is much more important than just solving mysteries. So now that we know the blob is just an amalgamation of construction workers' bodies and animatronic parts being fueled by agony, why is the blob still important? Well, like I mentioned before, unlike Burn Trap, the blob has continued to show up in the FNAF franchise even though his character was made out to be not canon. Throughout FNAF Ruin, comic book style drawings can be found of each of Security Breach's endings, and this is the franchise's way of saying they're not canon anymore. This included the Burn Trap ending, so again the game was hinting that neither Burn Trap or the blob were canon and that they never even existed. But in Ruin, we actually see the blob for a split second. When walking down to the abandoned pizzeria, the blob can be seen through the hole of a wall before retracting itself, meaning that it was actually canon. Although this is the only time the blob is seen in the entire DLC, but there still has to be meaning to his character if Studio Studios went out of their way to include it for a split second. And with the recent release of the newest FNAF project being Help Wanted 2, the blob was actually supposed to make an appearance before it was ultimately cut from the game. In the game files, it was found that the blob, or also known as Tangled in the files, was supposed to make an appearance in the Fizzy Fizz Night minigame. It could have been that you needed to avoid his tentacles, or that it would have replaced Chica in the garbage area. But either way, the blob was supposed to be in this game, and it's obvious that Studio Studios are putting importance to this character. And the reason why I think the blob still matters in the FNAF franchise is because I think we'll see more of this character in future FNAF projects. The Mimic from FNAF Ruin and the blob are the only two characters with unfinished stories, so it only makes sense that both of them will appear in future FNAF games. In one of my previous videos, I went over how we might get a FNAF Zero project that would act as an origin game that takes place in Fredbear's Family Diner. Here we might be able to learn more about the Mimic and its backstory since we know it predates a lot of the pizzerias. It could then set up the Mimic as the main villain for the next game where we might even see the blob. And what I think is even more likely is that the Mimic and the blob will combine into one animatronic and will be known as Tangled. Now I know that may seem far-fetched, but think about it. This was essentially already a theory when Security Breach was first released. Many believed that it was possible that the blob and Burn Trap combined into one animatronic when the pizzeria was burned down. But with this theory, I think it makes even more sense since we know the blob is fueled by agony, and what better way to get more agony than from the Mimic? We know that the Mimic was built on agony when his creator relentlessly destroyed him, transferring all of his rage and sadness onto the animatronic. So now that the Mimic is freed from the end of Ruin, and now that we know that the blob also roams free in the abandoned pizzeria, why wouldn't they encounter each other and why wouldn't they become one? Thus becoming a new villain in a new FNAF game. But even if none of this happens, what I can say for certain is that the blob is still a very important animatronic in the FNAF franchise, and it's inevitable that we'll see it again in a future project. Now let's look at a single room that I've made many videos on, a room that I believe we can use to solve the entirety of FNAF Security Breach, Rockstar Row. Rockstar Row was featured in the opening of Security Breach, and it's a museum featuring old and new artifacts from the franchise. And on the surface, it may just seem like this museum only serves the purpose to hold fun Easter Easter eggs and to show how much time has passed in the timeline. I'm sure many people, including myself, only look through the displays when playing for the first time, but after that it's easy to just walk past it and completely ignore it. Even when doing research about this room, I couldn't find any theories on it, and anything else I found online was focusing on the wrong thing, as I think one of these displays is the key to solving FNAF security breach in the next games that follow. But first, let's look at each display in Rockstar Row. Going in chronological order, we see FNAF 1's Freddy's foot and bow tie, Freddy's arm and ear, Freddy's mic and its stand, Chica's torso, foot, and her infamous cupcake, Bonnie's guitar, and finally we see Foxy's torso and jaw. We then see various posters from FNAF 2 and from FNAF 3. We also see these toys from the FNAF 4 bedroom, but we don't see any artifacts from FNAF's sister location. In the corner of the room, we can find cardboard cutouts of Dreadbear, Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, Circus Baby Plush, and Plush Trap. We also see this stage from FNAF Help Wanted, and it's supposed to be a replica of the first FNAF stage. But finally, we see Glamrock Chica's old guitar, this film reel with the label movie on it, and we see this display with what looks to be animatronic parts and one single eye, and this is the display I think is crucial. Even when replaying Security Breach, this display would always grab my attention, but I never really knew why. Something about it just felt important. It wasn't until I realized that it's obvious where every other single display is from except this one. We know these parts were from FNAF 1, we know this stage was from FNAF Help Wanted, and we know these posters were from FNAF 3, but nothing in this display told us where it's from or what it even means. And this is when I began to dig deep and answer who this eye belongs to. I simply started by searching the term missing eye with FNAF, and I found that only 3 animatronics out of the entire franchise fit this description: Mangle, Ennard, and Lefty. Immediately, none of these animatronics caught my attention as they don't seem important enough to be shown in a display. They also have no real connection to each other, so I quickly reached a dead end. I then thought of going through the game files, as it was possible the name for the asset would reveal who the eye belonged to. And right as I was opening the file for the main Rockstar Row floor, I would come to find that all of the game files were named the same, so again I reached a dead end. But one of my last ideas was to look closer into the actual displays themselves, and that's when I realized they all have a colored tag that puts them in a certain group. Any display with the yellow tag meant the artifact was from the FNAF 1 location, like Freddy's bow tie. Any display with the gray tag simply meant it was one of the animatronics guitar, like Bonnie's original guitar. But 4 items have a pink tag that was hard to put into a group: the eyes and parts, Foxy's jaw and torso, the FNAF 4 toys, and this random gray device. Again, these 4 artifacts have nothing in common, but I started to compare the eye to all of Foxy's eyes through the franchise, but none of them were a direct match or really seemed that similar. But this is when I had one last idea, which was a bit desperate, but it was really the only option I had left, which was to grab a 3D model of each individual animatronic, add them to Blender, and take them apart to really compare the eyes. Now, I only checked animatronics from FNAF 1 to FNAF sister location, and I also made sure to skip FNAF 4 and FNAF 3 animatronics since they aren't actually real. But there were still a lot of animatronics to go through, and this process ended up taking a decent amount of time. I also made sure to try my best to only use models from FNAF Help Wanted and FNAF AR to make sure I was as accurate as possible when comparing these eyes. I would take off the mask and parts of the endoskeletons to take a better look at the eyes, and I did this for each character. But each time I found the same result. The eyes wouldn't be a direct match, and most of the time the eyes just looked like any other standard animatronic part. From the original Freddy, to Balloon Boy, to Ballora, I kept dissecting these animatronics to try and find an answer, but again I hit a dead end, and eventually I had looked into each animatronic. At this point I felt even more desperate, so I started to look into random animatronics to see if there was some connection, and that's when I found it. It was right in front of me the whole time. When dissecting the endoskeleton from FNAF Security Breach and when looking into the eye and its socket, they look almost identical. We see black and orange in both of them, and they even have a similar shape. But obviously this can't belong to one of the newest endoskeletons, as this eye is much older, but I think it does still belong to an endoskeleton. And what endoskeleton is old while also being crucial to the new FNAF? Of course, this is the Mimic. Now in Ruin, the Mimic does have both of its eyes, and even when comparing the model to the eye in Rockstar Row, there isn't that much of a similarity, so that's when I turned to the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. In the story, The Mimic, we learn how the Mimic's creator, Edwin, destroyed the Mimic out of anger and frustration. He compressed its face, broke its teeth, bent its spine, crushed its arms, and finally dislocated one of its eyes. And I think it's this dislocated eye that we see in the Rockstar Row display. Now I'm sure that you're thinking this can't be the Mimic's eye, as in Ruin both of his eyes are intact, but we know he's been repaired various times throughout the franchise, so it could be very possible that this is his original eye. I'm sure you've also realized that I haven't talked about the parts next to the eye, and that's simply because no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't tell what it is, and I still really can't. Even when reverse searching this image on Google to try and find something similar, I found nothing. But in the same The Mimic story, we learn that Edwin used unorthodox items like pistons from washing machines and steel rods to create the Mimic. So what if these parts next to the eye are some unorthodox items that were used to create the Mimic? But even if none of this is true, I think another story from Tales from the Pizzaplex tells us something very similar. In Lally's game, we learn that a worker programmed the Mimic to disassemble endoskeletons in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, as originally this location was meant to be a museum like the one we see in Rockstar Row. But the Mimic would then turn against the worker and tear him and other workers apart, which then closed this location. So what if this eye belonged to one of the animatronics the Mimic dismantled, as it's a piece of what was supposed to be the old museum and the new one? Now I also quickly want to go over a follow-up theory that might answer some questions you had on the last segment of the video. But again, thanks to the massive support of that video, we're now one step closer to finally answering who this eye belongs to. So by looking at the comments, let's once again deep dive into this display in Rockstar Row. Starting with the comment that I received the most, and I mean a lot: what if it belongs to Molten Freddy? Well, in my last video, I actually skipped over Molten Freddy being one of the only animatronics with one eye, as he is just entered after Circus Baby separated from the rest of the circus animatronics. And he was in the fire that destroyed the FNAF 6 pizzeria. But either way, let's still take a closer look. When importing a 3D model of Molten Freddy into Blender, we find that his eye is actually just an orange disc and isn't an eye at all. This makes sense when considering Molten Freddy is completely made out of trash, and the only real resemblance to the eye in Rockstar Row is that they both have an orange glow. So I don't really think this eye belongs to Molten Freddy. But moving on to the next comment I received the most, which is that the eye belonged to Nightmare Foxy. In my last video, I skipped over looking into the FNAF 4 animatronics as they aren't real, but this is technically wrong. Using evidence from the latest Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learn that the Nightmare animatronics were actually real, as they were just mannequins on rails, but a gas would cause whoever was in that room to hallucinate the Nightmare animatronics. So what if this eye belonged to the mannequin that created Nightmare Foxy? Now this would be a viable option, but there would be no real way to know that this eye belonged to Foxy's mannequin, and there's no real way to know the mannequin even had eyes. So because of this uncertainty, I don't think the eye belongs to Nightmare Foxy either. But moving on, as these comments suggest, let's look into the green rooms and the rooms surrounding them. Now in the actual rooms, there wasn't much that could help us answer this mystery. There was mainly just items that matched the animatronics and their personalities. It wasn't until I read this comment when I went into the storage rooms behind the green rooms, and that's when I found something worth pointing out. Now it wasn't an answer to who this eye belongs to, but it was actually another mystery. There are tags and sticky notes in all 4 rooms. These notes are the same in all of the rooms, but again, they're important. We can find things like question marks, 3 lightning bolts, food court number 1, a note with the number 141 on it, and finally a note that seems to be a drawing of a peach. You may have noticed that the note with the question marks on it is the same one we see on the Help Wanted stage, insinuating that the workers don't know what it is or where it originated from. So I also think that these tags were at some point on the eye and the parts, and we can assume the workers also didn't know what they are or where they came from, but of course this is just speculation. I could make a whole separate video on these notes and what they mean, but for now let's just move back onto the eyes. But thanks to the comments, I realized to find an answer I needed to look into animatronics that I would never expect, and while working on another video where I covered what the next FNAF game might be, that's when I found it, a possible answer. When using an image for Glamrock Bonnie, the eyes immediately caught my attention, and just by looking at this one image, I realized that both eyes shared strong similarities. The eyes had similar shapes, and both eyes also had black and orange wires connecting to them. But of course, to make sure my theory was viable enough, I imported a 3D model of Glamrock Bonnie into Blender, and I took apart the mask and endoskeleton. Then when comparing the eyes, there was almost a direct match, and I think this is the closest I've been to answering who the eye belongs to. But why Glamrock Bonnie? Well, when looking at Glamrock Bonnie in FNAF Ruin, we can clearly see that he has both of his eyes, and the eye in Rockstar Row would have to be much older than when Glamrock Bonnie was created. And Glamrock Bonnie being the answer almost feels random, but the eye is still somehow connected to him. So when doing basic research on this character, I noticed that one trait or detail of Bonnie translates translates over to the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels and onto another character. We all know that Bonnie is the guitarist of the group, and in one of the stories we learned that a delivery arrived at the Pizzaplex that included state-of-the-art animatronics and an endoskeleton. And the endoskeleton was originally supposed to be the guitarist of the main group, and the endoskeleton is none other than the Mimic. Now, why the Mimic was originally supposed to be the endoskeleton for Glamrock Bonnie is unclear. It could be because of the features or because of his overall look and design. But as we know, the Mimic doesn't become Bonnie, so we can assume that when he was created, they still designed him to look like the Mimic, which is why the eyes are so similar. The reason the eye in Rockstar Row looks so similar to Glamrock Bonnie's eye is because it originally belonged to the Mimic. In my last video, I also came to the conclusion that the eye has to belong to the Mimic, and in this video, it's the same, as that's the most fulfilling answer. This great comment points out the idea that the parts next to the eye could be spring locks. This would make sense, as most of the Mimic's costumes had spring locks, so what if these parts are spring locks that came from one of the Mimic's old costumes? Sure, the eye could belong to any animatronic in the franchise, but if this were the case, this would almost feel random. By having the eye belong to the Mimic, it's setting him up as not only the villain in Ruin, but as the new villain in the new franchise. It would also tell us a story about how the Mimic has been in the Pizzaplex for longer than we realized, just like the other Easter eggs in Security Breach tell us that same story, like the sticky note room. I know this answer may feel too on the dot for setting up a future game and a new villain, and I don't necessarily think that the eye even belongs directly to the Mimic, but by the eye at least representing the Mimic's presence in the Pizzaplex, it makes us aware that there's a new villain in the franchise, and it also means he's someone we should be paying close attention to, and we should be looking into every detail that relates to him. So with all that said, I still believe that the eye in Rockstar Row belongs to the Mimic, or at least represents his presence. But now that some time has passed, how can we use FNAF's latest project to continue to prove the theory that this eye belonged to the Mimic? Well, in Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we know this game will focus on the Mimic and his origin, and in this game, the Mimic will don a clown costume that we saw in the teaser and in the demo, Jackie. So immediately I thought to compare the eye to Jackie's eye, but clearly they are just too different to say that they are the same. Here I do compare the eye to a very accurate fan model, but there doesn't seem to be any clear similarity. Even when comparing the eyes to the official model that was displayed at the demo, the eyes are clearly different, and the only similarity is that they're both orange in certain situations. In the trailer, we see that Jackie's eye is orange, which does look very similar to the Rockstar Row eye, but her eye is mainly green, which is why I don't think they're the same. So that's when I started to look at the rubble surrounding the eye. These are bricks that appear to be very old, and bricks that we don't find anywhere else in the Pizzaplex. And these bricks should prove where this eye came from. When looking at the rubble surrounding this endo, it's white, meaning white rubble came from the first FNAF pizzeria. But this eye has red bricks, meaning it's not from the FNAF 1 pizzeria, so where could it come from? Well, we do actually find similar rubble, just below the Pizzaplex and in the FNAF 6 sinkhole. In Ruin, and when going into the Freddy head, we find bricks surrounding the head, and these bricks are very similar to the bricks surrounding the eye. So we can assume that the eye came from where this rubble came from in the sinkhole. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from Freddy Fazbear's pizza place that is inside of the sinkhole, but when comparing the rubble to this pizzeria, they're very different, and it's clear that they aren't the same, meaning that the eye didn't come from this location or from the FNAF 1 pizzeria. And when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF 4 house, FNAF sister location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. But what if these bricks came from a location that we haven't actually seen before, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? In the game's demo, we learn that the game is gonna take place in a factory, and we have this image of different cameras of inside of the factory. And based on the description of the way the factory looked, and based on this photo, we see that the factory was made of bricks and wooden planks, the same bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin, and the same bricks we see surrounding the eye. I've already made a video going over why I believe that the factory where the game is gonna take place is the same location we find under the sinkhole in Ruin, which is why we find rubble from the factory in the sinkhole, as the Pizzaplex was built over the FNAF 6 pizzeria, which was built over the Secret of the Mimic factory. So what if this eye in Rockstar Row actually came from the factory where Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? It could have come from any animatronic that are inside of this factory, like the old staff pods, or from the Mimic himself. Maybe by the end of the game, the player is able to destroy part of the Mimic or Jackie, which includes this eye, which would end up in Rockstar Row surrounded by the factory's rubble. So this eye would serve the purpose in teasing FNAF's Secret of the Mimic and the factory where it takes place, just like the rubble does in Ruin. So again, the eye could belong to the Mimic using evidence from the rubble and from Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. Now for another small follow-up to some points on the last segment, could the eye still belong to Molten Freddy? You may have noticed that I actually ended up using a fan model for Molten Freddy since there isn't an official model to use, so we could really compare the two eyes. I also used a fan model for Circus baby, but still when comparing an official model to the eye, it's clear that there is no similarity and that it's still a mystery who the eye belongs to. But the fan mod of Molten Freddy really doesn't change the fact that Molten Freddy's eye is just an orange disc. When comparing the eye to an official image, it's clear that the eye is just a disc, and again that the only resemblance the two eyes have is that they both have an orange tint to them. Now the argument can be made that Molten Freddy's design could have been changed leading up to security breach, but there's no way to know this for certain, which is why we still can't say that this belonged to Molten Freddy. But when looking at another point, what if this eye belonged to a Glamrock that we haven't actually seen before in security breach, Glamrock Foxy? Matching the eye with Glamrock Foxy's eye would work perfectly, as we don't have an official design to compare it to, so it could have easily looked like this eye. And it would be a display honoring Glamrock Foxy, as we can assume at one point this animatronic was a part of the main group until he was replaced by Roxy. It's surrounded by rubble that again seems to be very old, which is why I don't think it could belong to Glamrock Foxy, as he would have been a much newer animatronic. So although this would have worked with the context and pink tag the display has, the eye can't belong to Glamrock Foxy, and who the eye belongs to still remains a mystery. But moving on to a single display that I mentioned briefly, and a display that I actually mentioned in a couple of my last videos, how does this display of cardboard cutouts of different animatronics solve Michael Lafton? In the very corner of Rockstar Row, we see Phantom Freddy, Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, Plush Trap, and this Circus Baby plush. And it's these animatronics that I think prove one of the biggest mysteries in the franchise and in Security Breach, which is Michael Lafton, and if he's still alive in this new era of the FNAF franchise. This mystery has been heavily debated ever since Security Breach was released, and there's a lot of evidence of him still being alive, so how did this display continue to prove this? Well, I want to focus on Nightmare Balloon Boy, Shadow Bonnie, and Ennard. Throughout the franchise, Michael Lafton has been the only character that has seen either of these animatronics. In FNAF 2, he would have seen Shadow Bonnie in the security office. In FNAF 4, he would have seen Nightmare Balloon Boy as one of the hallucinations, and in FNAF's sister location, Ennard used Michael's body as a suit to escape the underground bunker. So again, Michael's the only person who would have seen these animatronics or would even know about their existence. But you may be thinking that Michael Lafton never saw the Nightmare animatronics since we actually plays the crying child in FNAF 4. Now, although who we play as in FNAF 4 can be its own video, we know that Michael Lafton has seen the Nightmare animatronics at one point, and the proof is in the survival logbook. We know this logbook belonged to him as he wrote his name in the beginning with red ink, and later in the book we see a drawing of Nightmare Fredbear with red ink, meaning it was drawn by Michael, and again it means he saw the Nightmare animatronics at one point. Now at the same time, it could also be disproven that Michael is the only one who has seen these animatronics. We know Jeremy Fitzgerald was also a security guard in the FNAF 2 location, meaning he could have also seen Shadow Bonnie at one point, and that information could have been used years later to create this cardboard cutout. And the exact same thing could be said about the Nightmare animatronics. In the latest Tales from the Pizzaplex novel, we learned that the Nightmare animatronics were just mannequins on rails, but a gas release would cause whoever was in that room to hallucinate the Nightmare animatronics. We also learned that many people were subject to this gas in experiments, meaning many people have seen these Nightmare animatronics. So again, what if this information somehow made it all the way to the Pizzaplex, which created this cardboard cutout? We also see the Nightmare animatronics in FNAF Help Wanted, as they were featured in some of the minigames, so again this information could have come from anyone who experienced this gas. But what I think can't be disproven is Ennard. Ennard was created when all of the Funtime animatronics morphed into one with the sole intention of escaping the underground bunker. Then, after tricking Michael into the scooping room, his insides were scooped out, which allowed Ennard to use Michael's body as a suit to escape the bunker. But eventually, Michael would throw Ennard up out of his body, and Ennard would eventually split into two separate animatronics, Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby. But Michael was the only one who knew of Ennard, as it would have been impossible for anyone to know about him before he was separated into two animatronics. So this one cardboard cutout alone proves Michael is still alive, and it proves Michael influenced the creation of the Pizzaplex. If something as major as Ennard was added to the Pizzaplex, then it's not that hard to believe that rooms, like Michael's room, were also added by Michael. If he was living in the Pizzaplex, it would make sense for him to want to feel at home, which is this room he spent so much time in. But really, I think Sister Location is influenced right into the Pizzaplex in the form of the scooping room. This room is obviously a direct parallel to the room we see in Sister Location, and it makes the most sense that Michael created this room. Although he himself was scooped in this room, he would still know all about the room and how it functioned. Now, why he would add this room to the very depths of the Pizzaplex is something that's hard to answer since there's no clear objective. But what I think is clear is that Sister Location, and more specifically Michael, are directly influenced into the Pizzaplex, and all of this has to prove that Michael's alive somewhere in the Pizzaplex. It almost feels like Michael Lafton is the William Afton of the Pizzaplex, in the sense sense of how he overshadows what's added and where certain people will have roles, just like William was in control of his underground bunker and overshadowed its creation. So again, they're very similar in that sense, but obviously just without the murdering children part. So with all that said, this single display of cardboard cutouts of different animatronics prove that Michael Afton is alive and that he overshadowed the Pizzaplex and its creation. Now I quickly want to discuss the other displays and why they still could have come from Michael. Phantom Freddy originates from FNAF 3 in that location. Now it's theorized that only Michael could see the Phantom animatronics as a result from being the security guards in these two pizzerias, so he could have also been responsible for adding Phantom Freddy in this display. This Bonnie display could have come from anyone else, as Bonnie is such a popular animatronic, which is why it doesn't feel important when trying to prove that Michael is still alive. But when looking at Plushtrap, we can use the exact same reasoning that came from Nightmare Balloon Boy. Michael was one of the only people who saw the Nightmare animatronics, which is why he could have also been responsible for adding this other display. I've already made a video going over a few different mysteries on Rockstar Row, like this side who it could belong to, as it wasn't made clear like the many other displays. I also went over this display of different cardboard cutouts of animatronics and this display of the FNAF 4 toys. I believe they both prove Michael Afton was still alive and had some role in the Pizzaplex. But one mystery that I hadn't discussed, and a topic that would be the main focus of this video, are missing pieces from the displays and what happened to them in the Pizzaplex. With almost each display, it seems to have a missing part within the display, and it's been a complete mystery to what happened to these missing parts and where they are in the Pizzaplex. So what parts are missing? Well, when looking at the displays, we can actually predict exactly what parts, and more specifically animatronic parts, are missing, as Rockstar Row is split into 3 different sections. With the first display and the first section that is dedicated to Chica, we can assume small animatronic parts are missing, as we see an eye and joints. With the second display, we can assume one of Chica's parts is missing, like a hand or even her beak, as we see her chest and foot. And with the second section dedicated to Foxy, it's the same with this display. Maybe his hook or foot is missing, as we see his chest and jaw. Then we know a hand or torso is missing with this endoskeleton display from the first FNAF game, as we only find the head and foot of the endo. There is also presumably a toy missing in this display that belonged to Michael Afton, as we see other toys from the FNAF 4 room. And finally, in the last section that belonged to Freddy, multiple Freddy parts are missing in the 2 displays that belong to him. We can assume that parts of his head, arms, or legs, and torso are missing, as we find different parts of Freddy in these displays. So what could have possibly happened to these parts, and more specifically, who took them? Well, to answer this, let's look at the overlooked duffel bag messages that Gregory can find throughout the Pizzaplex. These messages have been key to solving mysteries throughout this game and future projects. They tell us about the employees of the Pizzaplex and what happened to them, about an employee who was completing the Princess Quest machines who we can now assume was the protagonist in Help Wanted 2, and they even give us small clues about Michael Afton's role in the Pizzaplex. And now they might also be the key to solving Rockstar Row. When looking at the message Stolen Property, it reads, well, somehow someone broke into a Rockstar Row display case and stole the Wind Up Music Man prototypes. The case was smashed and there's glass on the floor, but no sign of a break-in. Nothing else seems to be missing. I have absolutely no idea how they got into the building, and there's nothing on the security footage. Now what should I do? Should I call the police and report a break-in? Vanessa. Now, when I was originally theorizing about Rockstar Row, I never thought to look at these messages. But now, not only is one of them directly talking about Rockstar Row, but it's also talking about missing and stolen pieces. In the message, this someone stole prototype Music Men wind-up toys, which we can assume are the same ones that chase us whenever we enter a vent. It's always been a complete mystery why these wind-up Music Men were in these vents and why they were targeting us. But now we can assume it's because this someone placed them there to watch us and to make sure no one entered those areas. This also means at one point there is a display dedicated to Music Man and the prototypes, but since we don't find it anywhere in the actual game, we can assume it was removed and replaced by another display. But I think it's clear that this someone in the message is also responsible for the other animatronic parts missing, and really I think there's only 2 possible options of who this someone is. With the first option obviously being Vanessa or Vanny. We know this message came from Vanessa, and if she were to steal these prototypes, reporting it would be a perfect way to cover her tracks. This would just make a lot of sense, and in another message titled False Alarm, she does something very similar. It reads, a local police officer came by tonight. He said he was responding to an emergency call from someone inside the Pizzaplex. There is no way that is possible. I was the only one here, and I certainly did not make any outside calls. He wanted to look around, but I sent him away. Just another prank call. Vanessa. And this is clearly also Vanessa covering her tracks by reporting this incident and by saying the phone call was an accident. It's possible this phone call came from one of the children she kidnapped or by an employee in danger, but it didn't matter because Vanessa was able to get rid of the police officer and of the incident. So what if she did the exact same thing with the stolen Rockstar Row Music Men? This way no one would investigate them missing, and it also means that Vanessa was the one placing them in the vents. Knowing she was responsible for the kidnapping of many different children, what if she used these prototype Music Men to stop those children from possibly escaping using vents, the same way they would attempt to stop Gregory from escaping? It's also worth pointing out how in the messages she states that she doesn't know how someone got in the building and that nothing showed up in the security cameras, which would match with what we know about Vanny. Vanny wouldn't need to break in the Pizzaplex since she already works there, and we know Vanny doesn't show up on security cameras and that most animatronics can't even see her. So she could have easily taken the Music Men and covered her tracks by calling the incident a robbery. But before I go over why she would need to steal animatronic parts, let's first go over another theory of who took the parts, which is Gregory. Now I know that may not seem right as he's the protagonist of Security Breach and the Music Men are trying to capture him. So what if him stealing these wind-up toys was before Security Breach and GGY? GGY is a story in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels of 12-year-old Tony who has become obsessed with uncovering the identity of GGY, a mysterious player dominating arcade games at the Pizzaplex. He begins to suspect that GGY is manipulating the animatronics as a hacker and may even be involved in the disappearances of several school counselors. Now it's why they believe that GGY is Gregory, as one is just short for the other, and we even find GGY in the arcade machines in the actual game. It's also believed that during GGY and before the events of Security Breach, Gregory was under the influence of the Glitchtrap virus just like Vanessa, and would also comply with his orders. So he would be the one to steal the Music Men from Rockstar Row and place them in these vents. And he would hack the camera so it wouldn't be seen, while Vanessa would also file a report to cover their tracks, as we can also assume they would be working together under Glitchtrap. So now that we know either Gregory or Vanessa or even together stole animatronic parts, where are they in the Pizzaplex and why would they need them? Well, the unexciting truth is, we can't actually find these exact pieces anywhere. I looked through every message, prize boxes, and in almost every single room and area in the entire Pizzaplex, but the truth is they just aren't anywhere to be found. So instead of giving you an exact location, I'm instead going to go over two different theories of what happened to them that all have to do with Remnant. Remnant is the term for soul energy, which can take the form of a metallic substance which can bind souls to inanimate objects. So the remnant of the 5 children murdered bind it together with the animatronics, giving them life. So what if traces of this remnant was left on parts of the animatronics that contain bits of life and energy? And what if traces of remnant were still on the animatronic parts on Rockstar Row and the parts that went missing? Remnant can be used for a number of reasons to bring something to life. So what if Glitchtrap and Vanny knew this, which is why they took these parts to use them to give something life? So starting with the first theory, what if these parts were used with the creation of the Blob? Well, we know from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels that when workers were cleaning out the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location from FNAF 6, one of the workers programmed an endoskeleton to tear apart any animatronics left in the location. It would then throw all the parts into a single pile, until the endoskeleton started tearing apart the human workers. It then threw the humans into the pile of animatronics before one of the workers is able to escape and tells the other construction workers to seal off the location. Now, in many theories about the Blob, and even in MatPat's theory, it's believed that agony is what fuels the Blob. Agony is a substance that is fueled purely by hatred, sadness, anger, and the bad memories infused within one's soul. So the agony of all the construction workers meshed together with the robotic parts of the animatronics, creating the Blob. But what if Remnant was also part of what made it come to life? Remnant from the FNAF 1 animatronic parts that were also thrown into the Blob by Vanny and Gregory. We might even see the exact parts that were thrown into the Blob like Chica and Bonnie. But it can be argued that these are instead new animatronics from the Funtime delivery service that recreated all the animatronics that were available to be rented. So the traces of Remnant would also fuel the Blob, and the animatronic parts from Rockstar Row would now be a part of this new animatronic. Now I want to emphasize this is just a theory, and that there isn't much evidence in support of what the Blob is, especially if it's being powered by Remnant and by parts of the FNAF 1 animatronics. But moving on to the second theory, what if these parts were used to create Burntrap? Now, Burntrap's suit and shell always seemed out of place to me since it's something we haven't seen before. It's been theorized that the suit is the same from Scraptrap, but we know this can't be possible because Scraptrap was burned in the FNAF 6 fire. It's also been theorized that the suit is actually a spring-lock suit from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels that the Mimic wore while someone else was already inside, meaning the flesh came from that person, and the suit is the spring-lock suit the Mimic wore. But we also know this isn't true because the story doesn't line up with Burntrap and his design. It's about a completely different suit that clearly isn't Burntrap. So instead, I believe there's a chance that the animatronic parts from Rockstar Row were burned and meshed together, creating the suit of Burntrap. The traces of Remnant is what fueled Burntrap alongside the charging station he was held in that kept him alive. This would explain the very different design of Burntrap and would add importance to these animatronic parts that went missing. Now I also want to make it clear that Remnant fueling either the Blob or Burntrap would not be the same as possession. The spirits of the children murdered would not be controlling the Blob or Burntrap, just the remnant from these souls would power either animatronic, and it's what simply brought them to life. So with that, the missing animatronic parts in Rockstar Row were taken by either Vanessa or Gregory under Glitchtrap's orders. These parts would be used to give life to either the Blob or Burntrap, as the missing animatronic parts would contain traces of Remnant that can give life. But remember, this is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. Because we can't actually find the pieces anywhere in the Pizzaplex, I just wanted to explore two different possibilities that relate to two of the most mysterious characters in Security Breach. So by no means am I saying that these theories are canon, they're just an idea that I wanted to share. So what do you guys think? What happened to the missing parts in Rockstar Row? Moving on, let's look at how the Pizzaplex, where this game takes place, might solve the newest project in the franchise, FNAF Secret of the Mimic, as I believe the factory where this new game is going to take place is right under the Pizzaplex. And now with the release of the FNAF Op 1 and 2 update, I believe this update only proved this theory even further. So please make sure to like and subscribe, and let's attempt to answer how Jackie solved FNAF Security Breach. I also want to give credit to this user on Twitter, as I used a lot of their own ideas for parts of this theory, so make sure to check them out in the description below, and all credit belongs to them. So how do simple bricks found in the sinkhole under the Pizzaplex connect to Jackie and to Secret of the Mimic? Well, first it's important to understand where this newest game is going to take place. In this game's demo, we learn that the game is going to take place in a factory, and we even have this image of different cameras inside of the factory. The factory is described to be made of wooden planks, red bricks, and is described as very old and withered. If this description sounds familiar, that's because it's very similar to the location Cassie explores in Ruin that is under the sinkhole. When looking at the second location under the Pizzaplex, it doesn't match the style of the Pizzaplex or the FNAF 6 pizzeria. It appears to be much older and withered. It's made up of wooden planks and metal, and this location is almost built into the caves, showing how old it really is. So the style of this location is exactly the same as the factory from Secret of the Mimic. It was also revealed that as the demo went on, the player went deeper into the factory, just like in Ruin when Cassie went deeper into the location in the sinkhole. So the way both locations work, where they have multiple layers and floors, are identical, and even FNAF made this connection.
So now we're basically running from this Jack-in-the-Box thing through like the underground depths of this place. It looked very old, very wooden, kind of like the structure we see in Ruin, like the staircases to get down to the Mimic. It looked like that kind of. I didn't put that together until just now.
But the connection doesn't stop there, as we find interesting clues and evidence below the Pizzaplex in the sinkhole. When going into the Freddy head, we find new rubble of red bricks that we haven't seen before anywhere in the Pizzaplex or in the franchise. Now you may be thinking that the red bricks came from the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza place that is in the sinkhole, but when comparing the rubble to the pizzeria, they're very different, and it's clear they're not the same, and that they came from two very different locations. And even when comparing the rubble to the FNAF 2 pizzeria, FNAF 3 horror attraction, FNAF warehouse, FNAF 6 location bunker, none of these locations looked even remotely similar to these bricks and to the rubble. So what if these bricks actually came from a location that we haven't seen before in the franchise, from a factory where FNAF Secret of the Mimic is gonna take place? When looking back to the cameras of the factory and to how it was described in the demo, we see that the factory was made of wooden planks and these red bricks, the same red bricks we see from the rubble in Ruin and in the sinkhole, meaning the FNAF 6 pizzeria was built over the factory and the Pizzaplex was built over that pizzeria. So not only is there a connection to the Security Breach DLC so far, but there's even a bigger connection with the base game and with the same rubble. When looking into the sewers, we find an immense amount of red bricks and debris that wouldn't just randomly appear in the Pizzaplex. Although the Pizzaplex did go through many renovations, this doesn't include demolitions, where this many bricks would be thrown away into the trash area, and especially not enough to span the full length of the sewer systems. Again, we find the same red bricks from Ruin that can't come from any location we've seen before in the franchise. And the evidence doesn't stop there. It's also worth pointing out how strange it is to have a parking garage in the sewers. This just shouldn't be possible. But what if the parking garage was a part of this factory at one point and the Pizzaplex was built completely over it? Adding on to this, there's also a lot of rubble and debris in the area near Roxy's Raceway that feels very out of place. And we can assume it wouldn't come from the Pizzaplex or even from the FNAF 6 pizzeria that was still intact for the most part. It still looks like the Pizzaplex was built over this rubble and debris, which we can now assume is the factory from Secret of the Mimic. But when looking at one of the strongest pieces of evidence, let's look at the Build a Mango room found in the Pizzaplex from the Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Here we find a room that looks like it was taken right from a factory, and it's obvious how old and withered this room really is. And what's most notable about this room are the same red bricks surrounding this area that we've been talking about this whole video. It could even be possible that this room is the exact same room we can find in the factory, and that it's one of the only rooms that stay preserved. But finally, what I think is the biggest piece of evidence, let's look at these TVs. When looking back at the sewer area with all the red bricks, we also find broken TVs scattered around throughout the same area. But these are actually vintage TVs that were created in the 70s. And when do we know that Secret of the Mimic will take place? That's right, 1979. So I think it's obvious that these TVs came from that time period and from the factory where the game will take place. How else would these TVs end up here and end up in the same area with the red bricks? So when looking at all the evidence of the red bricks in Ruin and in Security Breach, I already think it's safe to say that this factory is under the sinkhole and under the Pizzaplex. But like I mentioned, the FNAF Hop 1 and 2 update just proved this idea even further. After completing the update, this building will actually appear right in front of you, and it confirms where Secret of the Mimic will take place, which is this factory. You may have noticed that I've been using this image of the factory that actually came from the update, and it gives us our first official look to this new location. But when looking back to the factory itself, we see these red and gray planks, and I believe that they are the same planks or same style of planks that we see in Ruin. They would have lost their color by this point, which is why they're now simple brown wooden planks. But we also see that the factory has a red roof, and although these aren't red bricks, I still think it's the same as these rubble and debris that we can find in Security Breach. And just by comparing this factory to everything we have found, I think it's even safer to now say that these two are the same and that the factory is once again under the sinkhole. This means that Jackie or the Mimic has been stuck in the factory since 1979 and never left. And because we find these red bricks in Security Breach, I believe this proves that Suwa Studios has been planning the Mimic and his role in Secret of the Mimic since the start. By giving us a tease to where the game would take place, this proves that the Mimic had been planned since the very beginning and since Security Breach's production. So how does Jackie solve FNAF Security Breach? Well, she solves it because the location in game where she is going to be the focus in is the same location that we find under the Pizzaplex, meaning she was planned since the very beginning, and a big purpose of Security Breach was to tease this game and this character. Moving on, let's look at two animatronics that were introduced in this game and how they connect to new and past animatronics or characters, Glamrock Freddy and Monty. First, here's why I don't think the crying child can be the same person as Gregory. Besides their similar designs that aren't close enough to make a definitive decision, their characters are nothing alike. In FNAF 4, the crying child was a kid who was terrified of the animatronics. In multiple minigames, we would see him try to do everything in his power to avoid the animatronics, but when he couldn't, he would break down and begin to cry, hence the name. Even when Michael and his friends threw him into the mouth of Fredbear, he was obviously crying, and again he was always scared of these animatronics. But in Security Breach, Gregory feels like the opposite. We know he never once feels scared of the animatronics, as he is able to destroy all of the main animatronics and steal parts from them. And he even crawls inside of Freddy when he's shut off, so again they're different in that sense, and their personalities never feel alike. If anything, I think the crying child's personality resembles closer to Glamrock Freddy, which would also make him Golden Freddy. But first, let's go over who exactly Golden Freddy is. Throughout the franchise, we know of two souls possessing the Golden Freddy animatronic. The first being the crying child when he was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear, killing him, and the second soul being Cassidy. Cassidy was stuffed inside the Fredbear animatronic by William Afton after his first murder spree. So throughout the franchise, both Cassidy and the crying child take control of Golden Freddy in different ways, but at one point both spirits are freed. In FNAF 3, after completing the Happiest Day minigame and unlocking the happy ending, we see the crying child's spirit be freed after having his birthday party. Now this can be debated, but in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, we do see Cassidy's spirit be freed after completing the Old Man Consequences Easter egg while she was torturing William Afton in a purgatory. We see the Golden Freddy animatronic twitch while the screen fades to black. Now it is debated if her spirit was freed in this moment, but I think it was. But we know for a fact that both spirits return in FNAF Security Breach. It's well known that Cassidy returns in the form of the princess in all of the Princess Quest minigames. In the game files, she's even labeled as Cassidy. We can assume that Cassidy returned to defeat the virtual version of William Afton, which is Glitchtrap. But if Cassidy is stopping the virtual version of William Afton, then who's stopping the physical version of him, which we know is Burntrap? Well, this is where I think the crying child comes into play. Now I'm sure that you may be thinking that it would be impossible for the crying child to return since his spirit was freed back in FNAF 3, and this would be true except for one minor detail. In the same ending, we also see the puppet spirit be freed as their mask falls down alongside the other spirits. But we see the puppet in later parts of the timeline, like in FNAF 6 in the form of Lefty, and there are some theories that we even see the puppet in Security Breach as we see Nightmare Puppet play plushies throughout the Pizzaplex. So this proves that although souls can be freed from an animatronic, it is still possible that they could return in some way. So what if Golden Freddy or the Crying Child returns in FNAF Security Breach to stop the physical version of William Afton? Now that may seem far-stretched, but the evidence is right there in the form of parallels. The first being Glamrock Freddy's personality. At first, I thought it resembled the personality of Michael Afton, and for the most part, it does. But I strongly believe that Michael is still alive and living in the Pizzaplex like I discussed in this video. But Freddy's personality does still resemble that of the Crying Child's. Throughout the game, Freddy never wants to hurt anyone and does everything in his power to avoid conflict. When he first finds Gregory in his stomach, he points out the fact how they should avoid coming in contact with Vanessa, and throughout the game, he almost seems scared of her and the idea of being caught by her. He also never wants to hurt any of the other animatronics, and he even disagrees with Gregory when he brings up the idea. So overall, his personality feels more timid and fearful, which resembles the Crying Child more than Michael. And when Freddy brings Gregory to the first aid station, he tells him this.
I feel you are broken.
Don't worry about it, I'm fine.
No, I feel that something is wrong. I am taking you to the first aid station.
This is a direct reference to what we know William told the Crying Child in the hospital. He tells him, "You are broken." It's a direct parallel to FNAF 4, but this time the Crying Child is saying it to Gregory. But moving on to another direct parallel we see is the fact that Freddy loses his head in the canon ending. Now obviously the Crying Child doesn't actually lose his head to Fredbear, but every other time the Crying Child is referenced, he is missing his head. Like above the sticky note room where we see the staff bots representing each member of the Afton family, and for the Crying Child, the staff bot is missing their head. So again, I think Freddy missing his head is a parallel to the Crying Child. And in Ruin, we see yet again another parallel. The only time we encounter Glamrock Freddy in Ruin, he has a completely different design. Not only is he missing his head, but he has a hole in his chest making a mouth. And what other animatronic in the entire franchise has a similar design with their stomach being a mouth? That's right, Nightmare Fredbear, who is also Golden Freddy, who of course is the Crying Child. His stomach even opens up making a mouth, so again, I think this design choice is to tell us that Glamrock Freddy is the Crying Child. But in Security Breach, there's a small detail that I think many people misunderstood. When you first go down to the abandoned pizzeria, Freddy will say this when finding the blob.
My friends are here. They're so angry, confused. But I can protect you. I am not me.
Now there are many theories to what this line was referring to, but I think it was about the Crying Child referring to his friend's souls or agony that were now stuck inside of the blob. We know that the blob was created using parts of endoskeletons and parts from animatronics from the special delivery service. This is why we see characters like Chico or Bonnie even though their original versions have already been destroyed. The blob is also fueled by agony, which is a substance that is fueled by pure hatred and rage, so the agony inside the blob comes from the souls of the children who still have hatred for William Afton, who we already know came back in the form of Burntrap. So when William came back, so did the souls of these children in the form of agony inside the blob. So I think that the Crying Child can feel the agony of his friends who were other animatronics, which is why he says they are angry and confused. And again, this is just more evidence that the Crying Child is Glamrock Freddy. So with all of that said, I think the Crying Child's soul came back and possessed Glamrock Freddy after the Pizzaplex had already been built and after William Afton had returned as Burntrap. The Crying Child returns to stop his father and to protect Gregory, unlike the way he was protected. He has a chance to stop history from repeating itself by having someone else injured by these animatronics. And that's why he speaks to Gregory the same way William did, as he's now acting like a father figure for him. But eventually, Freddy loses his head in the same sense the Crying Child did, and in Ruin, Glamrock Freddy becomes the Crying Child's worst nightmare, which was Nightmare Fredbear. But this is just a theory. So in this video, I'm going to go over why Monty single-handedly solved Security Breach, and more specifically why Monty is the way we find the Mimic. But before I start the video, I quickly want to mention how you can now become a member of the channel. Members will be shouted out at the beginning of every single video, there will be member-only polls where you can decide a future video, and finally, members will have priority to comments on all my videos. So you can always consider joining by clicking the join button on my channel page or by clicking the link in the bio. And even if you don't, thank you all so much for the massive support on the videos. But now let's finally solve Monty and the Mimic. Like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, the Glamrock animatronics have been the main point of discussion ever since Security Breach was released back in December of 2021. Unlike the past animatronics in the franchise that have all been possessed by souls or illusions that target the player, these were normal animatronics that suddenly turned evil and violent when trying to capture Gregory. They all have their own unique and powerful personalities that each player rolled throughout the game, and I believe that we need to take a closer look into one of these animatronics that are drastically different different from the others to solve the lore, and again, I'm not talking about Glamrock Freddy. I believe that Monty is instead the key to solving the lore of this new era of the FNAF franchise, but first, let's quickly recap the Glamrock animatronics and what makes them so unique. In the very opening of Security Breach, we see the Glamrock animatronics performing on stage as the game introduces each one of them. Then, after Glamrock Freddy spots someone in the crowd, his system shut down, causing him to collapse and end the show. It was then revealed that he spotted the protagonist in the crowd, Gregory, who snuck into a stomach hatch when he was shut off. This was the introduction to our two protagonists and the two characters we would be following throughout Security Breach. But what about the other three Glamrock animatronics? Well, as the opening segment of this game progressed, we learned that the other animatronics suddenly became aggressive and violent as they were trying to hunt down Gregory to capture him. Freddy immediately points out this odd behavior from them, as it's extremely unlike them to be even remotely aggressive. So what made them like this, and more specifically, who changed them? Well, it's heavily theorized that it was the Glitchtrap virus. In Help Wanted and in FNAF AR, we learned that a virus is spreading across systems and is causing them to shut down. This virus even took over the mind of Vanessa, who influenced her to become Vanny and would even force her to copy Willie Mafton and his actions, like kidnapping children, causing them to go missing. It's also assumed that this virus would be able to take control of any animatronic or system in the Pizzaplex, including the Glamrocks, and this is exactly what we see happening in the opening. This Glitchtrap virus was attempting to take control of Glamrock Freddy, but it ultimately failed, causing Freddy to reboot in safe mode. Now, why it failed to take control over Freddy is a mystery that deserves its own video, but what's important to know is that the virus was successful in taking control of the other three animatronics. That's why they're now suddenly aggressive and violent. That's why they have a need and desire to capture Gregory. They're now under the control of Vanny and Glitchtrap as they're ordered to find Gregory. And we clearly see the efforts they go through to try this throughout Security Breach. It's also very important to note that the Glitchtrap virus is actually the Mimic. We know this from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels, as we learn that the original Mimic 1 program that was developed to create the Mimic was brought back when a video game studio under Fab's Entertainment scanned an old circuit board while making a VR game. This then caused the Mimic to presumably return as Glitchtrap. Because this program was fed so much data from the pizzerias and company to create this VR game, the Mimic adapted to mimic Willie Mafton and his actions. But what makes Monty so different from the other animatronics to where he might solve the lore of Security Breach? Well, I believe that Monty was actually supposed to be a direct parallel to the Mimic and was also a direct tease to the Mimic being the main antagonist in Ruin. Let me explain. We know that the Mimic was controlling the Glamrock animatronics in Security Breach, but what if there were levels to how strong the Mimic's control was over these characters? For example, we know is the weakest with Freddy as he wasn't able to take control, and we know is the strongest with Vanessa as she was completely under the control of Glitchtrap and the Mimic to the point where she became Vanny. But what about the other three main Glamrocks? Well, we can assume it's the weakest with Roxy, as in Ruin she shows love and empathy towards Cassie when she realizes who she is, and she even reminds her of her birthday party. Although she was violent towards Gregory, she did act normal and like herself with Cassie. With Chica, we can assume the Mimic had a medium or neutral control over her. Chica acts violent towards Gregory and Cassie, and we don't really see any strong moments of sympathy with this character. But with Monty, I believe that the Mimic had the most control over this Glamrock, and it's the way the Mimic was in Security Breach. Throughout Security Breach, it's obvious that Monty is the most aggressive animatronic as he does everything in his power to capture Gregory. Even in his boss fight, Monty destroys his own ride and attraction to try to get Gregory, and in other moments in the game, we see Monty destroy doors and windows to again try to get Gregory. There are also areas of the Pizzaplex that are warded off from Monty, and they even have this sign making it clear that he's not allowed, and the only way to get through these areas is with Monty's claws after his boss fight. It can be argued that Monty was already aggressive before he was taken over by the Mimic, but it's obvious that the Mimic's control intensified and strengthened his aggressiveness, especially since it's assumed that Monty was the one responsible for Glamrock Bonnie's death. Bonnie was last seen entering Monty Golf before he disappeared, and his destroyed body can be found in Bonnie Bowl. We see a claw mark in the middle of his chest, and again it's assumed that this was left by Monty, and we know that Monty killed Bonnie so he could replace him as one of the main Glamrocks in the group. This all occurred before he was even under the influence of the Mimic, so we can only imagine what this effect would do to him, and we do see this effect in Security Breach. So what if when the Mimic has control over an animatronic, the stronger it is, the closer the Mimic is to coming back and to becoming that animatronic, meaning that the Mimic was the closest to coming back through the form of Monty. Now you may be thinking that the Mimic came back in the form of Vanny since his control over her is the strongest, but it's clear that she's her own separate character that is more supposed to represent Willie Mafton and his actions instead of the Mimic. So I still believe that the Mimic is present in Monty. Obviously, when comparing Monty to the Mimic, there isn't a similarity at all, but when comparing their actions and movements, they are very similar. It's clear that they're both the most aggressive animatronics we've seen in these newer games, and like I mentioned, they have various animations that are very similar. Their movements and the way they act almost feel identical. And most importantly, what happens to Monty is exactly what happened to the Mimic. After his boss fight, Monty is crushed by his attraction, causing him to lose his legs, and for the rest of the game, he's without legs trying to capture Gregory. And in the novels, we learn that the Mimic was originally created without legs. There isn't a single animatronic in the franchise without legs, besides Monty and the Mimic, which feels like a direct parallel and contrast between these two characters. Instead of Monty being made without legs, he instead loses them, which means they're the same, which also means that the Mimic was brought back to his original form. And even the way Monty was destroyed parallels the Mimic. Again, in the novels, we learn that the Mimic was brutally destroyed by his creator, causing him to lose multiple mechanical parts. And this book points out how the Mimic had one dislocated eye, and what do we see with Monty? One dislocated eye. Again, this is another parallel between these characters and another way to connect them. So if the Mimic was the closest in coming back through Monty, was he successful? Well, in Ruin, Monty was completely destroyed by Cassie, and all of the Glamrock animatronics are either destroyed or disabled, which is why the Mimic is only free until Cassie disables Mexes and releases him. Now, by no means is this theory perfect, especially since nothing is confirmed about Monty or him being connected to the Mimic. But I think by looking closer into the Glamrock animatronics, we can start to answer unsolved mysteries from Security Breach and Ruin, and we might even be able to solve the Mimic. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video where I go over Monty and why I think he's connected to the Mimic. So what do you guys think? Are they connected in any way, and how can we solve Monty? And finally, to end off this video, let's look at the Nightmare staff bots that are not only found in this game, but in the two projects that followed Security Breach. So how can we solve the Nightmare staff bots? But first, let's go over the Nightmarian staff bots that are also known as the Alpha bots. Let's go over everything we know about them for certain and every single appearance they've had in these new FNAF games. The Alpha bots are older versions of the normal staff bots that are obviously designed to look similar to Nightmarian from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Their eyes are painted black with white pupils, they have large black tears, a large black smile with pointy white teeth, and again it's obvious that their faces are supposed to be a direct resemblance to Nightmarian. And even their jump scares sound identical. He shares the same eyes and smiles that all Nightmare staff bots have, but most importantly, on the chest of these bots, it's written "in your dreams," but I'll get back to what this means later in the video. But now I want to focus on Nightmarian and why he's so important in not just this game, but in the franchise as a whole. He first appeared in the Five Nights at Freddy's 4 Halloween DLC update, but the contents of this DLC aren't canon to the franchise, meaning neither was Nightmarian. But then all of a sudden he appeared in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, which is canon to the franchise, and not only is he in this game, but he was actually the face of this game, as Nightmarian is the icon for Ultimate Custom Night, as he was now canon. Then he had a small appearance in FNAF Help Wanted where he showed up in one of the minigames, and then he had a crucial role in Security Breach through the Alpha bots, but there's even more. In the sewer areas where we first find these staff bots, there is also this sticky note room that was filled with lore. There are countless videos and theories made on the sticky note room, but what I want to focus on are the Alpha bot heads that are scattered around this room. It's another way Nightmarian returns, and like the "in your dreams" line, I'll get back to the heads soon in the video. Throughout the Pizzaplex, we can also find these Nightmarian plushies scattered around the Pizzaplex, but it's impossible to find them when playing as Gregory. They are always out of the player's sight, and the only way to find them is when looking in an open camera view, when you can fly around the Pizzaplex freely, insinuating that these were purposely meant to be hidden for a very specific purpose. Throughout the Pizzaplex, we can also find these wires that are colored the same as Nightmarian. They are colored black and white, but it's never revealed what the purpose was of these wires. But again, it's just important to note that these also resemble Nightmarian's design. And finally, there's also this hidden room with a golden present in the center of it, and when opening it, you'll receive none other than a Nightmarian plushie. Then, after opening the present, an endoskeleton then activates behind it and begins to chase you, which feels important. But now that we've gone over Nightmarian in Security Breach and in past FNAF games, let's look at his appearance in Ruin and in Help Wanted 2. In Ruin, we find the same plushies from Security Breach that are also hidden from the player or Cassie, but we don't actually find the Nightmarian staff bots anywhere as they have a much bigger role in Help Wanted 2. In this game, not only do we find them in the Fizzy Faz minigame, but we also find them in the ending. After the player collects all Fast Force action figures, a charging station appears in front of you. Then, Glitchtrap's hand peers out grabbing the door before he disappears, and Nightmare staff bots appear in front of you. The bots then get closer and grab you, which leads to a cutscene from Ruin where Cassie first finds the Vanny mask, but this time in the perspective of the staff bot that hands Cassie the Vanny mask. So again, it's clear that the Nightmare staff bots played a major role in this ending. And like Security Breach and Ruin, we also find Nightmarian plushies in the menu area, but this time they are visible to the player. Not only do we find them in the menu area, but we also find them in the virtual world, and more specifically inside the Princess Quest minigame, meaning these plushies exist in the real and virtual world. Now I know that's a lot, and there's even more questions that emerge with each appearance of these staff bots or Nightmarian, but there are a set of questions that I think if we answer correctly, we can solve these alpha bots and this character. With those questions being, why Nightmarian? Why are there heads in this room? What does In Your Dreams mean? Why are there plushies in all of these games that are hidden? Why are they in Princess Quest? Why do the Nightmare staff bots show up in this minigame and in the ending for Help Wanted 2? And finally, will they show up again? Again, these are a lot of questions, but I'm going to answer all of them in this video to finally solve the Nightmarian bots. But before we can even start to answer these questions, what do we know for certain about these staff bots? Well, in the Disassemble Freddy ending, we see that Vanny can control the staff bots using this button. She controls normal staff bots to push Freddy off a ledge, and she also controls the alpha bots to disassemble Freddy. Gregory later uses that same button to disassemble Vanny using normal staff bots, but again it's clear that Vanny can control all staff bots including the alpha bots. But we know it isn't actually Vanny controlling them, it's the glitch trap virus. In FNAF AR and Help Wanted, we learned that a virus was taking control of systems, causing them to shut down, and this virus eventually took the mind of Vanessa, causing her to become Vanny. Then the virus, with the help of Vanny, took control over the entire Pizzaplex, which is why the virus has control over every single animatronic, including the staff bots. But who is the glitch trap virus? Well, we know that the glitch trap virus is actually the Mimic. We learned this from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, as we learned that the original Mimic 1 program that was developed to create the Mimic was brought back when a video game studio under Fazbear's Entertainment scanned an old circuit board while making a VR game, which then presumably caused the Mimic to return as Glitch Trap. Because this program was fed so much data from the pizzerias and company to create this VR game, the Mimic adapted to copy William Afton and his actions. So this means that it's actually the Mimic who is controlling the Nightmare staff bots, which leads us to our first question, why Nightmarian? Thinking about it logically, the Mimic made Vanny go out of her way to go to the sewers to find staff bots and made her paint their eyes, tears, smile, and add the quote "In Your Dreams" onto their chest. But why? Why would the Mimic want to change the design of staff bots to resemble an animatronic, and why Nightmarian? Well, to answer this, we need to look at Ultimate Custom Night and Help Wanted. Like I mentioned, in order to create the VR game, the Mimic 1 program was fed a bunch of data from Fazbear's Entertainment, and this included the knowledge and existence of Nightmarian. He was featured in one of the minigames, meaning he was a part of the data given to the Mimic program, meaning that the Mimic knew of Nightmarian and more specifically what he stood for. And when looking at a deathline from Ultimate Custom Night, what Nightmarian stood for and represented is exactly what the Mimic stands for and still represents. Take a listen.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created.
I am the fearful reflection of what you have created. This is referring to William Afton and his creations, specifically how they have all led to sadness and pain. And this also applies to the Mimic and his creator, Edwin. In the novels, we learn that Edwin created the Mimic for his son, David. But after David was killed, Edwin beat and destroyed the Mimic while passing his agony onto him, which led to the Mimic becoming possessed and rageful. So the Mimic is a reflection of Edwin's actions and what he had created, and a very fearful one at that, as the Mimic went on to murder many innocent people. And again, this was all a result of Edwin's failed creation. So if the Mimic was going to choose someone or something to represent him in the physical world, then it makes perfect sense that he would choose Nightmarian, who perfectly represented his past and purpose. We know that the Mimic chooses William Afton or Spring Bonnie as the form he would show himself in the virtual world, and every time we see the Mimic in the virtual world, he shows himself as Glitch Trap and again Spring Bonnie. But I think that in the physical world, he chose to represent himself as something different, as something more terrifying, as Nightmarian. That's why we see the staff bot's design resemble Nightmarian. It's the Mimic trying to make himself present in the real and physical world. And as the game progresses, the Mimic's presence in the Pizzaplex only gets stronger, as after 6 AM and after Gregory decides to stay in the Pizzaplex, all staff bots are replaced by alpha bots. And again, this is the Mimic's control and presence getting stronger, and again he chose Nightmarian because this entity represents him and his purpose of being a failed creation that has only led to sadness and death. So now that we know why the Mimic chose Nightmarian and that he controls the Pizzaplex, Pizzaplex, this alone answers the plushies and wires. The wires are the Mimic's physical control over the Pizzaplex. It's the virus implementing itself in the Pizzaplex through the form of Nightmarian wires. The wires could have been any color or shape, but the virus or Mimic decided to use puppet wiring, as again that's how it wants to represent itself. And the Nightmarian plushies that are found in Security Breach, Ruin, and Help Wanted 2 are all ways that the Mimic is watching us. That's why they're always hidden in plain sight. It's the Mimic watching us without us knowing, and instead of using regular cameras or even the staff bots, there are Nightmarian plushies that again represent the Mimic and his purpose. So although they look like plushies, we can instead assume that they're cameras used to watch us, designed and placed in certain places by the Mimic or by Vanny. And this would also perfectly explain the plushies in the virtual world or in the Princess Quest minigame. The Mimic is also a virus that has implemented itself in the virtual world and in Princess Quest. So of course the Mimic would have a way to watch us and monitor us, which again is through these Nightmarian plushies. And now we can also start to answer the Nightmare staff bots in Help Wanted 2, starting with Fizzy Faznight. Now this is actually their only appearance that I believe doesn't have lore or importance to it. Even when breaking down the minigame or what it means, the Nightmare staff bots are simply there as something the player needs to avoid, and besides the Mimic being the one who designed them and influenced them, there isn't any lore here. So I want to focus on the ending, which is important. Like I mentioned, we saw the staff bots appear in the ending as they grab the player before fading to a cutscene. And using the same reasoning from the last point, it's clear that it's the Mimic controlling them. We even see Glitchtrap's hand peer out of the charging station before the bots appeared, insinuating that he was responsible for them showing up and capturing the player, who again we know is the Mimic. This is the Mimic sending his henchman, who in a way represents him, to capture the player and to obey him. So when the Mimic is freed in the ending, what better way to come back to the physical world than with the animatronics that he designed and influenced, the Nightmarian bots. So now all we really have left to answer are the quotes on the staff bot's chest, "in your dreams." Now immediately my first thought was FNAF 4 and Dream Theory, where the contents of this game were just a dream, including Nightmarian, but I couldn't find a connection between dreams and the Mimic, or even FNAF 4 and the Mimic. So that's when I decided to look at the Ultimate Custom Night voice lines once again, and there are a few voice lines that are very similar. Take a listen.
This is a nightmare that you won't wake from. The nightmare is just beginning.
He keeps repeating the term nightmare and how it's something that William Afton will never wake up from and something that he can never escape. And we can apply the same concept and logic to Security Breach in every game that follows. All these new FNAF games take place in the Pizzaplex, and all games follow a similar format where the protagonist must complete an objective in order to escape. The nightmare is the Pizzaplex and being stuck there. The nightmare is the idea that the player will never be able to escape, and these nightmare staff bots are a perfect reminder of that. By having "in your dreams" written on their chest, they're reminding the player that they're stuck in a nightmare, and that their only real way to be free would be in their dreams. And it's the Mimic who wants to remind the player they're stuck in an endless nightmare, as that's what Nightmarian represented, who he now represents himself as. So "in your dreams" represents being trapped in a nightmare in the Pizzaplex. Now one question that I briefly skipped over are the heads in the sticky note room, and that's because the answer is simple. They serve the same purpose as any other nightmare staff bot. They are there for the player to find, to be reminded that they're in a nightmare. And it could even be another way the Mimic is watching us, but really no matter what the answer is, it doesn't change the main point that the Nightmarian bots represent Nightmarian, who is actually the Mimic representing himself as that. An entity that was made from a failed creation that only led to sadness and death, just like the Mimic. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video on the Nightmare staff bots. Remember, nothing is confirmed about these characters, and everything in this video is just a theory. So what do you guys think? What are these staff bots and what are they supposed to represent? So with that said, this is my video on attempting to solve Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Remember, this entire video is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. So make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. Also make sure to like and subscribe for more content like this, and thank you guys so much for watching.